Somebody had to do it. Good morning. Hello, everybody. What is racking, guys? I did see that, Jen. I did see that. Thank you for linking that, though. Gen X, I really appreciate the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much for the generous donation. Appreciate that. Thank you. West Wendigo with the tier 1 membership. Tyler with the tier 1 membership as well. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, West Wendigo. And Midlife Maddie with 5 gifted subs on Twitch. Matt, I love you, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate that. ACL'd up. Matt Texas. Jen Wink. West Wendigo. Actual Facts. Racing. Iron Zodiac. Rick Montana. Naughty Pup. I am meted up. I'm good to go. Just took my pills. We're good to go. Caramel Cold Brew. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Moomin, Dr. Roxo, Outcast, Devoff, Aiden, We Killed It, Kitty Tisser, Narrow, West Alum, Caleb Moomin, Midlife, Maddie, Mira, blah, 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 blah. Blue Crayons. Nolan J. Actual Face, Swarm. Thank you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. Spending your Mondays with me. Man, there's just a lot to get through. I don't even know where to begin. Where should we start? Sandwich Guy, he got acquitted. You remember Sandwich Guy? Is it Monday? I didn't mean to say Monday. It's Friday. You guys remember Sandwich Guy? He threw the sandwich at the ICE agents in DC. He got acquitted. Why don't we start there? Just
Not heard round.
How did he get acquitted, by the way? How is this possible?
It was like the shot heard round the world, kinda. Except it wasn't a shot. It was literally a foot-long Subway sandwich. Now, it all happened the night of August 10th.
It's like one of my favorite videos on the internet is Sandwich Guy. Because he slowly turns like he's going to walk away. Hold on, we got to get, are they going to show
the very
footage?
beginning of Trump's surge of federal law enforcement into D.C., when this man, D.C. resident Sean Dunn, approached a group of Customs and Border Patrol agents. Dunn called the officers fascists and racists and chanted the word shame at them. And then he threw what federal prosecutors later described as a, quote, wrapped sub-style sandwich at one of the officers. Well, today the federal trial against...
They're not going to show the footage? The footage is hysterical. It's hysterical. Like he threw the sandwich at point blank range. The sandwich explodes in a kind of cornucopia of fucking condiments and bread and meat. And then he runs away just so goofily. Like the guy was very clearly pretty drunk, I think. And then the ICE officers had a hard time like catching up to him. Hold on, where is it? And then do you guys remember? And then the White House, I forgot about this. And then the White House came out with like a 20-second like really intense like very serious edited video where they arrested Sandwich Guy like 6 SWAT members deep. This video, you guys. Boom!
In our city.
They what?
You see these fascists right here in our
Fascists?
city? Fuck you! Fuck you!
This guy was obviously like 5 or 6 Hefeweizens in on a fucking Tuesday night, just way too tipsy, and decided to pick a fight with ICE.
Fascists! Shame! Shame! Shame!
Y'all laughing, but that's the truth though. We really talking real shit. Y'all need to do some background studying about the Federal Bar Association. They Florida man.
Oh, come on. Where's the full video of him like running away? It's so fucking funny. Does anyone have the full video? Can anyone help me? I'm having trouble finding the full video. Just the timeline of events here is so funny. It's so funny that this guy got acquitted, you guys. You linked it? Okay. Is this a Rickroll?
Jurors have found a man who became
No, but I want the full video. I don't know if this is the full video.
somewhat of a symbol of drone selective in its prosecution. Scott McFarland followed all of this.
Throwing the defense on this. Actionable to any.
This isn't the full video. I want the full unedited video is what I'm looking for. I want the video of them like chasing him because this guy was like very clearly drunk. And you had these ICE agents that like genuinely had a hard time catching up with him. It was the most pathetic thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god. Someone made a mural to Sandwich Guy. Look at this. He became like a folk hero overnight. Someone made a mural for him, but oh my god. Sandwich Guy when the verdict was read.
Fuck all of you. Hey, motherfucker! Hold it.
Bad Company with $2. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And then the White House arrested this guy, and then they blasted this out on the official White House Twitter account. You guys remember this video they did?
Coming down!
Over a guy throwing a fucking sandwich. And then Janine Pirro, she was like celebrating it.
And then he took a Subway sandwich about this big and took it and threw it at the officer. He thought it was funny. Well, he doesn't think it's funny today because we charged him with a felony, assault on a police officer. And we're going to back the police to the hilt. So there, stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else.
We live in the dumbest fucking timeline, you guys. Anyways, he got acquitted yesterday.
This man, Sean Dunn, also now known as just the Sandwich Guy, came to an end. Now, if you've been following...
This guy literally could like write a book or sell his story to Netflix. Like there's a Netflix series here. I want an Aaron Sorkin script. 5-episode miniseries. I don't care what the streaming service is, Peacock, Apple TV, whatever. This is a movie or a limited series that is begging to be told. There's so much material here. I want like a Seth Rogen film, you know what I mean? Like I want Seth Rogen to play this guy. That's it. That he's the guy 100%. 100%. The series starts with the downfall of Jared Fogle. Okay, now we're mixing genres that should not be mixed.
Following the trial, you know that the prosecution, the government, tried to focus the trial on the moment of impact. And I mean the moment of impact of the sandwich. The agent who was hit by the sandwich testified that he could feel the sandwich through his bulletproof vest. That's quite a Subway sandwich. He said the sandwich exploded all over and that he could smell the onions and mustard as the roll came apart.
There's no
Now, the defense
way.
debunked that claim by showing photos of the sandwich after the throw, noting that it was still in its Subway wrapping. But this case was obviously not actually about whether or not Dunn threw the sandwich or whether or not the impact of said sandwich and all the mustard hurt. The question at the core of this
sandwich guy is a modern day Guy Fawkes when you think about it. Worm, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Bad Company with $2. Close enough. Welcome back, John Brown. God, this story's so fucking funny, man.
case was, is this incident serious enough to be considered a federal crime? I mean, how could it be? Today, a jury in D.C. answered that question with a big, fat no. Sandwich thrower Sean Dunn has finally been acquitted. I say finally because as silly as it is for the federal government to try to be so serious and dire about the impact of a sandwich and mustard and all of that, there was a real weapon at the center of this case, the Justice Department itself. I mean, in this week's trial, the defense argued that the Justice Department didn't just target Mr. Dunn because he threw a sandwich, but because Mr. Dunn publicly opposed the Trump administration's militarization of D.C. And because this incident became...
You posted the whole thing? Hold on. We need to move the stream links to... Well, I guess maybe not. Is this the full thing? This, I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe you guys don't think this is as funny as I do, but I think this whole story is genuinely one of the funniest moments of both Trump terms.
Motherfucker!
Oh! Oh! It's fucking good!
Motherfucker!
Oh! 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 It's fucking good! Fucking good!
It's so good. Oh my god. Oh, I'm literally crying, man. Oh man. Look at the screenshot I posted in Streamlinks. Dunn argued that he was being singled out because of his criticism of the Trump administration. His lawyers also teased out the absurdity of this situation, arguing it was a harmless gesture that caused no harm or injury. Blair Moore, who was wearing a bulletproof vest, admitted during the trial that he received gag gifts from colleagues, including a plush sandwich and a patch that says felony footlong.
something of a symbol in the protest movement against Trump's authoritarian power grabs writ large. Dunn's lawyers argued that Justice Department was acting vindictively, not just in charging the case as a federal crime, but in how they publicized the case. You see, after Dunn threw the sandwich, again, we're still talking about a sandwich here, after he was arrested and released, his lawyer says that she tried to contact the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office and the D.C. jail so that Dunn could turn himself in, but they couldn't reach anyone. Then
Jinx! My goodness, Jinx. Jinx once again with 10 gifted memberships. Jinx, thank you so much. God damn it, I love you. You're just the best. Lawson Harrison with $5 super chat. Al Zaidi got 3 years for shoe lobbing at George W. Bush. Midlife Maddie with a gifted sub to Ms. Sammy. Maddie, thank you so much for that.
in the very middle of the night, about 20 heavily armed federal agents performed a SWAT-style raid of Mr. Dunn's apartment.
Wait, hold up. This guy wanted to turn himself in. Am I hearing this right? This guy wanted to turn himself in. His lawyers called DOJ to try to set up a time for him to come in to turn himself in. They ghosted the calls and then did a SWAT raid on Sandwich Guy's apartment. Am I hearing this correctly? JPB, thank you so much for the 32 months, buddy.
With a camera crew in tow. The White House even posted the video online. Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi reposted a photo of Dunn's face, announcing that he was charged with a felony. Then when the Justice Department tried to actually get a federal grand jury to indict Dunn, they couldn't. But rather than drop the case, the Justice Department just downgraded the charge to misdemeanor assault because that charge didn't require a grand jury to indict. They went through a lot of hoops here about a thrown sandwich. That was the charge Mr. Dunn was acquitted of today. And while that is incredibly embarrassing, or it should be, for Trump's Justice Department, there's also a degree...
That's Hasan Piker in the background. Did you see that? That's him. He's standing right there.
There's also a degree to which, in this new era of Trump's weaponized Justice Department, convictions aren't even necessarily the point. Mr. Dunn has now had to endure 3 months of the Trump administration and right-wing media vilifying him. He's had to find lawyers and get his affairs in order for the possibility that he might have ended up in prison. And Trump's Justice Department managed to inflict all of that pain on Dunn, even without a conviction. Trump's Justice Department has brought charges and opened investigations into a whole slew of Trump's perceived enemies, often with little to no evidence. Just today, MSNBC's Ken Delaney got the scoop that the Justice Department is preparing to issue subpoenas in an investigation against former CIA Director John Brennan over his investigation of Russian interference in the 2016 election. Now, the likelihood of conviction in almost all these cases is slim to none. But as Mr. Dunn's case in D.C. shows us, even if the charges are literally baloney, there you go, you get it, the way the Justice Department brings them can still bite.
Okay, Jed. God, what an amazing story. I fully in my bones believe that there's a really funny like limited Hulu series that just some writer needs to pounce on this as soon as they can and get working on a limited series because there's so much potential there. Okay, all right. Hasan was on Majority Report. We did not watch this yet. I believe this was after Tuesday's blowout. It was streamed on November 4th. Wait, was that before Tuesday blowout? This must have been before, I guess. But we haven't watched that yet, so let's tune in.
Report. Before we introduce our next guest, we need to play this video.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
That's Zoran's buddy, Hasan Piker, saying we deserve 9/11. It's a disgrace to every life lost. Zoran went on Piker's show, and now Piker was just spotted at Zoran's event. Mamdani is wrong for New York. Paid for by 4R City.
America.
We are back.
Did you know?
We are back, and I just want to introduce our first guest by saying I condemn him. Disavow.
Disgusting.
Disgusting. And Hasan Piker, not welcome here.
Yeah. I snuck in. Like I snuck into the Zoran event.
Yes.
I just keep finding myself sneaking into these like high profile events.
I'd say infiltrated.
Wait, was this before or after the election? This might have been after. I don't even know now.
Yeah.
Infiltrated. Yeah. Right? Because that's what's scarier.
Intifada, obviously, to do enchiladas.
I mean, part of the problem is we're just too afraid to say get out.
Yeah.
And so now we're all just here.
I muscle my way through
we're
the
all
door.
just looking around.
You Muslim your way
everybody.
through the door.
Yeah. I've been doing a lot of tequila. That's what it is. I just I keep lying to people about my secret woke anti-white jihad that I want to do. And everyone's always like, "Oh, you're just like a Twitch streamer," but it's like secretly I have,
we're on air, right?
Oh no. This is going to be in the next Michael Bloomberg $7 million attack ad.
Exactly.
Hasan Piker, scary Muslim. He does woke Sharia.
What is the next election? Do you think that you're going to be used in? I mean, if it doesn't work in this one, I just don't know which one it's going to work in.
I don't think they're going to drop it. I've been talking to a lot of politicians and insiders on the Democratic side about this stuff, and even some members of the media as well. And there are people are just like kind of shocked that this has been like a primary focus of the Cuomo campaign, because like it's so confusing to everyone.
Was it a primary focus? I'm not trying to nitpick here, but did they primarily focus on Hasan? I guess that's possible. Were they really aggressively? I mean, you know what? Honestly, yeah, they did focus a lot on it, to be honest.
So confusing.
I have yet to be stopped in the street to be like, "You're the guy. You're the terrorist guy. You did 9/11." No one has tied me to 9/11 yet.
All right. Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
And then I want to move on to stuff that's more contemporaneous. But did you use a hologram to take down the building? Like, how exactly
So
steel does not melt.
Yeah, jet fuel does not melt steel beams.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, we're
what
back
did you
on that,
do?
too.
Well, I just wanted to find out, like, how did you do this?
Yeah. I was a very impressive 10-year-old.
There you go.
A lot of people said, like, you know, I was cranking 90s Fortnite style on my flight simulator. And I was just I was able to do all of it at the age of 10 from Turkey.
I'll tell you something. I don't know if you saw the movie or.
All right, we're gonna skip the jokey stuff. We'll get into the election coverage. Unless, hold on.
And so overtly racist about it. Like, yeah, I'm just one dude. I don't know why they like present me as some sort of like secretive leftist kingmaker, because I'm not.
No, I honestly think you hit on it. Like the thing that and this will give us a chance a little bit to segue to something a little bit broader, but the Cuomo campaign at one point, and I feel like it was probably like 2 months ago, when it became clear that Sliwa was not going to drop out.
Yeah.
And that it was so hard to get Adams out because somebody preempted Adams dropping out when they leaked. Somebody interceded. I don't know who it is, but some entity interceded and reported that Adams was getting offered something. So Adams had to back off for a couple of weeks because it would have been too bad of a look to come out right at that time. And it slowed the whole roll. And then it turns out Sliwa was not going to drop.
There's some interesting news from Mamdani world. As of yesterday, I think they announced the formation of a 501c4, which will exist to sort of like push for Mamdani's agenda to be passed. You guys know what I'm talking about? What's the name of the 501c4? It's like ourtime.gov, maybe? Is that what it is? Or ourtime.com? Is that what it is? Our Future? Okay, it's not Our Time. That is a dating website for people above the age of 50. I didn't know that was a thing. What is it called? Our Future? Ourfuture.com. Nope, that's not it. What's the name of it, guys? Mamdani Mamdani nonprofit. What the fuck is it called, you guys? I don't know what it's called, man. I can't find it now. But anyways, it's actually a really good idea. It's basically, what was the name of the one that Obama had that he just kind of quietly disbanded after he won? It was basically like an infrastructure of 2 million people at the time for Obama that were, you know, knocking on doors, and it was very like a very grassroots organization to kind of mobilize for Obama. Is it called Our Time for an Affordable NYC? Gotcha. And then he got elected, and then he quietly disbanded. A lot of people criticized him for doing that because maybe that could have helped quite a bit to mute the brunt of the midterm elections. That was the, you know, horrible blowout for Democrats in 2010. And then just to have that infrastructure in place would probably be good, right? And then Mamdani kind of did the opposite, where he gets elected and then he forms a similar kind of nonprofit to go out there, and basically the point of it is to advocate for his agenda, his policy agenda. Which I think that's a very savvy thing. I think it's a very clever thing, and it's another sign that I think, at minimum, we know that if he himself is not very intelligent, he seems to be surrounding himself with a team that is very intelligent. So we'll see what happens with that 501c4, and if they're able to successfully push, because, you know, if that is successful, we're going to see that happening all over the country. If you're a progressive and you see him use this organization to actually successfully lobby to get some of his line item policies accomplished, that's actually kind of a big deal. That would be a huge deal. Because that would spread. It would spread all over the country. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
Drop out. The Cuomo campaign, the barnacles on the big ship Cuomo, the consultants who like see this as an opportunity to soak Bloomberg and Ackman and all this dumb billionaire money. I think like you provide them, you were like, we can dump a bunch of money into this Hasan thing and make it look like we're doing something.
Here, Paul Bless tweeted this out on October 16th. Why is Cuomo doing this? Who is telling him to talk about Hasan Piker 3 weeks before an election in which he's down 20? And I said I surmised what Hasan sort of said. More and more money consumes democracy. Answer will be an obsessed donor.
Yeah. And it could be, I do have many enemies that are very powerful. So it could be any number of different people. Like Elon Musk spent the week after Charlie Kirk's assassination talking about me and putting the crosshair on me. So it could be one of those guys. There's plenty of people on the Zionist mega donor side that have they've presented me as like this guy who is radicalizing their nephews and nieces.
It doesn't end up hurting.
I don't think that the Democratic Party should avoid working with Hasan because he said edgy jokes. Necessarily. I mean, that's a very small part of it, but that's not my concern. I think the Democratic Party should avoid working with Hasan Piker because he is not a Democrat. He's not invested in the success of the Democratic Party. His goal when it comes to the Democratic Party is to basically dismantle it entirely and replace it with people who have politics that are much closer to his, which I think would be utterly disastrous. I don't think that his vision for winning elections is a winning strategy. I think the more Democrats lean into that, the more they will blow races that they shouldn't blow. That's my concern. I don't really care much for the edgy jokes, or rather care about the edgy jokes. That's potentially a problem. But it just so happens that in this year, for this cycle, while Donald Trump's numbers have dropped so far, and while the dissatisfaction with the Republican Party has just like grown and grown and grown, I've never seen MAGA in a weaker spot except for maybe right after January 6th. Like right after January 6th, that was a rough spot for Republicans. His numbers dropped down into like the mid 30s. And then after a few months, he kind of rebounded. But apart from that, right now is definitely the weakest that the Republican Party has been. So I don't know if using him as an attack vector. I don't know if using Hasan as an attack vector against the Democratic Party is going to be all that salient right now, because quite frankly, people they're just way more concerned about macroeconomic conditions. He just keeps getting up there. Donald Trump just keeps getting up there and telling people, I chopped your energy bills in half. He just keeps saying stupid shit like that, and people pay their energy bills, and that did not happen. So, people are pissed about that, I think. But if it's a climate that is much friendlier to Republicans, a lot less friendly to Democrats, I do think those attack vectors will become more effective. These kind of old resurfaced clips of Hasan. But that's the least of my worries. Like that's like a secondary or like a tertiary concern when it comes to Hasan. The concern that I have is that he is not trying to build a big tent winning coalition. That's not what he's trying to do. That's not what Emma's trying to do. That's not what Sam's trying to do. But it is what it is. He seems to have broken into the mainstream quite a bit in the past year. So he's going to be at Crooked Con, I think, this month or whenever that is. He's doing live streams with Summer Lee in the Capitol building last night. So they don't see him as a liability, and maybe they share his goals. I'm not really sure, but see where the story goes.
I mean, obviously, you don't want to be walking down the airport and people, start, yelling like, "Oh my God!" Like he's watch him. He's a terrorist. But what this is so indicative of is
Skilled Tadpole with the tier 1 membership, Alt Red Dragon with 64 months. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Is that sort of cohort of Democratic politicians like that?
It's a shame that the Pod Save guys platform Hasan. I have a theory about the Pod Save guys, and it's based on nothing. Just to be clear, I have no basis for my hypothesis about what's going on with the Pod Save guys. But I do have a theory. My theory is that this is because of their staff. My theory is that they've been so in the tank for people like Plattner, and they've been so cozy with people like Hasan because of their staff. They've grown their company quite a bit since it launched in 2016 or 2017. And I assume they have, I don't know, close to 100 employees. I mean, I don't think it's like a tiny operation. And their staff is unionized. And their staff is probably more educated. Like they have bachelor's degrees or maybe advanced degrees. And they tend to be more progressive, ironically. Like younger, more educated, whiter people tend to be more progressive than like the median Democrat. And I think my hypothesis is that it's like a culture thing. So now they're surrounded by people who have politics that are probably to the left of where they were when they were working for Obama, and they've kind of like absorbed it through osmosis. That's just my best guess as to why they make the kind of decisions that they do. But it is kind of disappointing because the Pod Save guys are interested in like building a strong Democratic Party. And I don't think Hasan is. I don't think Hasan is. Well, in his mind, he thinks it's a stronger Democratic Party, but I think it's a much weaker Democratic Party. His vision of what the Democratic Party should be, I think, is just a losing strategy. Adam, thank you so much for $5. Was Emma always a tanky, or did she become more left after leaving TYT? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Do we have Emma Vigeland, the Young Turks? I really don't know. We did dive in a little bit.
The establishment.
We did dive in a little bit, and we discovered that she was. Okay, so I think she was born in 94, right? Is that what we landed on? Yes. She was born in 94, so she would have been 16 or 17 around the time of Occupy. So that's pretty formative, right? That's pretty formative. If she was getting into politics around that time, around Occupy, maybe that was like a really radicalizing event for her. And then she would have been like 22 when 21 or 22, I'm not really sure, when Bernie ran. So she was forged in the fires of Occupy and Bernie. What I assume was her political awakening. Dazvidani with $5. I think that's mostly right, though. Tommy Vitor and Ben Rhodes have always been pretty far left. Should look up Ben's nickname whilst in the admin. What was Ben Rhodes' nickname when he was in the Obama administration? He was called Hamas. What the fuck? Wait, really? His nickname was Hamas? Is that what I'm reading? Rhodes took a relatively critical stance toward Israel during his experience working in the Obama White House, for which he was called Hamas by fellow staffers. Okay. I assume that was tongue-in-cheek, right? This is Emma from 8 years ago?
The establishment media sucks because they have many more resources than TYT, for example, yet they're lazy. So they choose to talk about the same issue that's just being regurgitated in Washington over and over again with their 800-person panel, as opposed to maybe sending a few reporters out to Flint, Michigan, or to Wisconsin to talk to union workers, or to Alabama to talk about the minimum wage fight down there.
I mean, she sounds the same, right?
They have so many resources, yet they spend those resources on talking about what the latest gossip is in Washington and Hillary Clinton's haircut. I don't care about Hillary Clinton's haircut. I care about the policies that are being implemented that are going to affect the American people on a daily basis. The corporate media doesn't care about that. They care about their next profit, and they care about looking good on camera and then chatting with their fellow colleagues afterwards over drinks in Washington and New York. For me, the three biggest issues in the country are: one, campaign finance reform, because that affects every other issue; two, income inequality, which is a byproduct of corruption and campaign finance issues; and thirdly, the criminal justice system reform. The mainstream press doesn't talk about that at all, but you have to get that from articles online from The Nation or Vox, or you have to watch documentaries about that. That's part of what I want to do here at TYT.
She sounds very similar. How do I find like old video? Oh, how progressives will win in 2020.
Happy holidays. It's Emma Vigeland from Rebel HQ and TYT. I want to thank you guys so much for supporting my work this past year. There have been so many milestones, from my Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez coverage to my coverage of a lot of candidates, some who won, some who didn't. My coverage of climate change protests, me going to Trump rallies. I hope you guys watched a lot of those videos. So it's been a wonderful year for me.
If anyone is calling her a tanky, they're not serious. I wouldn't call her a tanky. No, I wouldn't call her a tanky. I think populist left. I think we can just...
Many important things in my career and many interesting things that I've watched in terms of the political landscape. My wish for 2019 politically is that we learn our lessons from 2016 and the 2016 election. 2016 was a crazy election cycle. Bernie versus Hillary, the rise of the new progressive movement, and then also the rise of the alt-right and Trump. We have to learn those lessons so that we can go forward and be more thoughtful about the candidates that we pick to run in 2020 to take on Donald Trump, and also just the discourse around the progressive movement. I want everyone to be united in fighting against Trump and also united in finding the best candidate for the progressive movement going forward. I also just want you guys to tune in more to Rebel HQ. I think we're doing great work here, me and Gina and Jenks. So,
am I crazy, or did she say a whole lot of nothing right there? I couldn't really tell you exactly what she just said. Emma's sorry, I'm sorry. We're just looking into Emma lore here. Somebody asked if she's always been, they might have said tanky. I don't think she's a tanky.
Hey, it's Jordan with TYT Politics. I am here in a Texan utopia in West Texas. Some TYT fans were nice enough to let me stay at Eve's Garden Bed and Breakfast. If you're here, you gotta stay here. Majestic. I'll give you a tour later.
I have the Jew with $5. The Zoran nonprofit idea is in the same vein as putting Dem constituent services in every red district that I shared a few weeks back. Yeah, it's a similar kind of, yeah, I'd say it's similar, right?
But beautiful place, Eve's Garden in Marathon, Texas, and Texas on Shame.
Insane opportunity to ask questions that no one would have asked. Of course, they go with Benghazi or the email scandal or Trump University, anything that and all of the politicians are putting out there for the media to gobble up, their little talking points.
Wait a second. Hang on a second. Is Emma Vigeland, is she a stoner? Does she smoke a lot of weed? I'm getting those vibes. I mean, like, a lot of weed. Like, I've known people at various points in my life where when I say when I call someone a stoner, I'm not just someone who I'm not just talking about someone who smokes pot. I mean, like, they wake up, they smoke weed on their lunch break. They just smoke weed all day. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Is she a stoner? She seems high as fuck in this video. I could be making it up, but
They could have gone with a question on climate change, not one question on climate change for Donald Trump or Hillary.
This woman is high as fuck in this video. Am I crazy?
Clinton during the debate. They could have gone with a question on political corruption, on campaign finance reform. Not one question about either of those topics in either of the general election presidential debate.
Vishy says Tallarico internal, but better numbers from when he first jumped into the race. Ooh, you'd love to see that. Hold on, let me see. Senate primary poll. Tallarico, 48%, +6. Allred, 42%. I think he's got the juice, man. I really do. I really do. I think this guy's got so much. I think he can do it, man. I think Tallarico can fucking do it, man. I'm so all in on this short little white Christian man. My fucking short king. My 5'4" king. I think he's got the juice, man.
Debates, which is shameful because those are the two issues that I think are most important right now in terms of the future of the country. But they don't really care about the future. They care about the present because in the future, they won't even be in existence anymore. They will be out of work. Their millennial audience is shrinking, and it's because they don't see any authenticity in what the mainstream media is doing. And
I don't even, she sounds a little bit tipsy in this fucking, she's kind of slurring her speech a little bit. So she either just took a fat fucking dab right here and it's just in the nether realm. Anyways, I don't want to slander her. I don't know. I think she's been pretty consistent. I don't know if her politics have changed all that much. She sounds, the rhetoric sounds very familiar. Seems really very similar to where they're at right now. This ML organization is running a third-party candidate against Sherrod Brown next year in Ohio. Well, that's smart. Hutch, you read Adam's SC wrong. He said lefty, not tanky. Oh. Adam said, was Emma always a lefty, or did she become more left after? Oh, I see. Yeah, no, she's always been a lefty as far as I know.
World is such a money soak.
Yeah.
And it is like you are sending, one of these consultants' kids to college, just like on this, just on this campaign, maybe 2 or 3 kids to college. And so, but it's indicative of like so much of what we see and why, because we do have a situation now, like I think a good 25% of the vote for Mamdani is a function of Andrew Cuomo is just a disgusting human being, period. Like,
well, that's interesting. Hold on a second.
Of the vote for Mamdani. Why, because we do have a situation now, like I think a good 25% of the vote for Mamdani is a function of Andrew Cuomo is just a disgusting human being, period.
That's interesting. I think that's a really interesting thing for him to say. Because if he, I don't think he's wrong, by the way. I think he's probably right. I don't know what the number is. I'm sure there was a decent number of people that were totally disgusted with Cuomo and wanted to voice their disgust by supporting Mamdani, and probably didn't know much about Mamdani. I don't know what that percentage is, but it's not nothing. I don't think it's going to be an insignificant number. But if Sam really believes that, then there's no way you could justify saying that Mamdani is lighting the Democratic Party on fire, you know, lighting the beacon for other Democratic candidates across the country to follow. What it means at best, I think, is that Mamdani has a lot of room to grow. But I don't think you can reconcile saying that 25% of the support for Mamdani is because people don't like Cuomo with the idea that he's like leading the Democratic Party right now, which is unfortunately a lot of the rhetoric that we're seeing online in the last really like 3 months since he won that primary. Anyways, Tallarico first came on my radar when I saw reports that him, Allred, Julian Castro, and one other who I forget now, it was not Crockett, met together to strategize and deconflict from Texas races they were all targeting. So it surprised me some when Tallarico entered the Senate race against Allred. I think that message, and this is coming from somebody who knows fuck all about Texas politics, just to be clear. I'm basing this purely off of vibes. But I think Tallarico's more nonpartisan populist rhetoric has, I think, an opportunity to break through with Texan voters in ways that like Beto and Allred couldn't manage to do. I think it's really smart for him to use that kind of messaging.
Period. Like and like this is the best they could do.
He literally created the blueprint and brought affordability to the forefront. Trump has been hammering it nonstop since Zoran won. So this is, I'm going to be nice. I'm not triggered, but this is just not true. I just want you to understand, like, the affordability thing, the idea of like, if Democrats want to win, they need to focus on affordability. The idea that that came from Zoran is not true. This is stolen valor. This is Mikey Sherrill announcing her campaign to run for governor in March of this year. And what did she run on? She ran on an affordability agenda to lower the cost of housing, healthcare, and energy. She was focusing on affordability in March. The other thing to consider here, guys, is that we also need to remember that the idea of running on affordability, this is kind of evergreen. Does everybody understand that? Basically, every candidate, every time, runs on affordability in some way. And maybe they target it in different ways. So maybe there will be affordability issues that are relevant in one district that aren't relevant in another. A factory closes down in this district and it causes a lot of disruption. And so the candidate focuses on policies to ameliorate the bad conditions that arise from that. There's some kind of natural disaster happens in some district over here, and 2,000 homes were burnt down. And this caused massive economic disruption in that community. Then you frame affordability with different policy prescriptions. But basically every candidate always focuses on affordability in some way. Kamala focused on affordability, but her platform was much more technocratic, much more like targeted kind of programs. First-time home buyer grants and tax credits for small businesses and anti-price gouging. You know, she was running on that as well. So this idea that Mamdani invented the blueprint is just completely ahistorical. It's just not true. Do you think Mamdani was on her radar back in March? Habitual line stepper? Do you think she was thinking about Zohran Mamdani back in March when she announced her run and centered her campaign on affordability? Dude, Zohran started his campaign in October of last year. No, I'm asking you, do you think she was thinking about Zohran Mamdani when she came out with this? Do you understand that Zohran Mamdani, he had his own team of people that polled New York City voters and then helped him come up with a platform? You understand that, right? Like he didn't just, you know, pick these issues out of nowhere. They did poll testing with New York City voters. They asked them what were the issues that were important to them. And then they came up with that platform. Did somebody write did somebody write milk toast? We got to do something about milk toast, man. We got to do something about milk toast, man. Because it's the funniest thing, the way that people spell it. They spell it milk toast, like M-I-L-K, and then fucking toast, like a piece of toast. Zohran is the #1 reason it's the hot topic right now. There's no reason to deny it. Oh, I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not triggered. Whatever you write in your paper, don't you write that I'm triggered, because I'm not triggered. Just fucking with you a little bit. Oh, that was good. That was good bait. That worked. Kudos to you. That was, I'm impressed. But I'm not triggered, but yeah, I'm impressed.
Is they come up with Cuomo in this instance.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party of this ilk is bereft.
You're so damn daft that you've got no bitches, you've got no green, no stacks, and no riches. You're a dimwit nutsack with no tricks and no game. You haven't grown up. You're just more of the same. Your positions are wrong. So listen up, Sonny. I cut off my dong to make room for more money. But I like to do eat before I fart. Well, of course, Jesus, talk about putting the cart before the horse.
Here's what I think you can give Zohran credit for. Here's what I think you can 100% give him credit for. Let me find it. Hold on. You can't give Zohran credit for running on affordability. That's stupid. That is pretty dumb to try to do that. You can give him credit for popularizing the kind of man on the street interviewing constituents kind of thing. That I think you can give him credit for, because those campaign ads were so good. They were so well done. And then this is a ad from her in October. I actually don't know. Maybe she was doing videos like this when she was talking to her constituents in a similar kind of way. Back in like April or June or May, you know, like I really don't know, but I suspect that she borrowed this from Mamdani.
Hi, New Jersey. Here we are for State of the Plate. I am at Ponzio's in Cherry Hill, and my host, the peelers, are inside, so let's go in. You can tell that yeah, there's a difference in editing style here, right? Like the editing here is like really like basic bitch. Like they didn't really put a ton. Like when you watch Mamdani's ads, you could tell that they were shot and edited in a way that, how do I even describe it? There was just so much polish. Like they were trying to make like a movie. You know, you could tell that somebody was in the editing bay being like, no, I don't like that. I don't like that graphic. Let's do a different graphic. Like, no, hold on. That transition, I don't like that. Like, you could tell, like, and it kind of makes sense because Mamdani comes from a filmmaking background. Like, his mom is like a professional director. Like, it wouldn't even shock me if Mamdani himself was in the editing bay. Like, no, don't do it that way. We gotta, like, this is just very kind of standard, like, kind of boring editing and just like shitty music, you know?
Well, hi, Jim, Nancy. So great to see you guys. Thank you so much for taking the time. So it's great to see you guys now. Ponzio's, center of Cherry Hill life.
Actually, it is. When people say that they're going to lunch or dinner or whatever.
Like, just like they paid a $5 subscription to some stock music subscription and the music is just not good. And
you don't have to say Ponzio's because people know.
When I hear your story of how you moved back here and you were, I heard you were selling tables, right? From a company in Philly.
Right.
Like, it's not bad. It's just not, it's not on the level of like Mamdani. Like, they're not on that level.
To the school district, and that sounds like a pretty middle class job, right? But with that job, you're able to buy a house, right? And it feels like that's not what people can do now. You know what I mean? So you're down.
So this is not economic populism. Economic populism has a focus on an elite. You know, like, you're focusing on blaming people's economic problems on the elite, the establishment, the billionaires. Donald Trump was economically populist. Donald Trump is like the best example of like the most prominent purveyor of populist rhetoric in all of politics right now. Like, the whole thing is about like, I'm outside of that elite, and I'm going to go in and drain the swamp, and I'm going to break the system that's been rigged against you. And obviously, like, Bernie used that kind of framing as well. And Zoran, I think he did it, but there was also, like, I would say Zoran's kind of populism was maybe less, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, aggressive or less, like, he did it with a smile on his face. And I don't know if that's a meaningful distinction, but it comes across as less angry, I guess. It was like less angry. Bernie and Trump were like, we gotta fucking hang him in the town square. We gotta, and he was like, you know, he was definitely talking about the elite and the establishment in his campaign stuff. The stuff that I saw, you know, Mamdani stuff. I didn't see all of his campaign ads, but he was kind of doing it he was doing populism, but like with a smile on his face. This is not populism. Just saying like, oh, it's hard to buy a home. What can we do about that? You know, that's just standard issue, bread and butter, kitchen table economic issues. Much is so triggered these days. LMAO. Comparing Bernie and Trump is crazy. Wait, are you stop? Are you baiting me here? I think you are. You are. You're trying to bait me. I'm not going to fall for it. I'm smarter than you. Bernie and Trump, there were definitely a lot of overlapping narratives that they were pushing. Bernie was obviously coming at it from a very left-wing perspective. And so 90% of his policies were very different from Trump. They overlapped with like protectionist stuff like anti-NAFTA and stuff like that. But they were focusing on the problem in the same kind of way. There's an elite group of people that have rigged the system against you. And I'm going to come in and I'm going to break that system. And I'm going to create a new system that is going to do more for you. That's populism. That's populism. Mussolini, Stalin, Hitler, they were aggressive. Like, obviously, that was a very extreme kind of populism. Bad company with $10. Obviously, it was BS, but Trump ran on tariffs and drill baby drill to bring down the grocery and energy costs. To say Trump just started talking about affordability because of Mamdani is just wrong. Well, I don't think anyone was saying that Trump was talking about affordability because of Mamdani. Trump was talking about affordability back in 2016. But he was just hitting it from a right-wing angle. He was tailoring his kind of populism to, it was right-wing populism. He was tailoring it to it was like a nativist message. It was like billionaires and immigrants are taking all these opportunities away from you. And I'm going to come in and make sure that doesn't happen anymore. And then Bernie, it was more just about billionaires and the donor class and the establishment. And I'm going to fix your problems by giving everybody health care and, and doing social democratic policies. And then Zoran, I think, is just a much slicker, less angry kind of left-wing populism, but it definitely is left-wing populism. This is not left-wing populism. What Mikey Sherrill ran on, she was talking about affordability, but she never veered from being a centrist. Like she billed herself as being a centrist. What do you mean by slick? Well, what do you think the word slick means? I mean, Zoran is slick. I don't really have a solid read on him. That's what I mean. If I say someone is slick, I don't really have a solid read on him. I really don't know what his motivations are. What his larger goals are. Is he trying to launder socialism, like actual socialism, into the mainstream? And is he trying to do like a transformational kind of leftist? Or is he trying to, just reform the system a little bit? And I really have no idea. Transgender for everybody. Yeah. We don't know. We just don't know. He loves New York, brother. I don't doubt that. I really don't doubt that. I think that was obvious. When you watch his campaign ads, you did really get a sense that he very authentically loves New York. You never really doubt that when you watch his videos. And I think that was part of his appeal. Like, with all respect and complete honesty, playing video games on stream would be more impactful on society than discussing the differences between flavors of Democrats are. Oh, okay. You don't have to watch the stream. I'm happy you're here. Pull up a chair. We just like to have interesting conversations around these parts. I said a lot of stuff before that. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Wait, what? The right is doing literal Nazi shit. Ah, yes. But have they rounded up any Jews yet? Like, come on. They call this period in Germany appeasement. Right politicians aren't leaders. They're panderers. Exactly how you're saying, Hutch. The fact that any of this is a topic of discussion is crazy. Wait, what were we talking about back then? Yet all the lawmakers and leaders on both sides all have yachts and summer homes. Wanting a healthy society so you can use them for workforce is one thing. Wanting a healthy society, period, is another. But again, all of this is just fucking balloon juice. Even if you don't say that, I hope you know it. Okay. Calvicide with the tier 2 sub for 60 months, headed out to Bass Lake for a trip with friends. God, that sounds nice. I want to go to a lake and fucking fish. That sounds really nice right now. I've only been fishing once in my life. And I loved it. Fucking loved it. All right, sorry. Anyways, we got on a little tangent there.
I mean, listen, Janet Mills is not Andrew Cuomo, but if I wanted to, win in Maine, I wouldn't put up a 70 or 8-year-old politician, particularly now. Like, there has never been more sensitivity. Nancy Pelosi is even seeing the writing on the wall. I mean, I know this is hard for people. I read in the post that we're all having to brace for her retirement.
I've been bracing.
But this is like indicative of, I think, an interesting thing that's happening in the Democratic Party is that there's a cleave that is happening on some level, but at the extremes.
It's good, though, that they are exceptionally weak right now, because I think for the longest time they were able to successfully.
Is he talking about Democrats? When did they record this? I think it was right before election night, because boy, did this age so poorly. Uh-oh, I lost connection to the YouTube chat. What's going on there? Can you guys see me? Can everybody see me? Successfully reconnected. Okay, there you go. All right. I think he's talking about the Democratic Party saying that they're exceptionally weak. And I think they recorded this right before the elections on Tuesday night. And then the elections on Tuesday night showed a Democratic Party that is exceptionally strong right now. Just electorally. Unusually strong. What happened on Tuesday, those kind of margins in terms of the shifts haven't occurred in over a decade. I think the last time we had these kinds of shifts was 2008 would be more comparable. You have to go back, nearly 20 years at this point. But you have to remember that this online space are deeply, and I mean fucking deeply, invested in the narrative. I keep talking about the narrative. I want to test you guys, to my stream regulars. What do I mean when I'm talking about the narrative? TM, trademark. What am I talking about? What is the narrative? I'm going to test you guys. I'm going to quiz you guys. Describe the narrative. No, it's not Green Lantern theory. That's a part of it, but pushing their agenda, trying to push Dems more left. No. I'm talking about the narrative. Come on, guys. What the fuck, man? I've talked about the narrative. Okay, JP got it. He got it. I'm disappointed in you guys. I've repeated my rants about the narrative 1,000 times. JPB says the Democratic Party is weak and ineffective and needs fundamental reformation. That's essentially the narrative. That's a good way to kind of boil it down. The Democratic Party, as it currently is structured, and the composition of the party and the messaging of the party, the leadership of the party is fundamentally ineffective, and they need to be replaced. That's the narrative. Also, part two of the narrative is that their wing of left-wing politics, like their block within left-wing politics in the United States, is ascendant and is kind of lighting the country on fire and getting people really excited. Come on, dude, we don't listen to your rants. Well, that's depressing. Why the fuck do you tune in? I think I have some good rants. Give me a topic. I can rant about whatever. Kirin Dral, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Anyways, they're deeply... So the other part of the narrative too, though, guys, so it's a three-parter, right? It's a three-parter. The Democratic Party is weak and ineffective, and it needs to be just utterly and completely culled. Their block of left-wing politics is ascendant and exciting the country, and is just so clearly in the driver's seat of where politics are headed in this country. But also, number 3, they have been blocked from power for years.
This person doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
The Democratic establishment have blocked them from power for years. And now it's time for them to just get out of the way and just let Majority Report, determine the future of the Democratic Party. So it's kind of like a three-parter. That part is like really important to the narrative. They've fucked us for years. We would have given everybody health care now if they had not blocked us. That's a big part of the narrative.
Convince the broader liberal base our
party.
But it's just kind of it's interesting that he's talking about how the Democratic Party right now is exceptionally weak. And then they went on to have like the best election night that we've had since 2008. In terms of just the margins, just the numbers, the raw numbers. Obviously, 2020 was a good night. We won a trifecta. But the numbers, I'm talking about the numbers, Mason.
Is that there's a cleave that is happening on some level, but at the extremes.
It's good, though, that they are exceptionally weak right now, because I think for the longest time they were able to successfully convince the broader liberal base that electability meant moderate positions, civility politics, and institutionally calcified, sometimes literally calcified figureheads that are stuck to these chairs at the age of like 80. And this was a moment where it was a crowded primary. It almost reminds me of AOC's initial victory. Like those are the opportunities to pounce, I think, when the Democrats just think that they're comfortable in a seat and assume that there's not going to be like a left flank opposition, or there's no viability to such a left flank opposition. Because when they do actually realize that we are forcibly making the party more effective and more electable, that's when
it's literally the opposite. Well, that might be oversimplifying things a little bit. Certainly when it comes to electability, his kind of brand of politics and people who espouse his kind of brand of politics have been somewhat of a liability for Democrats. And again, all you got to do is just like dive into the numbers. For me, this is not like a vibe check. This is just standard analysis of relative candidate strength and comparing the relative candidate strength of more left-wing candidates versus more centrist candidates. And when you look at all the races over the last several years, and I assume this is a trend that goes back decades, but the analyses that I have seen have focused on like 2018, 2020, 2022, 2024. And in every analysis that you will find, you're going to see that in the races that were competitive, so not a, safe red seat or safe blue seat. In the races that were competitive, the candidates that were closer to the center on both the right and the left flank, on both the right wing and the left wing, in the Republican Party politics, Democratic Party politics, the candidates that were closer to the center, they didn't like massively outperform the progressive candidates, but it was significant enough to make a difference. The more left-wing candidates struggled more in those competitive races. And I think the fatal flaw in the analysis that you hear basically every day from Majority Report and Hasan is they are very fixated on this idea that you will juice the numbers up by running more progressive candidates and running on more progressive platforms. They are so convinced in their minds, and it's not really based on anything. Like, they base it on like one or two races. There were hundreds of races. Hundreds on Tuesday. Do people realize this? There might have been thousands. I don't really know what the exact number is, but if you get down to like the local level, there might have been thousands of races on Tuesday night. And I'm going to show you a tweet. It's kind of an extreme example of what I'm talking about here. And yet, this is just to be clear, this is just like a random account on Twitter, 7,000 followers, whatever, but you see stuff like this where it's like, Dems tried to paint themselves as right, light, and failed. Then they have someone that actually has progressive policies and they get voted in. The lesson should be that progressive policies win and not people should vote harder, end quote. This is fucking bananas. This is I don't even know where to begin here unpacking this claim. At the state level and so like, I mean, we had hundreds of races last night. Hundreds of races. The Democrats absolutely fucking slaughtered Republicans in Georgia. Like, slaughtered them. But none of those races were super high profile races. So they didn't get a lot of national attention. But we slaughtered them in Georgia. We took away their supermajority in Mississippi. We had strong performances all over the country. And there were a lot of centrist-y moderate candidates last night that feasted. Minneapolis, the incumbent, right? Frey, was he an incumbent governor or mayor rather? He beat the progressive challengers, right? And this guy is not, I think he's progressive, but he's not like super far left, right? Yeah, hundreds of races. But they see Mamdani do something that, and I hate that this discussion is even happening, because I think anybody who is honest with themselves would have to appreciate how extraordinary Mamdani's race was. Like, he did something extraordinary. That was a really impressive thing that he did. He took on a political dynasty. I mean, and Cuomo was a scandal-plagued guy, and he was weakened after the scandal, and that's a factor, right? But he's still a dynasty, and he still had a lot of support in New York City, obviously. 42% of voters, 43% of voters chose him, right? And this guy who was a total outsider, just a lowly New York Assembly member, came from polling 1 or 2% in the polls to driving a lot of national discussions and ultimately winning as a Democratic Socialist in a city of 9 million people. That's an extraordinary accomplishment. And yet, when you see tweets like these, it forces a conversation about his strength, like relative to other Democrats. And relative to other Democrats, he's actually not particularly popular in New York City. Just to be clear. Like, it's like, he's not unpopular, like, I think his favorables are decent. I think he's above water in his favorables, but he's not like, he's not especially popular compared with previous examples. By behaving the way Schumer et al. Behave, they completely alienate the younger voters who are naturally inclined to be the Democratic base. But younger voters are not the Democratic Party base. That's not true. That's never been true. Younger voters are fickle. You can get them to turn out in higher numbers in this election or that election, but they're not sticky voters. I said they are inclined to. I guess I'm not really sure. It's hard to get younger voters to be like consistently engaged. And they will never be if you don't fucking support their candidates. I mean, I would say that's a problem. Don't you think that's a problem? I think that's a problem. I don't know if you can fix youth turnout. I don't know if there's like a magical formula where you can just fix that. Or a realistic one, because, you know, most of the time they're not going to get their preferred candidate. Most of the time their preferred candidate is to the left of the candidate that, like, the, you know, Gen X and boomers and the silent generation usually prefer more moderation. And those older voters consistently show up and vote in much larger percentages. We'll see what happens. I mean, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Like, normally a mayor gets elected, or a governor, or a president, and they see their support kind of go down a little bit. Like, it's actually kind of rare for somebody to take power and then get more popular. How's Ogre Boy doing? I kind of miss him, if I'm being honest. I can't even see his posts anymore. Apparently, if you block someone on Twitter, I feel like this is new because oh, he's got a new header. He's got a new Twitter header here. I do kind of miss him though. It's not the same without him. That guy, man, I have like a few reply guys, not many, but I have a few. That I've never had a reply guy that was that committed. That man, I think he had notifications turned on his phone, because 70% of my tweets, he was just in the trenches. And I do miss him. It's hard to quit people like that. I hope he's doing okay. I hope he's doing okay. But I just don't know. I can't see his posts anymore. I have no idea how he's doing. All right, we got a little sidetracked there. Point being, I think you should center your political strategy in a reality that accounts for empirical data. I do understand the criticism of being too data driven and too kind of poll tested. I do understand those arguments, but I also don't think that we should not look at polls. So I think you need to have a balance. If voters, especially in 2025, if they hear a candidate and it sounds like everything they're saying is optimized and fine-tuned to maximize their voter appeal, it turns people off. So what we need are politicians that can look at the data, incorporate the data in their analysis, incorporate the data when they're deciding what their broader campaign strategy is going to be, but someone who can come across as more authentic and less poll tested. Basically what I'm saying is that we need politicians that can hide that better. Like, I think Cory Booker is a really good example of, you know, I think he's a good speaker. I generally like Cory Booker, but he sounds very optimized. Do you know what I mean? Like, who's another example of this? I think like Chuck Schumer and Jeffries are in a kind of a different category altogether, because they're like the heads of their caucus. And so they are going to just, I don't know if you can get around sounding very optimized. Buttigieg, I disagree with that. I think Buttigieg, well, when I listen to Buttigieg speak, there are a few things that become really obvious right away. The first thing I notice is that he is like insanely intelligent. I think Pete Buttigieg has a really sharp mind. I just think he is very smart. Like, he has a brain that I wish I had. He's able to hold a lot of things in his head and keep those thoughts organized. I agree. I think he has improved from 2020. Like, Nancy, I think, is a really good example of someone who for sure incorporates polling data and stuff into, but Nancy, I think Pelosi, whenever you listen to her speak, she spoke with such deep conviction. And she was like really sassy from time to time. Like, I'm going to miss that sass. She's the type of person that will just tell a journalist to their face, like, what a ridiculous fucking question. I'm going to miss that sass. We need a compilation video of Nancy Pelosi giving an exasperated
boner time. Hey,
Jesus Christ. Well, no. All right, we're getting too far into the weeds on this rant, but I wish that I wish that they didn't do the thing that they do when they're pushing progressive politics and talking about progressive politics. I wish that I think whatever you say, it should be rooted in the truth. And even if the truth fucks with your narrative or the narrative, you should be okay just identifying.
I suggest you stop whining like a little bitch and do what I say.
I don't think their politics have a good chance of success if their analysis is not rooted in the truth. Like, because then you're not going to be able to identify what the problems are and what the potential shortcomings are and have a discussion about how to address those shortcomings or flaws or problems, whatever. You can't do that if you're stuck in a narrative that is not true. And their narrative is not based in any kind of empirical data. Like, there's nothing to support their claim that progressive candidates universally across the country, across the various states, municipalities, the districts, all that, like, this assumption that a progressive candidate is always optimal is not rooted in any kind of truth. There is no truth to that. We can disprove that so easily. But that doesn't mean that you give up on progressive politics or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. But it fucks with their analysis, and I think it foments unnecessary division. Like, we really don't need to be divided in this way. And I would be focusing on MAGA 100% of the time were it not for the narrative and what they're trying to like push. And well, anyways, let's just
and they start actually and initial victory, like those are the opportunities to pounce, I think, when the Democrats just think that they're comfortable in a seat and assume that there's not going to be like a left flank opposition, or there's no viability to such a left flank opposition. Because when they do actually realize that we are forcibly making the party more effective and more electable, that's when they start doing the 2016 Bernie stuff, right? Like, aggressively coming after their left flank. So even with the Graham Plattner stuff, regardless of whether you like him or hate him, one thing that I think is indisputable here is the fact that the electability arguments that previously successfully convinced a lot of older voters, a lot of voters in the heart of the liberal base to vote for the establishment pick is no longer working because they've seen all of the defeats over and over again, especially with Trump, because that's a uniquely
it just drives me kind of nuts. the country is so fucking big, and there are so many like layers of government bureaucracy all over the country. We have tens of thousands of elected politicians like all over the country. And when you restrict the conversation, you want to have an overarching conversation about the state of the Democratic Party, how to appeal to a broader electorate. You're doing all these various analyses to try to get at what you think the problems are and, you know, what you think needs to happen in order to fix them. But he is saying like they've seen all these losses, and I think he's talking about specifically like 2016 and 2024. Like I think he's specifically talking about the losses to Trump. You know, and he's pushing this idea of like, oh, they've seen the Democrats do this over and over again and they just keep losing. But this is just simply not true. Like the Democrats have done a ton of winning, like a lot of winning in the era of Trump. We've had more winning election nights than losing election nights. It's just that the losses that we've had have been fucking enormous and hugely consequential. Like losing to Donald Trump, losing the presidency, and then giving him that much power. There are serious consequences to that. But it doesn't take away from Ruben Gallego winning in Arizona, Mark Kelly in Arizona, Warnock in Georgia, Ossoff in Georgia, Fetterman in Pennsylvania. We don't like him very much these days, but Jay Rosen, is that her name, in Nevada? Like we've had a lot of really high profile wins. The Democratic Party, so my whole thing is like MAGA is, it has demonstrated itself to be a formidable political movement. Is it Jackie Rosen? I don't know what I said. Oof, if your gameplay is to tell voters, actually we win all the time, I have bad news for you. I never said that, so I'm not proposing that as a strategy, but it cuts at what he's saying. Like he's giving this kind of prescriptive analysis of what he thinks needs to happen in the Democratic Party, but the premise that he's basing this off of is just not true. It's just not true. But the Democrats, all they've done is lose for the last several years. Like it's just like not true, right?
Embarrassing defeat twice, right? 3 times if you think the election was stolen.
Good
I
question.
do.
Good question.
But basically now they're actually saying no, I think the populist candidates are the electable ones. That's what I'm hearing, and that's what I'm seeing from average voters. That's what I'm seeing from the polls that I'm looking at, where they're
okay. I mean, and then we fast forward a few hours from when they recorded this. And Spanberger wins in Virginia by 15 points. She is for sure a centrist candidate, moderate candidate. Cheryl wins by 13 points in New Jersey. She overperformed by the polling expectations by 10 points. Why are those less illustrative of where the broader electorate is at than Mamdani's win? Somebody explain that to me. Why is Mamdani's win in a D+30 city? Why is that more of a sign of where Democratic Party voters are at than Spanberger or Cheryl? Both of them overperformed their polls. Cheryl by 10 points and Spanberger, I think, by less, 8 or 9 points or something. I'm not sure. Mamdani underperformed his polls by like 6 points. He ran against a Democrat. They ran against Republicans. Nonetheless, if anything, I feel like that hurts your argument. He ran against a Democrat, and 43% of the Democrats who voted in that election, well, it's not just Democrats or whatever, but the Democrat that he went up against got 43% of the vote. And he got just over half of the New York City voters chose him in a D+30 city. Why is that Why does that tell me more about the kind of candidate that we should run in a R+5 district in Ohio? I've never heard anybody articulate an answer to this question beyond just a purely vibes-based analysis that are just wholly unsupported by the larger story, by a lot of other elections that took place on Tuesday night. He got a majority of votes running against an established Dem. I understand that, but I don't understand the point that you're making and how that means that we should look to him instead of Spanberger. The electorate in Virginia and the electorate in New Jersey both more closely resemble the electorate in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona. New York City is much younger, much more diverse. Cody, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership, buddy. I really appreciate it. The races are apples and oranges. If Mamdani was running against a Republican, he would have easily got 60+%. We just don't know if that, we just don't know. Like, well, we just don't know. Who gives a fuck if we have a bunch of conservative Democrats that won't vote for anything good? Well, like, what are your goals? Is your goal to have I think this is a good way to frame the question. Like, what is your goal? You know, if you had to pick one goal for the Democratic Party in the era of Trump, would your goal be to have the party be more homogeneously progressive? I'm sorry, that came out weird. Is homogeneously a word? Would your goal for the Democratic Party be a party that is more uniformly progressive? Or would your goal for the Democratic Party be to win as many seats as you possibly can throughout the country? I'm going to go with the latter. I think to me, this moment, the urgency that it requires, I think you have to pick the latter. I think you have to pick win as many seats as you possibly can all over the country. To me, it's not a virtuous goal to make the Democratic Party more progressive. That can be a long-term goal, and that's fine. That's a different kind of thing. And I agree with that. I want to see a party in 20 years that could pass single payer, which necessarily means that the party would become more progressive. But more importantly, the electorate would become more progressive in this hypothetical, who would then go on to vote in more progressive candidates who will support policies that I think should go further. I think we should have a really robust welfare state. I think we could do so much with the federal government to improve people's lives. I would love to be like one of these European countries where people they get paid fucking 3 weeks vacation. That's just, I think we can and should have that in this country. But in this moment, that is not a realistic goal. That's not something that can happen right now. And we have just much bigger fish to fry. And so I think you have to focus on, I want to win as many seats as possible. So if that means electing Joe Manchin in West Virginia, great. Welcome to the team. Pull up a chair. It's more of a question for primaries. Let the best candidate win and back them, whoever they are, honestly. I mean, I support this strategy. You'll be 60 in 20 years. How does that make you feel? I'll be 60 in 18 years.
Like, I don't care whatever argument you're making on CNN or MSNBC. a guy that comes out and says, I don't like Israel. Israel's doing a genocide. I want Medicare for all. I like that guy. I think that guy is electable in a place like Maine.
Yeah.
And I think it's that's the reason why we see so much panic, something you pointed out as well, so much panic around the third way neoliberal guys who are just constantly recirculating the same exact like studies and think pieces.
Wait, is this quote true? Chat, is this real? John Thune, I'm willing to give Democrats all the things that they want. Oh, well, that would be nice. That's not what he said. He said, if the left would reopen the government, the Republicans will start to go. Hold on.
Bring in Senate Majority Leader John Thune. So good to have you here. A headline in Axios this morning said that emboldened Dems push to prolong a shutdown. And here is Chris Murphy to Punch Bowl as well. Watch.
I think there will be some pretty substantial damage done to a Democratic brand that has been rehabilitated if on the heels of an election in which the people told us to keep fighting, we immediately stop fighting. If we surrender without having gotten anything, and we cause a lot of folks in this country who had started to believe in the Democratic Party to retreat again, I worry that it will be hard to sort of get them back up off the mat.
He's right about that.
Time for next fall's election.
The voters did their job on Tuesday. The voters showed up and they did their job. Many of them, and maybe most of them, did their job in spite of their disappointment with the Democratic Party right now. They're pissed at Democrats and they showed up and voted anyways, and they did their fucking jobs. And if the Senate Democrats fold right now without getting meaningful concessions, then I think that would be just catastrophically bad for morale right now. It would suck all the oxygen out of Tuesday night.
Well, points for honesty, I guess. But one of the things I'm wondering, Senator, is are we farther away from trying to get this settled today on Friday than we were on Monday?
Dana, the Democrats just have to take yes for an answer. We've given them everything essentially that they were asking for, the reasonable Democrats, not the crazy ones like what you just heard. But they literally yesterday at their Democratic caucus meeting in the Senate had a pep rally.
Vishy cited something from Punch Bowl News. A bipartisan deal to end the shutdown seemed within reach earlier this week, but Senate Democrats spent a 2-hour caucus meeting Thursday taking stock of where things stand and came to this conclusion. Why on earth would they fold now? Oh, thank goodness. I mean, especially after Tuesday night, like that in my mind, that gave him so much more leverage. All right, we don't need to watch this. We can go back to the thing. Sorry.
Pieces over and over again to be like,
yes,
the true centrism hasn't been tried actually. Like what we need to do is do exactly the same thing that Kamala Harris did.
I mean, the panic, I was on MSNBC on Sunday and I have never gotten the amount of pushback that I did in it. Like I was taken aback about like basically saying that the centrist wing of the party was losing ground and losing credibility with the voting base because
it's just not true. You know, oh my God, you know what I would love to see is Emma Vigeland have a conversation, a civil, friendly conversation with Laksha. I would love that. I reached out to Laksha and I asked him if he would I wanted to find someone on the progressive side of the aisle that sort of pushes this kind of politics, which is just like, just go super progressive 100% of the time and then have them debate Laksha and I would host it. He said he was down for that. But I doubt Emma Vigeland would do that. Not because she's like scared or anything, but this is what she's referring to on Sunday night. And the points that she was making, it is so divorced from reality. We already watched this clip. Some of you guys probably haven't seen this clip, so we can watch it again.
I wanted to get your thoughts on the Democratic Party here and whether or not what this upcoming Tuesday means for them. Ezra Klein recently wrote for the New York Times that over the past 15 years, the Democratic Party has made room on its left and closed down on its right. For all the talk of what the Democratic Party should learn from Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani, there should be at least as much talk of what they should learn from Manchin or Golden or Marie Perez or Sarah McBride. The party should be seeking more, not less, internal disagreement. Do you agree with that stance?
I mean, I don't know what reality Ezra Klein is living in. The fact that the Democratic Party has tacked to its left in what universe? Yeah. The coalescing around Joe Biden in the 2020 primary, the besmirching of Bernie Sanders supporters, the eschewing of that movement in 2016, and even in this current moment with Zoran Mamdani, who has been a shot in the arm for the Democratic Party, you still have Chuck Schumer refusing to endorse him. And
so there's so much to unpack with what she just said right there, and I'm going to try to be a Pete Buttigieg right now. I'm going to try to be a poop Buttigieg right now, and keep it all in my head. We need to unpack the things that she said one by one. She incredulously asks, in what universe has the Democratic Party tacked left? And then she supports this incredulous question that was essentially implying that they haven't, right? By pointing to the Democratic Party, pointing to Bernie's loss in 2016, and what I assume she feels is the role that the Democratic establishment played in like rigging it against him or blocking him or whatever. Then she says the candidates coalescing around Joe Biden in 2020 is an indication that the party hasn't tacked left. Oh God, I've already forgotten what she said. The eschewing of his larger movement. Hold on.
The coalescing around Joe Biden in the 2020 primary, the besmirching of Bernie Sanders supporters, the eschewing of that movement in 2016, and even in this current moment with Zoran Mamdani, who has been a shot in the arm for the Democratic Party, you still have Chuck Schumer refusing to endorse him.
So, pointing to moderate national Democrats that have refused to like publicly, endorse or support Mamdani. But all of this is just such a flimsy case to make. Every point that she just laid out there in no way disproves the claim that the Democratic Party has tacked left in the 21st century, which is just so self-evidently true when you look at the Democratic Party of the 90s and the 2000s, or even the Democratic Party during Obama, during his presidency. She talks about Chuck Schumer not endorsing Mamdani or supporting him publicly, but completely misses the bevy of extremely powerful and mainstream establishment Democrats that have shown some level of support for him. Barack Obama calling him personally and reaching out and conveying that he found Mamdani's campaign to be inspiring. Joe Biden called Mamdani, congratulated him, and told him he ran a hell of a campaign. Hillary Clinton, it was a tepid kind of support, but she, posted a tweet and supported. I mean, this is a democratic socialist. This is a fucking democratic socialist. Can you imagine a democratic socialist getting these kinds of like showings of support 10 years ago or 15 years ago? I can't imagine that happening. He did get public support from a lot of mainstream Democrats. He also got some pushback. There are some mainstream Democrats that were, pushing back and challenging him kind of publicly. And some of them did it in ways that I didn't really like, but that's just ideological diversity. I mean, like, and it goes both ways. You know what I mean? Like, if this was just an establishment guy that won the New York mayor's race, would these people be upset that progressives didn't reach out and publicly support this moderate guy or girl or whatever? Probably not. The things that she's pointing to are not, they're not ways that you would, like, if I want to look at, okay, has the Democratic Party moved left? Like, first of all, we would have to unpack when I say the Democratic Party, what do I mean? Am I talking about the party? Am I talking about the politicians? Am I talking about the voters? I think the answer to the question is like all of that. It's all of that. They're all kind of linked. They're all kind of packaged together. And basically on every single issue, basically in the 21st century, the Democratic Party has moved not just left, but in many cases significantly to the left. Like, what is one position? What is one issue in the country that the Democratic Party has not moved left on? I was trying to think about this the other day and I came up blank. Defunding the military? I don't even know what that means. What are you talking about? Weed? I don't know what that means. What do you mean weed? The amount of Democrats, both in Congress and in the electorate, that support legal marijuana has significantly shifted to the left in favor of legalization. It hasn't happened yet, but that's a separate conversation. Free trade? What do you mean by that? They've moved right on free trade? You mean like the Trans-Pacific Partnership? Or are you talking about like the trade deals that we've made? Foreign policy could be an example. Foreign policy, we've moved to the left. We went from, a lot of Democrats in Congress going along with the invasion of Iraq to electing Joe Biden, who pulled us out of the war in Afghanistan and basically brought the drone program to almost a complete halt. So the Democratic Party of today is definitely less interventionist than they were in the 90s or even the 2000s. The Democrats have moved right since Ronald Reagan, but I'm asking you to give me like issues. On what issues have they moved right? Welfare reform? What is this based on? Healthcare? How did they move right on healthcare and wealth and tax policy? What? What are you talking about? What is this based off of? They've definitely moved to the right on immigration? When did Democrats move to the right on immigration? It's a mainstream Democratic Party position to have like a pathway to citizenship for people that have been here and haven't committed any crimes. DACA, you guys, DACA was the most significant amnesty program since Reagan. We're talking about the party that did DACA and is now like a part of their campaigns moving forward is going to be to like codify DACA. Yes, and they've moved right since DACA. By what metric have they moved right on immigration? Are you talking about border policy? Is that what we're talking about? They moved right on same-sex marriage. You guys are trolling me. That's what's happening right now. You guys are actually trolling me right now. They moved hard right on healthcare. Biden didn't even properly enforce existing regulations on United Health during his presidency. They've moved right on healthcare by expanding ACA? What? What are you talking about? I might be getting baited right now. It's possible. YouTube chat is trying to warn me that I'm getting baited. It's possible. It's definitely possible. Hillary Clinton wanted universal health care in the 90s. That's true. She wanted some kind of a single payer system. I'm not going to get stun locked by you people anymore. She wanted a kind of single payer system, and they just didn't have the votes to do it. And so they shifted strategy. With Obama, he shifted the strategy to just more reforming the current system at the time, what was current. To expand healthcare to as many people as possible. That's what he did. I don't know if I don't think that's like moving right. It was just about shifting the target to something that was something that they could accomplish. And now, you know, especially within the Democratic Party, I mean, support for Medicare for all is way higher now than it was back in like 2014 or 15. It's not moving, it's shifting. But you haven't moved right. If you go for a policy in the 90s and then you don't have the votes to do that policy. I mean, I take your point. I understand what you mean. I think I'll meet you in the middle here and I'll say, technically Obama moved right on healthcare by the time he was inaugurated in 2008, 2009. I think Hillary Clinton, she was not running on a universal program either. I think both of their calculations were that it's just not something we're going to have the votes to do. So they shifted right. We'll say that. But since the ACA's passage in 2010, have they moved right or left on healthcare? I think there's one obvious answer here. They've obviously moved left on healthcare. Now the conversation, I mean, look at Barack Obama himself. He's giving an interview 3 weeks ago. And he's saying like, would it have been better to have done something like single payer at the time? Yeah, I might be open to having that conversation, but I passed what I could pass. I passed what I had the votes to pass. And now the idea of like wanting single payers, that's only gotten more popular within the Democratic Party voter base. I think there's a disagreement on the time frame here. I don't understand what that means. Austin, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it. Did Kamala even campaign on Medicare for all? She did in 2019 before she dropped out of the race because they ran out of money, but not in 2024. She ran on, I think, Biden's policy, which is like expand on the ACA. That's a move right? Wait, how is that a move right? She didn't win the primary. Biden won the primary. And he won the primary by running on a public option, which he abandoned when he was elected because he didn't have the votes. And expanding on the ACA, which he did. They expanded that. That's what this whole shutdown fight is all about. They did enhanced tax credits. They increased the income threshold that people qualified for tax credits, and it affected millions of people. And then they established that in the ARP, and then they extended that in the IRA, and then the Republicans let it expire. And what are the Democrats doing right now? They're holding the line to try to force the Republicans to put that back in. In any case, when you look at the Democratic Party of 2000, the makeup of the electorate, where they are on the issues in the polling, the makeup of the Congress of elected Democrats and the positions that they hold, the Democrats have moved not just to the left, but significantly to the left. significantly to the left. But I think people like Emma and maybe some people in my Twitch chat with Peace and Love, I think they see Bernie Sanders losing in 2016 and 2020. And in their minds, that means that the party moved right. And I just think that this is such a flawed, myopic, limited way. It is such a narrow view of the totality of Democratic Party politics to focus on that specific thing, these specific events. Bernie Sanders losing, you know. That means the party hasn't moved left. That just is so flawed. Transgender for everyone is spreading to the Balkans. Exciting times. A group of protesters outside Albania's parliament to oppose new law on gender equality that recognizes more than two genders, saying it would destroy the Albanian family. Right-wing opposition leader Salih Berisha joined the protest, calling the measure a far-left ideology. Parliament, where the Socialist Party holds a majority, is expected to pass the bill later today.
And Hakeem Jeffries' endorsement is lukewarm at best. There is a fight right now within the Democratic Party, and Ezra Klein is representing a floundering corporatist centrist flank that is increasingly irrelevant in the party, and he's trying to carry water.
I mean, comically wrong in hindsight, in retrospect. After Tuesday night's election results, comically wrong. Centrist Democrats thrived last night. I'll wait for more granular analysis in terms of how progressive candidates did compared with moderate candidates, but I'm just going to assume that the progressive candidates on balance performed worse than centristy moderate candidates. I think that's a very fair assumption. Very safe assumption. Why would you want to set the minimum wage at a federal level? The minimum wage should be set by the states, ideally local municipalities. Well, I mean, the argument is that you would want just a minimum standard of living. And I don't care what state you live in, $7.25 an hour is not going to cut it. I don't think you can do something like a $30 minimum wage and then have that be viable in every municipality or state or whatever. That doesn't seem like a good idea.
Water for them in the Times. I mean, I think it's a lucrative thing to do, but it's not necessarily matching the reality.
I love it. I'm so excited to disagree with you. I do, because I could not disagree more. The point Esther's trying to make is that it takes two wings to fly. That he's trying to say the Democrats need to build a Big Ten. And he's not saying you got to choose between Zoran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders and the centrist wing. He's saying Democrats need to compete in more places. You raised a stat earlier that I think is the key one. Why, when Donald Trump's numbers are plummeting among independent voters, he's got 48% strong disapproval. How come the Democratic Party's approval rating is lower as a brand
because
than
of the muddled message that I was just trying to elucidate?
So you believe it's because they're not far left enough?
No, I believe that there needs to be a different approach to politics here, not building a tent and saying we don't.
I don't know why she wouldn't just own that. Something tells me that like her intuition in that moment was that would have been difficult to defend. This idea that she wants the party to move to the left. For whatever reason, her instinct in that moment was to move away from that, was to run away from that. But that is what she's saying here. I don't know. I just. Of course, that's what she's saying, right? Like, and this is why he's laughing, because you know.
Why, when Donald Trump's numbers are plummeting among independent voters, he's got 48% strong disapproval. How come the Democratic Party's approval rating is lower as a brand
because
than
of the muddled message that I was just trying to elucidate?
So you believe it's because they're not far left enough?
No, I believe that there needs to be a different approach to politics here, not building a tent and saying we don't necessarily stand for anything, including Ezra advocating for saying that we should run anti-abortion Democrats in red states. So let's throw trans people under the bus. Let's throw women women under the bus. Let's just do anything except
I think there was one line in Ezra Klein's conversation with Ta-Nehisi Coates that I think Emma missed. And it was a really important line that he threw out there. And I don't remember exactly how he asked the question, so I'm just going to paraphrase. But he did ask, how can we serve trans people, for example? How can the Democratic Party be a vehicle for protection of rights for trans people if we're out of power? So when you phrase it the way that Emma does and a lot of other people on the left do, Ogre Boy did this many, many times. When you phrase it like let's just throw trans people under the bus by supporting maybe more socially conservative candidates in more red districts or whatever. That's like throwing people under the bus. But if we allow Republicans to take power in these states, that's where most of the anti-trans stuff is happening, is at the state level, right? Like, isn't that throwing them under the bus? And this kind of gets at the conversation that I was having with Prime on Monday, where he asked me, would you vote for a segregationist Democratic candidate if they were running in for a Senate seat in Missouri or something like that? And I said yes. And you know, he said that this was, his implication was like, this is throwing black people under the bus, right? But like, how is the Democratic Party serving black voters or any voters, whether they're in a marginalized group or they're a minority group or whatever? How are we serving anybody by giving Republicans power? They don't meaningfully engage with that, I don't think. Like people like Prime and Emma, the way that their minds work, they don't really address that. They only see, you know, conservative candidate in this district, maybe they're anti-choice or whatever. And that's where they get stuck. They just get stuck right there and they don't think about like, well, hang on. What we're actually talking about is a strategy to take power away from Republicans. Isn't that serving people better than what's happening right now if they have power? Anyways.
If reorienting territory, though?
No,
I think he's talking about being practical and trying
yes,
to
and trying to expand the map. That's what needs to happen here. Is if Democrats are going, how do you expand the map? Is you win in Ohio and you win in Pennsylvania and you win in West Virginia. As much as Democrats hate Joe Manchin, he was the only Democrat who could win statewide office.
I'm sorry, but Joe Manchin helped kill the child tax credit.
She's not. Do you understand? Like, she's not. It's so frustrating. She's not actually dealing with their points. That Sir Montoya, you're right about that, or Senior Montoya. She's not actually engaging in what they're saying in any kind of meaningful sense. It's just this reflexive repulsion. Like she's repulsed by Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin represents everything she hates about politics. So she hears his name and there's just this reflexive, like, but he blocked this and he blocked that and he blocked this. But she just leapfrogged over the point that she just made, which is that Joe Biden was a special unicorn and basically the only Democrat that had a chance of winning in a state that went to Trump by 40 points. What if Joe Manchin is the best that you can get? What do you have to say about that? How does that land with you? If a conservative Democrat or a relatively conservative Democrat, and just to be clear, Joe Manchin helped Biden pass a lot of bills. Just to be clear about that. I mean, you know, Biden had an expansive, comprehensive legislative track record, and none of that was possible without Joe Biden's votes. Not like almost none of that, I'm pretty sure. So it's true that he blocked some pretty big provisions. That's true. But she's not thinking about, like, what did we get for Joe Manchin? We got a lot. We actually got a lot for Joe Manchin. And we were lucky to have him. And I miss him every day. I just want him back. People think I'm trolling when I say that, but I'm not. I genuinely, I would love to have Joe Manchin still serving in the Senate right now. Okay, we've already seen most of this clip, so we can jump back to this here.
Feel it too, right? I mean, there's just like the voting base is saying, we don't believe you. You've told us over and over again that, hey, maybe Bernie Sanders' ideas sound good and exciting to you, but the most important thing is defeating Donald Trump. Now, losing to him again means, well, maybe the thing that I was drawn to initially was always the right thing to do. And that's, I think, part of why the base is being radicalized. It's a threat to them. And of course, the Gaza genocide.
I'll be honest, I think
it's a dubious proposition to suggest that a meaningful portion of the electorate was motivated by Israel-Gaza. That's another thing that doesn't seem to be supported by the data. What is supported is that I've seen a couple different surveys that demonstrate when you look at voters who voted for Joe Biden but didn't vote in 2024, the people that just sat out the election in 2024, who had voted for Biden in 2020, the number one issue for them was, in fact, Gaza. It was like 50 or 60% of that group cited Gaza as their number one priority. So it might technically be true. I don't know what the actual numbers are, but the raw numbers, it might be true that lost Kamala the election. Actively impressive with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much, buddy. Austin Cram with the tier 1 membership. Shanate with the primer, and Cody Camp with the tier 1 membership. Thank you guys so much. On Fridays in YouTube chat, guys, we do members only. Just a way to incentivize you guys if you're feeling so inclined and if you're feeling generous to support the stream. If you guys enjoy these streams, having my streams be a part of your regular morning routine, I'm deeply appreciative of that. Deeply grateful for you guys for keeping the lights on. So if you guys want to throw a membership my way, that'd be great. YouTube and Twitch, listen, I love you guys. We fight, we bicker more than it's true. I get along more with the YouTube chat. It's the elephant in the room. YouTube chat is, you know, my new kind of stable girlfriend who, you know, doesn't have borderline personality disorder, and maybe they even go to church, you know. And Twitch chat, you guys are my crazy unstable ex-girlfriend. And we had fucking really good sex, and I missed that. And now I'm with my new girlfriend, and it's good, you know, it's good enough. No complaints about it, but I just miss the excitement. That's the dynamic here. We all know what's happening.
I think the average Democrat, and I'm being super sincere when I say this, the average Democratic Party voter hates.
Twitch chat is best chat.
Crooked Con is happening right now. I didn't realize that. That's this weekend? There's already clips coming out. Are they streaming it? I don't see them streaming it, but I'm seeing clips. Like, here's a clip here.
At least based on these election results. And Fox captures that there are people who have kind of like a shared core set of values maybe, but they're not taking themselves that seriously. They're not.
Anyways, we'll have a lot of clips to react to on Sunday.
Hates the Republicans as much as we do, and it's far more super sincere when I say this. The average Democratic Party voter hates the Republicans as much as we do, and it's far more hatred than the average Democratic politician has for the Republicans in general. That's the major division.
This has been, honestly, like, this has been a multiple decades long story. Like, And it was happening in.
I think that's true. I think I do think that's true. But it also makes sense that the Democratic politicians themselves, the elected politicians, the ones that advanced past the primaries, and then the ones that won their general contests, they're going to be less partisan on average than the Democratic voter base. But there's a really straightforward, obvious explanation for why this is. And that is, in terms of partisan Democrats, we're talking about 30 to 32% of the country. Partisan Republicans, comparable numbers. Like, it's basically a third, and a third. Like, a third of the country are partisan Democrats, a third of the country are partisan Republicans, and then a third of the country are somewhere in the middle. Many of those people in the middle are going to be right-leaning or left-leaning. But you are going to have some percentage of people, like, in the middle that are just not partisan in that way, and they're not looking for a representative who's going to go to Congress and then just, like, display hatred for the Republican Party. That's another thing that we can... That's another sort of conclusion that we can jump to about their prescriptive analysis, is they want the Democratic Party to be more partisan. Which, it makes sense superficially to want that, but I don't think it makes sense to expect that, because that's not the way that the party structure, that's not the way that American politics work in practice, like with the way that we do government here.
In the aughts, we just danced over Dick Cheney's grave. And there was, even during that era, there was this notion of, like, just a complete lack of awareness of, and this is, the middle of the aughts is 10 years out from Newt Gingrich, who, at least, who basically introduced this movement conservatism, which is really just means, like, we're going to basically use an underlying amount of racism and then just drive a lot of basically bullshit and hatred, essentially, to get our tax cuts and to destroy government. That's been the recipe. And the only thing that's changed in the past 20 years is that the balance between the people who thought they were basically leveraging that stuff and the people who actually believed it and were leveraging it in the party just shifted. And it happened, during, like, the Tea Party era, when Eric Cantor got voted out, was like, oh, we've been cosplaying on some level, like, Eric Cantor's like, well, I'm racist, but I don't really care that. I don't really care that much. And, I was just doing it to basically get a corporate sinecure. And then those people took over, and the whole party is that way for the most part now. Yeah. And I think, broadly speaking, this shutdown is indicative of part of that same sort of dynamic, which is there's two different things that operate simultaneously. The partisanship, which is distinct from an ideology, right? Like, the one thing is, like, we're in a fight against these people. What's the best strategy to make our side win? That's the partisanship. Then the other is the ideology within the context of the Democratic Party. But the problem they also have is, and they'll shift, like I noticed this with my debate with Ezra Klein, they will shift from electability to
governance
seamlessly, but now they're losing on both ends.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think the funny thing that I've at least noticed.
Am I stupid, or was that difficult to follow? That was hard for me to follow. He was following it because he jumped in with the governance thing, but I had a hard time following that.
And I know we're probably going to talk about this because you briefly alluded to it in the intro, is also the sincerity in which, like, a lot of the base of the Republican Party.
Is it an autistic feature to need
more specifics, because I noticed that I really struggle when I have conversations, and it happens a lot when you're talking about politics. When I have conversations where people are doing a lot of generalizing and being like very vague, I really struggle with that. I have a hard time following people. I need specifics. I need people to get more into specifics. When it's super vague, I'm like, I don't know what that means.
Are just openly white supremacists now, as opposed to just kind of using it as like a wedge issue, where you're seeing on the one hand like Dinesh D'Souza being like, how did we get so racist? And it's like, brother, have you seen your son-in-law married to your daughter? He is like advancing the anti-Indian hatred on the Republican Party side. And, you know, they're
did you see what that is true, and it's crazy. Dinesh D'Souza's son-in-law is an elected Republican who is, what's this guy's name again? Brandon Gill, maybe? And then you go to his page and it's like super nativist, anti-immigrant kind of stuff. But he married the daughter of an Indian man? Like, it's so, yeah.
What you did with Obama.
Did you see who you dated, Ann Coulter?
Yeah, there's that. and also, on the other hand, you have this massive fissure now within the Heritage Foundation coming out and being like, we like.
That's also fascinating. And I wanted to dive into that. But the Heritage Foundation did. So the guy came out with that statement where he was basically defending Tucker Carlson after Tucker Carlson had gone on Nick Fuentes, which represented, I don't know if everybody in the chat realizes like how significant that was. Heritage Foundation has been around for a really long time. They've been a really important part of Republican Party politics in this country for fucking decades. They're enormously influential. I know you guys, listen, I know most of you guys, whatever. I understand, but we just need to stress, they are so influential, the Heritage Foundation. And for the president is he the president? I think he is, of Heritage to come out and defend Tucker Carlson after Tucker Carlson platformed a literal Nazi, that was significant. There is a deep division along white nationalist lines.
You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now.
There's a deep division right now that is emerging on the right in this moment. It is significant. Ben Shapiro's talking about it. Matt Walsh is talking about it. We tuned into Rob Noor's stream last night. He was fucking mauling his fucking face off. And it's fascinating. And the president of the Heritage Foundation, he did an open Q&A that there's a VOD for. They recorded it and put it online. I assume they thought it would leak regardless, so you might as well just like post it online. But it's like an hour and 45 minutes of this guy having conversation with Heritage Foundation people. And there's reporting that some journalists saw some text messages of some people that are in the, in the bureaucracy of Heritage Foundation, like describing the current fissure or the current fracture in the Heritage movement as a complete shit show. Like it's a complete shit show in the Heritage Foundation right now, because actual white nationalists / white supremacists / Nazis have infiltrated the Republican Party apparatus. Like they're beyond just edgy posting on 4chan or whatever. They're in the apparatus. They're in the structures. They're in these Republican institutions now. It's starting to become more and more common that, mainstream Republican politicians will hire some intern, bring them in, and then it turns out the intern has like a secret Nazi Twitter account. Like it just gets like they're having for as much infighting that's happening on the left right now in the Democratic Party, which I think is very destructive, and I'm pretty nervous about where that fight is going to go. in 2026 and 2028. I've been talking about that a lot these days. But what's going on the right now is probably like worse and more intense. And that infighting is only going to get worse after Tuesday night because they just got fucking demolished. And that makes people more afraid and more angry and more unstable. But in both cases, like the tension that is happening in the Democratic Party right now and the tension that's happening in the Republican Party right now, both of these are a product of hyperpolarization that's only gotten so much worse, particularly in the last, basically since 2008. I would say like the problem of polarization just got so much worse after Obama was elected, and then certainly after Trump was elected. And so that's what's causing this shit to happen.
Yeah. Tucker, and we like Pat Buchanan, but we don't like Nick Fuentes, or we should still talk to Nick Fuentes, where they're like trying to massage this idea of like being, you know, overtly anti-Semitic and being comfortable with like overt anti-Semitism. And the question always is like, if your galvanizing force at the heart of your ideology, at the heart of your movement was like racism and bigotry and hatred of all sorts, why did you ever think that it wouldn't eventually also go back to Jewish people as well? As a matter of fact, you should have always assumed it was inevitably going to be Jewish people that are at the crosshairs of this, because that's like the oldest Christian tradition, is blaming Jews for everything.
And so much of that KKK, sort of like that John Birch Society, which Buchanan is a direct descendant of, is that the Jews are the ones responsible for bringing in the immigrants and the black people, and that's why the Jews use them in that way. But I think, you know, the tough part, like as you say, is how do they split that difference? Because the difference between Pat Buchanan and Nick Fuentes is really just like the era they grew up in and what you could and could not say.
Yeah, I don't think Pat Buchanan is
60
like
years is the difference.
Right. I don't think Pat Buchanan is going on a date with like a gay cat boy. You know what I mean? Like Nick Fuentes did do that. Also, Pat Buchanan isn't Mexican.
Putting aside, I mean, listen, I have no idea.
What's that about?
Idea if Pat Buchanan is or was secretly gay.
Mm-hmm.
So I grant you, there's differences.
We know he wasn't Mexican.
There's differences between these people.
What is this? Somebody just linked me this clip.
They talked about that. They said, oh, I don't want to talk about affordability. The reason I don't want to talk about affordability is because everybody knows that it's far less expensive under Trump than it was under Sleepy Joe Biden. And the prices are way down. Caroline? Yes, sir. Could you discuss that question that they
Yeah, we touched on this yesterday, but the economy is not something that you can't just fake a good economy. You can fake, like, there's some things that you can fake. Like you can fake like, oh, I brought crime down 300%. You could say that. Sorry, there was a siren outside. You could say I brought crime down 300%, and you're gonna, you know, probably 80% of MAGA people or 90% are gonna just believe you. Like, yeah, that's great. Oh my God, the president did such a good job of bringing crime down 300%. You can fake stuff at the border too, right? Like you can say, oh, I've completely fixed the border problem, because these are issues that are largely out of sight, out of mind for 99% of people. I don't know what percentage of people each year are victims of crime, but or victims of like violent crime, but I assume it's pretty low. I assume it's probably low single digits, right? You just can't do that with the economy. You can't say I brought energy down 300%. He likes to do these insane things where he's like, we brought it down 500%. Really? You're paying me to heat my apartment? Is that what's happening? You just can't do that. You just can't get away with it. The economy is the most impactful issue for people. It affects every layer of their life is impacted by the economy. And, you know, I think Tuesday night happened in no small part because people
are pissed at his economic policies. I think that was a significant contributing factor to why Democrats had such a good night, is because he is taking steps to directly fuck the economy. Like, he is directly fucking the economy. He's doing it. Like, his policies are doing it.
I have no idea about this about Pat Buchanan.
Buchanan,
I do know that Pat Buchanan would bring me on to MSNBC in the aughts because I was the only Jew he could find who would criticize Israel. And it was one of the most dirty feeling things ever to know that he was he was using me in that way. But there was just no criticism at the time of Israel.
All right. I do think we got kind of the gist of, they have a little bit more to go on the Democratic Party politics. We'll let him finish up here. It's just a couple more minutes.
Yeah. The worst part about guys like that is that there is so much like there is so much awfulness going on in terms of like Israel's involvement in like Middle Eastern agenda, in our Middle Eastern foreign policy, that like you hate to have people like that be the driving force behind the anti-Zionist sentiment in the country. And unfortunately, when in the absence of people like yourself getting prominent slots in media, that's the only person that people hear from. So they end up thinking Tucker Carlson, who in the past, I saw an older video of him actually criticizing Pat Buchanan recently from when he was in his bow tie days, where he's talking about how like anti-Semitic Pat Buchanan is, but he's doing it in the most like Tucker way possible. And Tucker Carlson now becoming the Pat Buchanan figure in the base of the party.
He did the same thing with Bill O'Reilly. In 99, he was on C-SPAN, maybe it was 99, he had written a book and he was talking about how Bill O'Reilly was a faux populist. And he said, like, eventually he's going to get, the quote was something to the effect of, like, he's going to be in an airplane. He's going to send back his, what's that drink with the champagne?
All right, I think we can move on here. So Ben Shapiro, guys, he is trying to save the Republican Party from themselves. Say what you will about Ben Shapiro. I certainly have plenty of criticisms. Don't love his politics. But he is trying to sound the alarm. And I do think he's right. I think if the Republican Party starts making space for people like Nick Fuentes, which is obviously what is happening right now, I honestly can't believe. I mean, it's pretty stunning how much mainstream credibility Fuentes is getting. I mean, there's a lot of people that are pushing back, like Ted Cruz, for example, is pushing back, but he is just like Nick Fuentes is like dominating him online, just effortlessly ratioing a Texas senator. There's something brewing with Nick Fuentes' movement, and he is being, unfortunately, which I think is bad for all of us, he's being welcomed into these mainstream right-wing spaces. That's a big problem for the Republican Party, because I know as black-pilled as many of you guys are on America, which I understand people feeling kind of doomy right now. Hopefully after Tuesday night, actually, that's a question that I want to ask you guys. Did Tuesday night's results inject a fair amount of hopium into your guys' veins? Are you guys feeling better after Tuesday? Not a rhetorical question. Looking for answers from you guys. Okay. All right. For me, it was big. For me, that was a intense, cathartic night. I feel way less doomer right now. And now I'm less concerned about left-wing division. It's not that the concern went away, but I'm just less concerned. To see the country thoroughly repudiate Trump in that way, by margins that we haven't seen in over a decade, That went a long way. A long way. Watch the first 9 minutes of this video Obama talked about Tuesday. Is this the pod save?
Mr. President, what are you doing up there?
Not mayonnaise.
No. No, mayonnaise is like in low doses is good.
That's the only thing my husband eats.
You know, like everything else, grass has a life. Do you know that? We have a life and grass has a life. I call it the fat pill. Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well.
Martha, in case you don't know it, I'm actually a soybean farmer, so.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven.
Millions of Americans from sea to shining sea, delivering a crystal clear and decisive blow to Donald J. Trump.
I don't think it was good for Republicans. I don't think it was good. I'm not sure it was good for anybody.
So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
Welcome to Pod Save America.
That felt nice. That kind of gave me chills a little bit. That was nice.
I'm John Favreau.
I'm Alex Wagner.
I'm John Lovett. I'm Tommy Vitor. I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
I'm Barack Obama.
Was this a surprise? Oh God, I would have lived out so hard that I think I would have blown a fucking blood vessel in my brain. I think I would have had an actual stroke. Like, I think it would have fucked me up, bro. If I was in that crowd, I would have fucking passed out like the guy in the fucking Trump meeting yesterday.
So here's the thing. I missed you too, which is why I came. But we had a good night on Tuesday. And this is a group of influencers and organizers and activists.
See, this is it's moments like these that make me I'm going into full on hater mode right now. I think it is unwise to try to all right, you know what? I'm not even gonna fucking say it. Forget it.
People who are fighting the good fight even when things aren't going good. So
there's certain people that the crooked boys are trying to cozy up to right now. Who would not have had that response if they were in the crowd and he walked out.
So my first job tonight was to say thank you to all of you, because you're making a difference each and every day. My second task was to let you know I cannot believe that these guys have actually somehow built an audience basically doing the same thing that they were doing in the hold room or in some dive bar in Iowa, and that you guys are paying attention. Now, I think we've got a photo up here. Now look at these guys.
Oh no.
First of all, these are not the most embarrassing pictures. My staff, who are friends with these guys, were in charge of selecting the pictures. I wanted the most embarrassing ones, and they weren't willing to do it because they did not want to humiliate them in this audience, which I think is sweet. It speaks to a culture of loyalty among Obama alumni. But it's not half as fun as I wanted it to be. We could have had the picture of Tommy with no shirt on. Feel free to Google that if you're not familiar. Although this one of Levitt is indicative of Levitt.
I was going to say, that picture of Levitt is pretty
This is sort of how he was the entire administration. Sometimes he'd wander into the West Wing looking just like that. But the truth is, I couldn't be prouder of them because they have not just carried on the values and the struggles that we all engaged in.
We're going to skip ahead to the Dem wins discussion here.
Do we just go home now? Should we call it? Call it.
Oh, he didn't even stick around for the whole thing? Okay, never mind. Let's listen.
When young people are engaged and involved, then we win. So, since all of you are directly engaged in speaking to young people and reminding them of what is possible, I just want to encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. Because, again, Tuesday was nice, but we've got a lot of work to do. And your task is going to be not to impose, litmus tests. We had Abigail Spanberger win, and we had Zohran Mamdani win, and they are all part of a vision for the future. Our job is to say that we want everybody engaged, and we want to
love it. I love it. I love it.
Have a conversation about how to make sure that every person in this country is treated with dignity and respect, and there are ladders of opportunity, and that there's the possibility of community. And
I think to be most effective, if anybody is going to do any kind of advocacy for the Democratic Party, we need to aggressively use this kind of framing. And I think that won't eliminate the divisive rhetoric that you hear from moderates directed at progressives and vice versa. It's not going to get rid of all of that, but I think it will mute. I think it will go a long way in kind of muting the divisiveness. We need to just lean into being the party of Spanberger and Mamdani. Just like fully lean into that and celebrate that. That's an important step, I think. And I think it's the right step. It's the right move, especially given how divisive 2016 and 2020 were during that primary. During that primary process, I mean.
We're getting along, not in some cliche, phonied way, but in a genuine, deep way where we recognize, yeah, we have differences, and yes, there are fights that are going to have to be fought, but that deep down, there is something core in us that we have in common that is extraordinary, and that America at its best leans in to this notion of e pluribus unum, that out of many can come one. That's the conversation that you need to have. That's the conversation that these guys are all about. I love them. I love you. Keep up the good work.
Talk about slick. Now that man's slick. Ain't no party like a Big Ten party, guys. Let's go.
That was cool, but
that's nice. You happy with the photo selection? Could have been better.
that was
Could have been worse.
that was a couple hair transplants and GLP-1s ago. We've never heard a crowd do that before.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool.
And you never will again.
We have a great show for you tonight. Jasmine Crockett is here. The pod saver.
One build the block.
It was an electoral blowout.
This is a big loss.
We got our asses handed to us in New Jersey, Virginia, and New York City.
And I'm not going to sugarcoat it, Dana.
Okay.
The Democrats had a great night.
That is a warning that this thing is going to cut deeper. It is a disgrace.
So even the White House seems to have gotten the message. A senior Trump advisor went on record to say that from here on out, we'll see the president laser focused on affordability and the cost of living. And here is an unusually humbled and reflective Trump already taking that advice to heart.
We've done so much. You know, energy is way down. Look at energy. We're going to have $2 gasoline. I did that. The groceries are way down other than beef. Now, beef is going to come down. You remember when I started, eggs were up by 4 times what they were. 2 days in the office and they tell me about eggs. I solved that. And the country's doing very well. But as Republicans, you have to talk about it. This week, we're celebrating the 1-year anniversary of the most important election victory in the history of our country. And no president has ever come even close to doing what we've done in 9 months. My fellow Americans, our movement is far from over.
It was just incredible cope coming from the White House Twitter account, you guys. I don't know if you guys saw what they were posting. It was so pathetic. So they get blown out, like really blown out on Tuesday. Just a horrible night. And then the way that they like coped with it was they were like running the greatest hits of like lib meltdowns. Now I'm having trouble finding the tweets. They were posting stuff like 1-year anniversary from this banger. And it's like a video of like, here, it's like this stuff here. They thought they could counter message Dems having just a blowout night by just like, hey, you guys remember a year ago when we did good? That was awesome. It's like, that's really fucking pathetic. That's such a pathetic way to try to cope with such a devastating night for them. Is they have to go back a year and be like, you remember 2024? That was awesome.
In fact, our fight has only just begun. We will make America great again.
So weird. In case you're wondering, that was Tom Homan as a rising sun. There was a whole video they posted. Truth Social was wild yesterday, guys. It was wild. Let's start with the results themselves. We did a quick reaction show on Tuesday night, but Alex and Lovett, you guys haven't had a chance to weigh in yet. What did you think, Alex?
Number one, we finally have some of the exit polling data. I know Dan is probably eager to talk about it, but I just want to say the idea that Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger flipped in literally 11 months a significant percentage of people who voted for Donald Trump into the Democratic ledger tells you a lot about the state of the Republican Party and the state of the Democratic Party. I think Mikey Sherrill got 18% of Trump's Latino voters in the state of New Jersey. Both of those women got 7% overall of Trump 2024 voters to vote for them in this election. That's not a trend line that you want to see if you're a Republican. That is absolutely heartening if you are a Democrat. It's not just about turnout, it's about people rejecting Donald Trump and everything he stands for in less than a year. Less than a year. Those are numbers that I think everybody should hold on to, and that really, I think for people who care about our democracy surviving through the next century should hold on to as we go into the, midterm election season that, by the way, Donald Trump is going to try and steal. And Zohran Mamdani, it's really nice. It's really nice to look at the future of Democratic politics and feel like it could be in good hands. So, yeah right on, dude.
Love it.
So, I didn't even say anything. Nate Cohn pointed this out, that we have consistently underestimated how well Democrats will do when Trump's name is not on the ballot, and we underestimate how well Republicans will do when his name is on the ballot. And I feel like we did that again. We keep doing that. I went in very hopeful that we would win these 3 races. I am surprised by how well we did, and I'm surprised by how often I'm surprised. To Alex's point, no, 2024 wasn't some grand realignment, right? Trump won people he hadn't won before, but that doesn't represent some inescapable future for us. That support was wide, but it was shallow, and those are people that can be persuaded and be brought back, and that's what our job is, to figure out how to bring those people back again in 2026. When hopefully the electorate would look more like it did in 2025, and then in 2028 when it will look probably a bit more like what it looked like in 2024. And then, I was in New York last night for a live show, and the enthusiasm around Zohran was so palpable and infectious, and everybody's seen the clips of Schumer kind of avoiding taking a position on it, and I bring it up only because I want to. But this is the second time in 2 days I've been in front of hundreds of really enthusiastic and proud Democrats who have booed the leader of the Democratic Party in the Senate, and I think it's a real problem. And that's not to say there aren't hard politics for him and some genuine concerns that a lot of people have. Fine. But it seems to me that there are some Democrats more worried about people thinking Zohran is on their side than worried about how to prove to all of those enthusiastic people that they're on the side of those volunteers and supporters. And it seems our job is to make the point that President Obama just made, which is we are part of one big team that represents a lot of different points of view, and that we are a coalition, and we're proudly part of a coalition. We're not afraid of it.
And now, I'd like to bring on our next surprise guest, Chuck Schumer. So Dan, I've been wanting to ask you this because we got a couple days, we got a lot of data, we got some granular analysis from multiple Nates, good and bad, county by county results. What else jumped out at you from the data?
Sure. So, thank you for asking. There are 2 parts to electoral success, right? There's motivation and persuasion. Right, motivation is turnout, and turnout was very high in Virginia, New Jersey, and New York City. Even in California, which has no history of, yay California, which has no history of off-cycle elections, and there was nothing on the ballot other than this redistricting initiative, you had nearly 9 million people vote, right? And so Democrats had high turnout. That was good. But what's more important is that, as Alex pointed out, there was real persuasion. And persuasion, you need motivation and persuasion, but mathematically persuasion matters more, because you don't only just...
It's hard in California to feel like your vote does anything to benefit the country. We do a lot of votes on California state politics, and a lot of really consequential measures get put on the ballot and then pass every year. But Tuesday night was one of those incredibly unique moments for me as a California voter, where I got to finally think to myself, I am doing something with this vote to benefit the entire like national party. That felt nice. That felt nice. I wish I could feel that more often.
Gain one vote or you take one from the other side. So that's a net gain of 2 votes. And there was very real persuasion here, right? Back when Democrats were winning special elections in 23 and 24, you would hear people saying, ignore the polls, we win these special elections, elections are what matter. We would point out that winning special elections is good, but we were winning these special elections purely from turnout. That's not what happened on Tuesday at all. So in the exit polls, right, you have in Virginia, New Jersey, 7% of people who pulled the lever for Trump 1 year ago voted for Spanberger and Sherrill. In New York City, 9% of 2024 Trump voters voted for Zoran. And I find this one even more mind-boggling, which is in California, 12% of Trump voters voted for Gavin Newsom's redistricting initiative.
That's wild.
So, but as we've always said on this podcast,
that's a lot of voters' remorse. My God, I know. California is not going to be a state that's particularly reflective of the entire country, but that's a lot of regret. 12%. That's a lot of Trump voters that are like, "Oh, I fucked up. I shouldn't have." It's basically what they're saying with that vote. Fucked up. I regret supporting Trump. In California, how much does it matter? But yeah.
Exit polls are directionally correct, but imprecise measures of elections. But we normally have to wait a long time for voter data. But in New Jersey, we actually have specific voter data from half of New Jersey. And what it found is that Sherrill had about a 2.5.
You know what? You raise an interesting point. It is absolutely possible that 12% of Trump voters are stupid enough to confuse yes with no on a ballot initiative. That's true. That's true. I didn't account for that. I double checked like 5 times. I read the ballot like 5 times. I was like, okay, yes is yes. I looked at that shit for like 2 minutes before I filled in the circle.
1.5 point turnout advantage over Kamala Harris. Sherrill had about a 2.5 point turnout advantage over Kamala Harris. In the half that we have it for. But in those counties, Sherrill outperformed Kamala Harris by 9 points. And the only way to explain that is a pretty significant number of Trump voters flipping. And what's even more important and notable there is, of the counties that we have data includes the counties like Bergen, Passaic, and Hudson, which have large pockets of Latino voters. When you look at the townships with large Latino electorates, huge shifts, some had double-digit shifts or more in Sherrill's favor over 2024. So this is an election where people who supported Donald Trump voted for a Democrat, and that's the thing that's to scare the shit out of every single Republican.
Yeah.
This is the thing that a lot of Republicans were struggling with. I mean, to be fair, I saw a lot of conservative accounts that were calling Tuesday what it was, which is a bloodbath, a really bad night for Republicans, and a really bad sign of where we're headed in terms of midterm performance. You did see a lot of that, but you also saw a lot of cope. Even JD Vance, I think he was just lying. He put out a tweet where he said, I don't think people should be pissing their pants basically over a bunch of elections in blue states. Like, he was just lying about that. Like, he knows that that Tuesday was really fucking bad for them, and it's a horrible sign. The reason why these races matter is because of what Dan said here just a moment ago, which is like, it's a unique opportunity to get a lot of data about like where the country is at. Like, Tuesday night was a massive vibe check. And if you're looking at the kind of trends that he's talking about, like a 12% Trump voter to supporting Prop 50 in California, that should be so deeply alarming for Republican strategists. Like Cheryl's numbers in New Jersey, how many of these Trump voters she was able to persuade, how many Hispanic voters. This is something that we've been seeing in the polling data pretty consistently over the last several months. It's just a downward trend in approval for Trump. And it's not really terribly difficult to imagine why this is happening with these horrendous horrifying images and videos of ICE agents basically terrorizing families. There was a video going around yesterday of ICE. They went into a daycare. Did you guys see this? They went into a fucking daycare center.
This video captured the moment ICE agents dragged a pre-K teacher out of a daycare center on Chicago's north side. She can be seen pleading with the agents as she's pushed up against a waiting sedan. At one point, she shouts in Spanish, "I have papers."
ICE agents followed a teacher into the facility without a warrant and abducted her in front of her students. This woman is a trusted, loved member of her community with a work permit.
Officials identified the woman as Diana Galeano, a Colombian national in the country since 2023 and seeking asylum. Children, teachers, and parents inside at the time of the arrest said they were traumatized by what they saw.
What has happened today?
That would be traumatizing as fuck for a kid. Especially if you had like a really solid, if it was a really good teacher, that's like an intense bond, you know, but like, between kids and like a good teacher that actually gives a fuck about the parents. I don't know anything about this teacher, you know, but seeing that firsthand would like fuck any kid up. Visual Abstract, thanks so much for $5. It reminded me of Prop 8 in 2008. Voting yes was no for gay marriage. A lot of people voted wrong on accident. I remember that. I fucking remember that.
Is domestic terrorism. And it is absurd and horrific that they have now targeted our daycare centers.
That's fucking insane, right? So we've been seeing these trends in the polling that Trump has just completely collapsed and totally hemorrhaged all of the support that he got from Hispanic voters, which was significant in 2024. If I recall correctly, did he not get a majority support from Hispanic voters? It was a significant shift. And now, over the course of not even a year, we're, can't do math right now, 2 months removed from him having served the first year of his term. And all of that support from Hispanic voters has completely been erased. It's just gone. And we have like and now we have these numbers from actual elections to, demonstrate just how bad the damage is with Trump right now. So, how much does it impact a Republican living in Iowa who New Jersey voters decide should be their governor? Nothing, right? Nothing at all. But it is a vibe check. And the vibes were resoundingly clear on Tuesday night that the Trump administration, the MAGA movement, the Republican Party, right now in this moment, are in deep shit. We get to just say that. This isn't up for debate. We just know that. They're in deep shit right now. The future right now, the short term, is so bleak for them. And if they don't find a way to course correct, to minimize some of these losses, we are headed towards just a complete and utter blowout in 2026. Like a 2010 style blowout. November, did I already get you? Yeah, I got you. All right.
The craziest stat I saw was in Virginia, the precinct. This was Chaz Nuttycombe is an analyst in Virginia who does really good work.
This crowd knows Chaz Nuttycombe.
Everyone, yeah, I was gonna say the real ones know. The precinct that flipped the most, 50 point swing, was like the most heavily Latino precinct in Fairfax County, which is pretty big. So you do see, like, because people are wondering, like, is it just like differential turnout, or some Latinos staying home or not? But like, there's now evidence in Jersey and Virginia that a lot of Latinos who might have pulled the lever for Trump switched over to Democrat this time.
Turns out terrorizing black and brown communities doesn't really resonate that well with those black.
Not super tight with voters. That's true. Narrow, thank you so much for 51 months. I know we argue, but I appreciate you, buddy.
Brown communities.
Pod Save America is brought to to you by food buying process. If it's dog food to get your fur, check out.
That's what works by affordability is important now.
All right. Okay. We're going to go back to Ben Shapiro. We're going to pivot away from Dems being super in array to Republicans in a complete state of disarray. I don't know about you guys, but I am pretty fascinated by what is happening right now. I'm just fascinated with the idea that Nick Fuentes, literally just one guy, has been so disruptive to Republican Party politics over the last month. You know, longer than that, but it's really reached like a fever pitch in the last month.
Hey folks, I want to do something different on today's show. We're going to cover one topic.
And this video on Twitter has 52,000 likes, 13,000 retweets, and 27,000 replies. That usually means it is a shit show down here in the replies. Top replies from Candace Owens. I feel on an editorial point, it was completely unnecessary to include me in this anti-Tucker rant. Alas, I shall have to respond. Well, Candace, I think it's because you have become like a Dave Chappelle character, like an actual black Nazi. I think that's why that is.
In depth. That topic is, I think, the most important thing happening in the country.
I'm very curious if over the course of this term, if running on abolishing ICE actually becomes decently popular. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I think what seems more likely is a policy of just having DHS just absorb ICE and just have, maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of anger about ICE. So maybe, I really don't know.
It was a hot topic last week, but I wanted to take some time to really gather my thoughts and speak on it in coherent fashion, holistic fashion. That topic is the fragmentation of the political right. That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes. They call themselves the Groypers. They are white supremacists. They hate women, Jews, Hindus, many types of Christians, brown people of a wide variety of backgrounds.
It's also, I think, important to point out how significant the Charlie Kirk shooting was for Nick Fuentes, because Nick Fuentes responded to that event in an extremely savvy way. I think that was calculated. I think it was deliberate, because after Charlie Kirk died or was killed, Nick Fuentes immediately pounced on that, and his rhetoric was very lionizing of Charlie Kirk. And there was a deep animosity between those two people when Charlie Kirk was alive. But what Fuentes did was exploit that kind of martyr status and then express, deep respect for a worthy opponent. And he was able to tap into, I think, a lot of Kirk's followers' anger and rage. And I think that had massive appeal. I don't know what the numbers are. I have no idea. I don't really pay attention to those kinds of things. But if I had to guess, I would say that Fuentes was able to successfully poach a significant chunk of Charlie Kirk's online base of support. I think he played that so well for himself. And that has caused this Nick Fuentes problem to balloon and get worse. It's just gotten so much worse since Kirk was shot. Candace played a huge part too. Candace is she's more I don't know. Candace is more just like a crazy person. I don't think Candace is very ideological in the same way that Fuentes is. I don't think she's motivated by ideology. I think she's motivated by something else entirely. Psychosis or narcissism or whatever. You literally just called her a black Nazi. I didn't mean she's... Maybe I should be more precise. But the language that she's just gone full Zog. Batshit conspiracy theories. But I don't think she's like motivated by a belief system. I think she is motivated by something else.
Blacks, America's foreign policy, and America's Constitution. They admire Hitler and Stalin. And that splinter faction is now being facilitated and normalized within the mainstream Republican Party. The main agent in that normalization is Tucker Carlson, who is an intellectual coward, a dishonest interlocutor, and a terrible friend. And Tucker Carlson last week was aided, abetted, celebrated for normalizing Nazism within the Republican Party by the mainstay organization of the traditional right, the Heritage Foundation. Now, before we explain what's been happening, let's make one thing clear. This is not about free speech or cancellation. It was never about free speech or cancellation. Free speech has a definition, the right to speak free of governmental coercion. I believe in it, of course. I've always defended it. Criticism of bad speech is, in fact, just a form of free speech. Cancellation also has a definition, the banning of particular people, including people like Nick Fuentes, from platforms like X or Facebook. I believe that Nick Fuentes is odious and despicable, but I've never called for his cancellation. And in fact, I've called for his restoration to those services, despite the fact that I think he's odious and despicable.
What makes Nick different than Ben in their politics? Because I see Spider-Man meme in my head. They have very different politics. First of all, Nick is like a Nazi. Like a literal Nazi. Anti-Semitism is something that is like axiomatic for him. Like a lot of Nick's beliefs and messaging and comes from like a deeply rooted, virulent anti-Semitism. Nick, I don't think, believes in liberal democracy. In fact, I know he doesn't believe in liberal democracy. He praises groups like the Taliban because they keep women in line, you know, and according to him, right? You know, ban fornication and ban like drug use, and he wants like a Christian theocratic dictatorship, essentially. And Ben, as conservative as Ben is, believes in liberal democracy, which I understand there's a lot of contradictions there, because how could you support Donald Trump if you actually believe that? But in Ben's mind, the left represents a greater threat to liberal democracy than Trump does. He believes in the veneer of liberal democracy. I don't know, guys. Like, in terms of right-wing pundits, Ben Shapiro is honestly pretty fucking moderate, all things considered, compared with, like, relative to where the movement is at. Ben is definitely closer to the center, which isn't to say that I find his politics to be centrist. That's not what I mean. But I mean relative to the rest of the right-wing movement. I, of course, think his politics are quite extreme. Zach Rip, thank you so much for 2 months. Appreciate it.
It is not cancellation to draw moral lines between viewpoints.
Crack Fox, did I get you for the primer? Thank you, buddy.
In fact, we used to call that one of the key aspects of conservatism. It is not cancellation to refuse to signal boost Hitler's supporters like Nick Fuentes. It is not cancellation to criticize Tucker Carlson for rhetorically fluffing Nick Fuentes and other anti-American crackpots. It's not cancellation if you urge others to stop promoting those who rhetorically fluff Nazi apologists. Those are all elements of free speech. And anyone who says differently is lying to you, and lying for the most cynical reasons, to misdirect from their own defense of those Nazi apologists and their promoters. The issue here isn't that Tucker Carlson had Nick Fuentes on his show last week. He has every right to do that, of course. The issue here is that Tucker Carlson decided to normalize and fluff Nick Fuentes, and that...
Now, Ben is kind of using language that the left was using in 2017. I'd have to go back and look at what Ben was saying back in 2017, but back then there was a lot of conversations about the left saying, like, don't normalize Trump, don't normalize Milo Yiannopoulos and Gavin McInnes and Stefan Molyneux and you know, don't platform because then it normalizes them. We shouldn't let people get used to Trump being normal. If I had to guess, I would say Ben back then was saying that he was taking the free speech absolutist position, which is that well, I don't know. Maybe that doesn't directly contradict what he's saying here, because he's not saying that you shouldn't platform Nick Fuentes. He's saying that the problem was that Tucker invited him on and then essentially agreed with him about his anti-Jewish takes, quite frankly.
The Heritage Foundation then decided to robustly defend that performance. Those who criticize both Tucker and Heritage aren't canceling. They are quite properly drawing a moral line. So, for those who don't understand what's going on, let's begin with Nick Fuentes. Now, as I mentioned, last week, Tucker Carlson had on Nick Fuentes. Fuentes is a 27-year-old man who's dubbed himself the leader of a movement called the Groypers. He has a large audience of...
Sorry, I'm just looking at...
alienated young white men in particular.
Oh, you can't do that at the same time? What's that all about? I'm just trying to look at the replies as I'm watching it. Nope, you can't do it. Okay, never mind.
Increased media attention over the course of the past few years, especially over the last year. Now, from Tucker Carlson's interview, you might have gathered that Fuentes has some borderline views on race, a peculiar obsession with what he calls organized Jewry, and a rather sad relationship with the female sex. But probably you came away thinking that, for the most part, Fuentes lives on the radical edge of normality. You think that if you watch the...
I don't understand. Why are they not live streaming CrookedCon?
Hasan, final thought.
Yeah, we got to get rid of the gerontocracy within the party. Down with the seniority structure that we have. We need real whips in the party. This is something that I talk to you about. This is something that I talk to the Pod Johns about every single time. If you have people who don't want to play ball,
what kind of whips?
like you know it.
Damn.
I don't.
No, like whipping votes. I don't mean it in the unless it's Joe Manchin, in which case, you know, maybe. No, I'm kidding. Of course, I can't use spicy language here, but we need to make sure that we earn the trust of the working class back. And I think that they have been hyper-focused on culture war narratives. And the only reason why they've been hyper-focused on culture war narratives is because we have not done enough on the left flank to say, no, we are with you. We will fight for you. We're going to make sure that we solve your economic hardships.
When he says the Democratic Party has been hyper-focused on culture war issues, I fucking legitimately have no fucking idea what he's talking about. Does anyone know what he's talking about? Was Joe Biden hyper-focused on culture war issues? Were these like various Democratic candidates in 2024 and 2025 hyper-focused on culture war issues? What the fuck is he talking about? Obviously, we're going to have a lot of shit to watch on Sunday, as I assume they're going to post these panels on their YouTube page and we can react to it, but I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Does anybody know what he's talking about? I have no idea.
The interview, because Tucker Carlson decided that it was important not only to host Fuentes, but to smooth over his views, water them down, and make them far more palatable to a normal audience. As we'll discuss in a bit, this is what Tucker Carlson does for a living. But back to Nick Fuentes. To understand just what Tucker did here, we must actually examine what Nick Fuentes says on his show.
Apparently, there was a moment between Megyn Kelly and Ben Shapiro just recently.
For example, Candace Owens. I think that what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil. It is evil what she is doing right now. Okay, and I say that again.
But what? Because like I didn't opine on whether it's evil or not. But my position is it's really none of my business. And
why is it? But I have a question. Why is it none of your business? I mean, you comment on these things for a living.
I'm not mother of the internet.
No, but if this were on the left and
do you care about? He's talking about your political movement, Megyn. How is she so dumb? Like, she's not dumb. She's a lawyer. You know, she got a law degree. I don't know how she's so aloof and stupid in so many of these clips that I see. And I don't think it's an act. Like, I think she's genuinely aloof on a lot of these things. He means the working class are focused on culture war issues, not the Dems. He just had two ambiguous groups he could be referring to. Did I misunderstand him? Are you sure? Hold on, let me just... I know we're getting a little ADD right now. I guess you might be right, but oh God, where the fuck is that clip now? Crooked media. Why are they not live streaming this? I guess maybe if you go to their website, they're live streaming. I really don't know. Now I can't find the clip. Here. You're saying he was talking about the working class are too focused on culture war issues, but that's not what I got from that. Hold on.
Hasan, final thought.
Yeah, we got to get rid of the gerontocracy within the party. Down with the seniority structure that we have.
Oh God, Tim Miller? I need to see this conversation because I know Tim Miller was not going to sit there and abide bullshit. Where's the full thing for this? Is it online anywhere? Because you can kind of see it in his face here too. Like Tim doesn't hide his disdain very well. I would love to see a conversation between Tim Miller and Hasan Piker. Where the fuck are they broadcasting this to? I don't understand. You saw this live? Where? What do you mean you saw it live? Where are they streaming this to? I have to see Tim Miller and Hasan Piker go back and forth because I'm assuming, oh, you're at the event. How the fuck do I watch the fucking panels, bro? This is the worst media convention I've ever heard of. Do you have to go to their website? Why is it so hard for me to find these? Crooked media. Get tickets. This is crazy. Why can't I find these panels? Why are they not blasting this out on every channel? It might be on Pod Save America. It's not. I can't find it on there. It's not on their yeah, it's not. Are they, maybe they're streaming it on Twitter? Nope, they're not. I am so mystified right now. They want people to buy tickets. They're just doing clips right now. Bulwark is just anti-Trump. All right, sorry.
We need real whips in the party. This is something that I talk to you about. This is something that I talk to the Pod Johns about every single time. If you have people who don't want to play ball.
What kind of whips?
Like, you know it.
I don't.
No, like whipping votes. I don't mean it in the unless it's Joe Manchin.
I have to see this panel. Jessica Tarlov and Tim Miller and Hasan Piker. These two are all about pragmatism, you know, like sound analysis. I have to see this panel.
In which case, you know, maybe. I'm kidding. Of course, I can't use spicy language here, but we need to make sure that we earn the trust of the working class back. And I think that they have been hyper-focused on culture war narratives. And the only reason why they've been hyper-focused on culture war narratives is because we have not done enough on the left flank to say,
oh, I see. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay.
No, we are.
All right, I think you're right about that.
Somebody were accusing Charlie Kirk of his wife having murdered him, I assume that you would be talking about it.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
Yes.
Of murdering her own husband?
She's accusing TPUSA insiders and other members of the right wing, including Seth Dillon, of being involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk, yes.
Okay. Like I said, I don't take in that content, which is an honest statement. I don't have time to watch Candace's show.
I believe you. But the point that I'm making is that
what I understand
friendship
Candace
should not, in our business, I think it's important. Listen,
Candace
friendship
and I are
should not
friends.
trump.
We don't even know each other.
I understand, but even with Tucker, friendship should not trump our manifest requirement to speak out when people do and say things that are both detrimental to conservatism and morally wrong.
Okay, so I don't totally disagree, but I think the way of handling that.
You know, it's funny because this is kind of like there's echoes of him in 2016. A lot of people might be surprised to learn that Ben Shapiro's origin story was he was a never Trump Republican in 2016. Imagine that. He did not vote for Trump in 2016. He was very vocally, this is before he really blew up, but He was a Breitbart reporter at the time. He quit Breitbart in part because of the, you know, I mean, there was a thing that happened, but like he was this never Trump Republican, and then Trump got elected, and his calculation changed. But you know, it's kind of not surprising that he's the one that's like kind of leading the charge within the right-wing movement right now to push back against the like lunatics and the anti-Semites.
Show, and has said for almost a decade, because he was asked precisely 0 questions about any of what you're about to see by Tucker Carlson. Nick Fuentes says women want to be raped.
A lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like, that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
Nick Fuentes says that his followers should...
Nick is so unfamiliar with an adult consensual sexual relationship. This is such a foreign concept to him that from the outside in, he sees a woman that might prefer something like rough sex in a consensual, safe setting. He equates that with literal rape. I mean, this guy is the definition of a fucking incel that has no idea what he's talking about.
Kill, rape, and die in his name.
Raise your right hand. All right, everybody raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I will kill, rape, and die.
Can I show this? I don't know if I can show this. Hold on.
Nick Fuentes says that women are whores who shouldn't be in politics.
I will continue my crusade against women in politics. It's always like this, and it's so ironic. Women are like, I don't like, when you say, I like it, you have to affect the face. When you say to repeal the 19th Amendment, that offends me. That hurts my feelings. It's like, have you ever stopped and considered that maybe if you get offended, there's such a strong emotional reaction to political opinions you disagree with across the board? Maybe that's one of the reasons why you shouldn't be making political decisions. I'm not attacking women. I'm attacking whores. You have no problems, right? I'm attacking whores. I'm attacking sluts. Stupid, dirty bitches.
Nick Fuentes says that Jim Crow was actually...
Does, oh God, what's he about to say about Jim Crow? What is Nick Fuentes' does he have any sisters, bro? I'm just so curious about that. What's his, like, family situation like, you know? He was raised in LaGrange Park, Illinois, and attended Lyons Township High School, where he was described as having held mainstream conservative views. He began political activism in 2016 after graduating and starting an episodic live stream, America First, in 2017. He started like heckling Charlie Kirk, established the Groyper War, began AFPAC, America First Political Action Conference. Z King, hey, thank you so much for $10, buddy. Appreciate the generous donation. It's nice Ben is going after his side boldly, you mean? Or baldy. Are you calling me baldy, or are you saying it's bold? But it's only because it's personal for him and he's okay with bigotry against others. So it's hard to take him seriously, all the anti-black and trans stuff. No, 100%. 100%. Yeah. That is, you are correct to point out that obvious contradiction. Let me make myself clear if I didn't make myself clear before. I am not putting Ben Shapiro up on a pedestal. I'm not necessarily praising him. I am sympathetic to someone like him being concerned about someone like Nick Fuentes. If I put myself in his shoes. Yeah, of course. If I started to see blatant anti-Semitism, Nazism being mainstreamed, I sympathize with him as a Jewish man, seeing that happening and then feeling some kind of way about it. But, ... that only highlights the insane contradiction of it all. It's personal for him. It's personal for his family. And he does not extend that kind of sympathy to other groups who have experienced a whole hell of a lot of bullying. I don't know what else to call it. Well, it's worse. It's like bullying and then actual codified discriminatory law. You just can't seem to extend that empathy or sympathy to various groups that have suffered as a result of the rise of Trump and how far right he has shifted the Republican Party culturally.
Black people.
It was better for them too, number one, but number two, who cares? Who cares? You know, enough with the Jim Crow stuff. Who cares?
I didn't even get to, hold on. So he was born in 1998. This guy's 27? To William and Lauren Chico. He has a twin sister, Melissa? Do we know anything about her? I just wonder how he gets along with his family. What the fuck? He grew up in according to Fuentes, he's a part of Italian, Irish, and Mexican descent. His father is half Mexican. He grew up in LaGrange Park, Illinois. He attended Lyon, where he was president of the student council. He was raised Catholic. Began commenting on politics through a local radio and TV station hosted by his high school, where he was described as holding mainstream conservative views. He studied international relationships and politics during his freshman year at Boston University, but dropped out in connection with his attendance at the Unite the Right rally, a 2017 white supremacist rally in Charleston, Charlottesville, Virginia. He said afterwards he neither supported Nazism nor the man who drove into the crowd, but believed the violence from counter-protesters spurred violence in return. Fuentes, though proud to have attended the event, ultimately dropped out of Boston University after receiving death threats over his media persona statements and attendance of the rally. Former mentor of his stated that the response to his involvement with Unite the Right helped to raise his media presence. Okay. Fuentes dropped out in 2017 after completing his freshman year. At this time, Fuentes faced pressure from his parents to pursue a more conventional path, such as getting a job or returning to college. Fuentes told Louis Theroux of the proposal he made to his parents at the time, quote, "Why don't you give me just 1 year to explore this? If it works out, I'll keep doing it. If it doesn't work out, I'll abandon it." And it worked. Fuentes later stated in 2022, while being investigated by the January 6th committee, that he went on to receive an associate degree at the College of DuPage after dropping out of Boston University.
Oh, to drink out of a different water fountain. Big fucking deal. Oh no, they had to go to a different school. Their water fountain in that famous picture was worse. Who cares? Grow up, drink out of the fucking water fountain. It's just water, it's the same. You know, and, you know, even if it was bad, who cares? Who cares? It's better. It's better in general. We all agree it was better for them. It's better for us. Better in general.
Nick Fuentes says that
he did. So there was an incident where he went live, or you know, his live stream went live, and started watching gay porn. And then I think he alleged that his computer was hacked. Was there any, I correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought he had presented actual evidence that he was hacked. Am I crazy for that? Christian nationalism and Islam. Legal controversies, media coverage, personal life. I can't find anything about that in his Wikipedia page, but I thought that he had presented actual evidence that it was hacked. I could be wrong about that. I don't know.
That white people are justified in being racist.
The reason that we talk about this, by the way, I know a lot of black people see this and they go, man, why are you always talking about black people, this and that? Because there just needs to be some shame here. Well, there's a few reasons. First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way.
I don't know if I can watch this,
Nick Fuentes is a Hitler admirer and a Holocaust denier.
Buddy, it's Führer Friday. It is Hitler Friday. Shut up. It is Heil Hitler Friday, nigga. Heil Hitler.
Jesus Christ. This is very problematic. I'm just going to mute all the sections with Nick Fuentes. I think that's the move here. Kanye West filmed himself apologizing to a Jewish Kabbalah rabbi.
Doesn't really sound.
I don't know if you guys saw that. You guys know Kabbalah? Isn't it like Jewish mysticism? And there was this rabbi and he filmed himself apologizing, talking about being bipolar. And then hugged this rabbi, and they posted it yesterday or the day before. Bipolar, man, it's fucking crazy. If you don't take your meds, you can get kind of crazy. He can apologize all he wants. Is he doing something about it? I have no idea. I don't keep up with Kanye West. Is your tent big enough for Ye, Hutch? Well, is he running for the Senate? Would it give us a majority?
To start all the wars, that perfidious
Gremlo skipped past all the Nick parts because he couldn't risk the amount of slurs he said and such. You'd have to skip to a third the way through it. He covers... Jesus. Okay. All right. Right about there. Okay.
And there's no doubt that Nick Fuentes has a lot of play these days. That's because the left, by moving into a politics of anti-white, anti-Christian, anti-male identitarianism, created its bizarro mirror image, a white pseudo-Christian incel identitarian movement dedicated to destroying the institutions of this country and replacing Americanism with something.
He's not even saying incel is a pejorative here. I mean, he's just correctly identifying the movement for what it is.
Else. Nick Fuentes' philosophy.
It's as much of an incel movement as it is a white supremacist movement. They fucking hate women. Which, by the way, goes hand in hand with Nazism and fascism. All of those movements, every single fascist movement, have been deeply misogynistic, anti-women.
He's not fully formed. It's an incoherent stew.
Women, am I right?
But that's where Tucker Carlson enters the story. Now, since his exit from Fox News in 2023, when, of course, he was a very, very popular host, Tucker Carlson has turned himself into a conspiracist and a crank and a pathological liar.
True.
Tucker excuses Vladimir Putin's murderous and barbarous reign. He has even become one of his most ardent defenders.
It is so much nicer than any city in my country. I had no idea. My father spent a lot of time there in the 80s when he worked for the U.S. government and barely had electricity. And now it is so much cleaner and safer and prettier aesthetically. Its architecture, its food, its service than any country, city in the United States that you have to, and this is non-ideological.
The average Russian spends half their income on food, just to be clear about what they're up against in Russia.
How did that happen? How did that happen? And at a certain point, I don't think the average person cares as much about abstractions as about the concrete reality of his life. And if you can't use your subway, for example, as many people are afraid to in New York City because it's too dangerous, you have to sort of wonder, isn't that the ultimate measure of leadership? And that's true, by the way, it's radicalizing for an American to go to Moscow, I didn't know that, I've learned it this week, to Singapore, to Tokyo, to Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Because these cities, no matter how we're told they're run and on what principles they're run, are wonderful places to live.
So I guess
not if you're a woman.
Yes, you put in 10 rubles here and you get it back when you put the cart back. So it's free, but there's an incentive to return it and not just bring it to your homeless encampment. I went for
that actually is kind of clever, right? But don't we, hold on, wait. Don't we have our own kind of like there's a lot of places where you have shopping carts and there's like some kind of a perimeter that's established, and if you try to move the shopping cart out of the perimeter, it just engages the brakes and you can't move it or whatever.
From amused to legitimately angry. So we were guessing what this would cost. Everybody hears from the United States, buys groceries, and we didn't pay any attention to costs as we were just putting in the cart what we would actually eat over a week. And we all came in around $400, about $400. It was $104 US here. And that's when you start to realize that ideology maybe doesn't matter as much as you thought, corruption. If you take people's standard of living and you tank it through filth and crime and inflation, and they literally can't buy the groceries they want, at that point, maybe it matters less what you say or whether you're a good person or a bad person. You're wrecking people's lives in their country, and that's what our leaders have done to us.
When Tucker Carlson interviewed Vladimir Putin, by the way, Vladimir Putin was so amused by Tucker Carlson's easy questioning that he actually mocked him. Tucker Carlson has massaged the Iranian dictatorship and admitted to not asking any
A survey from 2024 reported that 60.4% of Russians said they spend about half of their monthly income on food. A report by Romir Group in April 2025 found that Russians, on average, spent 34.6% of their income on food. It's a lot. It's a lot. Like, what a stupid thing for Tucker Carlson to say. Like, oh my God, it's so much cheaper over here. Like, bro, they're spending half of their paycheck on food, bro.
Difficult questions of the president of that dictatorship.
The interview is limited by...
It's such unbelievable, like, sophistry. It's so unbelievably silly.
A couple of factors. One, it was done by remote through a translator. That's always awkward. For another, I don't...
And the interview with Vladimir Putin was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in my life.
I don't speak Persian. And there are all kinds of questions that I didn't ask the president of Iran, particularly questions to which I knew I could not get an honest answer, such as, was your nuclear program totally disabled by the bombing campaign by the U.S. government a week and a half ago? There's no chance he's going to answer that question honestly. I didn't bother to ask it. The answer, in fact, from an American perspective, even from the CIA's perspective, is unknowable.
Tucker bizarrely worships at the altar of Qatar.
They're mad at you because you don't put your parents in some institution. Maybe they're trying to break up your families.
Well, it can be a reason. Honestly, I don't know what is really the purpose behind this, but we see that, you know, a lot of things that are happening are attacks on humanity in general. It's when you lose the family value, when you lose the connection between the family themselves, you will lose the connection between the people as well, on a broader level, on the people in the same neighborhood, on the people in the same region, in the same countries. And that's basically will just make us, you know, as individuals who are quote unquote independent from anyone, that's what we will feel. Yet it will just make our societies vulnerable and easy to be penetrated.
That's right.
Tucker Carlson praises Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro, even as Maduro keeps the entire country in communist penury and ships fentanyl into the United States to kill Americans by the hundreds of thousands.
Why are we so opposed to Nicolas Maduro? So if you ask someone on the street...
Like, literally, what the fuck happened to Tucker Carlson in the last 10 to 15 years? He legitimately lost his fucking mind. And maybe he was always a bit bananas. But he has just gone off the fucking deep end, bro. Talking about waking up because a demon was scratching them and then, claiming to have actual scratch marks from an actual literal demon. He said that shit. He said he was attacked not by a metaphorical demon. He said he was physically attacked by a literal demon that left scratch marks on him. He spoke about Trump in the private text that came out in the Dominion lawsuit.
You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now.
He described Donald Trump as a literal demon. That's what he said in private. He said, I think Donald Trump is demonic. I think he's an actual demon.
Random person, why are we against Nicolas Maduro? The answer you're going to get is, who's Nicolas Maduro? But if you find someone in South Florida, for example, who knows who Nicolas Maduro is, who can identify where Venezuela is on a map, that person will almost certainly say, well, because he's a communist or a socialist, he's exceedingly left wing. And that is true. Nicolas Maduro and his government are very left wing on economics, not on social policy, by the way, which is kind of interesting. In Venezuela, gay marriage is banned. Abortion is banned. Sex changes for transgenderism are banned. It's one of the very few countries in the entire hemisphere with those policies. It is on social policy, not defending the regime, just saying, one of the most conservative countries in North or South or Central America. Only El Salvador really comes close.
Tucker Carlson glosses Hamas, the genocidal jihadi group behind October 7th, as a political organization.
You can't claim that they're in Hamas while simultaneously claiming that Hamas is a group of jihadis. They're Islamic extremists, which they also claim constantly, which I don't know if that's true, by the way. It seems more like a political organization, but whatever it is, they're telling us constantly they're Al-Qaeda.
Tucker Carlson has attacked President Trump as a cover-up artist for sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein.
It's a real scene. It's midnight at the Kremlin. Putin pulls Tucker Carlson aside to privately discuss Ukraine. Instead, Tucker starts quizzing him on whether a Nazi leader was possessed by demons. Putin seemed unable or unwilling to respond and goes back to talking about Ukraine. What is this story? Standing in the shadow of a statue of Peter the Great, Putin told Carlson in a hushed voice, he says, that he was worried that his invasion of Ukraine might escalate into a nuclear conflict. Putin himself has repeatedly raised that prospect as a threat. This is bullshit, by the way. He does that to freak out American right-wingers. Like, just fucking classic fucking crafty Russians. And then right-wingers fucking fall for it, and they're like, we can't support them. It's going to be a nuclear war. Yeah, this is like a decades-old thing, yeah. And complained that he hadn't spoken with President Biden since the war started. According to Carlson, Putin pitched what he said was his frustration and alleged, without evidence, that some members of the Biden administration with family roots in today's Ukraine were obstructing peace efforts. Carlson then indulged one of his own peculiar obsessions, quizzing Putin about the secret Soviet files on Rudolf Hess, Adolf Hitler's deputy who defected to Britain in 1941 and allegedly told interrogators that the Nazi leader had been possessed by demons. A practicing Christian with a degree in history, Carlson says demonic possession is real. I happen to know for a fact. Putin seemed unable or unwilling to respond. But he's just such a fucking psychopath. Just lunatic.
On behalf of Israel and Mossad, making sure, of course, never to mention President Trump's name, because, of course, Tucker's a coward.
And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into thinking that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with saying that. There is nothing.
Wild. Wild what is happening in Republican Party politics right now. It's crazy what's happening over there.
Nothing hateful about saying that.
Tucker Carlson has stated that President Trump has undermined America First and MAGA by attacking Iran, giving in to neocon ghouls like Mark Levin, while also idiotically arguing that President Trump striking Iran's nuclear facilities would lead to World War III. Spoiler alert, it didn't. Tucker Carlson also said in his interview with Nick Fuentes that the people he hates most in the entire world, more than ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Trans-Tifa, Marxists, rapists, murderers, are Christian Zionists who represent an enormous chunk of the conservative base. According to Tucker Carlson, who admits that he first read the Bible all the way through just 2 years ago, Christians who support a Jewish state of Israel are heretics and blasphemers with a brain virus.
How do you explain Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz, and there are a lot like that, John Bolton. I mean, I've known them all, George W. Bush, like Karl Rove. I mean, all people I know personally who...
Things becoming heated at CrookedCon. Don't troll me. God, I really wish that we could watch the whole thing, man. Catch up on everything you missed at CrookedCon. Oh, here we go. Hold on. We gotta watch this. Live from CrookedCon. Oh, wait, I don't need to say. Oh. Lineup schedule. Oh, I just want to see the videos, man. Sometimes I just want to see. I would love to watch this right now.
They didn't win because they opened up the aperture and let people do what they need to do. They won because they tripled down on what they believe, even if what they believe.
Right. That's just not. I'm sorry. That sounds good, and I like it. I want it to be right. It's just not right.
They didn't win because they tripled down on what they believe.
No, they did triple down on what they believe.
Yes, they tripled down on racism.
Yeah.
It was populism, but populism is a thin ideology mixed with a thick ideology, according to Cass Mudd.
Simone,
his populism had a lot of things in. It was an economic populist, but populism had a little white supremacy in it, a little racism. Like Bernie Sanders is a populist in a different way than Donald Trump.
Yeah, here's the thing.
So I don't understand.
Here's the thing, though. Can I just say really quick, though? Here's the thing. Like, yeah, he doubled down on a bunch of terrible shit that they believe that's extreme. No.
Donald Trump won. I would argue the bigger contributing factor to why Donald Trump ran is because he did run on affordability. He just lied his fucking ass off. White identity politics is obviously a big part of MAGA. I don't think anybody would deny that. But the reason why he won in both 2016 and 2024 was by aggressively messaging on affordability. He's going to cut the cost of gas down in half, and energy. He's going to cut that in half, like his first day in office. He's going to bring down the cost of groceries. In 2016, it was about speaking to a lot of people who lived in rural communities that were basically decimated after the passage of big trade deals like NAFTA, where we outsourced a lot of our manufacturing jobs overseas. And it created poverty conditions for millions of people in the middle of the country. Like he was speaking to eggs, he talked about a drill, baby, drill, and he was speaking aggressively on the economy. He wasn't going out there. I mean, like a lot of the racist stuff was, a lot of it was explicit, but like a lot of it was kind of like more subtle. Wait, hold on, I might take that back. Maybe he wasn't so subtle about it, but the focus was economics. Like that was the focus. All elite memes with $20. Russia deployed a disinformation campaign that the country still hasn't recovered from. The right would rather support Russia than admit they were duped. They care more about clinging to their fake narrative than our country. So I agree with you, but I take issue with one aspect of what you said, which is I don't think that disinformation campaign ever ended. It wasn't like a one and done in 2016. The whole Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, all that, I don't think they ever stopped doing a massive disinformation campaign. And what they realized, I think, in 2016 was that, holy shit, that shit works. The Republican Party voter base are ripe for the picking. They can be so easily manipulated. This is my hyper partisan side coming out, but like, it's not just them. You know, there are, I think, disinfo campaigns that are happening on the far left too. Like, but it's just a much bigger operation with MAGA because there's so many more of them than there are the far left. Daz Vidani with $10. Former Republican leader in the New Jersey State Assembly, John Bramnick, now serving in the state Senate, put out an interesting tweet about the direction his party should go, dropped in Politics Discord. Okay, hold on, let me see. Next time, put it in the, oh, I see it here. Okay. Next time, put it in the Stream Links channel. We have a channel for that.
No doubt. No doubt. He also was seen as left of Kamala on foreign policy. He was seen as an anti-war candidate. He was seen as anti the Republican establishment on war. He cut to the middle on that.
Yeah, he lied about that for sure.
He's a liar.
Of course he lied. That's not the point.
Yeah.
He lied.
But then maybe our guy should lie about some things that are popular too.
Okay,
I don't know.
Now,
Well, I mean, I don't think you need to lie, you know? Like, you can be earnest and talk about economic policies. And
you sound like me during the campaign where I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing when you're not like addressing this stuff where Donald Trump can present himself as the peace candidate? That was insane to me. But obviously, sending Bill Clinton to Dearborn to talk about Judea and Samaria, as most people were seeing.
All right.
As most people were seeing.
I want to bring us back.
Children on their timeline every day.
It was like they didn't moderate on things. That's all I'm saying.
Tim is right, and I think the disconnect is that what's implied with what Tim is saying is that, of course, he lied about it, but the point was he was targeting the center. That's the point. And I assume, I don't know the broader context of that disagreement. I think I can surmise that it's a debate about should we moderate, should we move to the center? And I suspect that what preceded that whole exchange was maybe Hasan or somebody else on the panel saying, look at what Donald Trump did. He pivoted to the right and was appealing to his base, and that's how he won. And so there's little value in pivoting to the center, but that is actually not true. Like, Donald Trump 1000% targeted the center, which sounds counterintuitive. I understand that. But just like understand that when I say that, it's baked in that he just lied. It's baked into everything that, because he just lies about everything. But clearly the Trump campaign saw tremendous value in targeting the center, not 100% of the time. He certainly pandered to his base a lot of the time. But certainly the Trump campaign saw value, potential value, in pivoting to the center and targeting the center with messaging. That's usually why these kinds of arguments come up. It's in the context of that discussion. I really wish I could watch this entire. Says, stay tuned for more videos from CookieCon. All right, they're going to add these videos. Don't watch these videos, guys. Save it for Sunday. Don't watch these videos. Save it for Sunday. Because I'm not going to stay on long enough to cover these videos as they drop. But I really want to watch that panel. I think that might be I think that's the first time I've ever seen Tim Miller on the same panel with Hasan. And I just have to see that. Fucking have to see that. LOL, you're not streaming on Sunday. The only reason I didn't stream on Sunday this last time is because I had to drive back from a wedding in the North Bay and I didn't get in until super late. Knife Mall with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much, buddy.
I've seen be seized by this brain virus, and they're not Jewish. Most of them are self-described Christians, and then the Christian Zionists who are, well, Christian Zionists. Like, what is that? Right. And I can just say for myself, I dislike them more than anybody. Because what? Because it's Christian heresy, and I'm offended by that as a Christian.
Tucker Carlson has said that he despises American Jews who care about October 7th. We, in his words, don't care about America and also want to get his kids killed in a foreign war.
I've got 4 draft-age children. So if you're playing recklessly fast and loose with their lives, then I have a right to despise you, and I do.
So if you're Nikki Haley, who's running for president, or Ben Shapiro, or half the people I see on television casually mentioning the possibility of nuclear war or sending Americans to fight in the Middle East, or in any way involving us in a war that has nothing to do with prosperity.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I missed it earlier. Zephid's Embrace. They tried to disavow Project 2025. Now, in retrospect, obvious bullshit. They have aggressively pursued Project 2025, just demonstrably. But they did, at the time, try to distance themselves from Project 2025. That was out of fear of losing the center, of losing the moderates. Everybody knows, like, everybody who follows elections, everybody knows that, like, a general rule of thumb, there are exceptions, but a general rule of thumb is you appeal to the base in the primary and then pivot to the center in the general. And the reason why they do that is because that is how you win elections. Generally, that is how you win elections. And so much of the current progressive movement online, the whole project, so much of that is based in this false premise that they can just completely upend this utterly predictable and reliable strategy. They can just upend that with really good policy pitches, really good messaging, really good focus on working class issues. And you can change that by messaging in their particular kind of way. And it's just not true. And I wish we had a progressive movement that embraced doing what needs to be done in order to win elections. That needs to change. And until that changes, I have no faith in the progressive movement right now. I'm so doomer-pilled and black-pilled on progressives right now. There needs to be some kind of like strong leader in the movement to like demonstrate that what they've been doing for years now is not a winning strategy. It does not work. Generally speaking, it does not work. And it's just driving me insane. I don't feel like I have representation in progressive media. I don't feel like we have strong progressive voices with enormous platforms that are doing enough to stress the electorally sound strategy. It's virtually non-existent because that whole movement now is purity tested into oblivion, and you will be like forcefully cast out if you challenge their fucking heterodox bullshit about electoral strategy. Who are the strong progressive voices that are pushing pragmatism? Give me just like one, you know? Like, I guess Packman, right? Packman. I think Brian Tyler Cohen's probably decently progressive, you know? Not a leftist, but decently progressive. Mockler, I don't think really dives into like electoral strategy. He's just really focused on debating MAGA. Luke Beasley doesn't, you know, really touch. I'm thinking of like the young people, the young guys. There's nobody that's like forcefully making this case. I mean, Destiny, I guess, you know, I don't know if Destiny is progressive, but Touch the Line podcast. I don't know what that is, but even if you can find voices, even if you can find voices here and there, when you look at the, like, when we think of the biggest platforms for progressive politics, I mean, I guess you would also have to include crooked media there, right? Like, they seem to be, I feel like they've definitely moved more progressive since they launched their podcast like 8 years ago or 9 years ago. Obviously Hasan, the Young Turks, Majority Report, Crystal, Kyle, like, who are the other big progressive voices? Like, none of them engage with or push an electoral strategy that makes any sense. Like, literally none of the biggest voices. That is a problem. It's a problem. Big problem. And you shouldn't have any faith in progressive politics until that changes. And it can change. I really do. I think it can change. Like, we need strong voices going into those spaces and just like dismantling their arguments and their propositions and their suggestions. Like, we need somebody who is like a strong leader to go in there and not be afraid to like really challenge that shit. It's a problem, but it's not a problem with them. It's a problem with liberal inability to cohere a message. Holy, of all the cope that I've ever seen in my life, that might be one of the copiest comments I've ever seen in my live stream chat. You're blaming what you describe as a liberal inability to cohere a message for the fact that progressives so consistently struggle in electoral politics? Bananas. Bananas. Isn't Ezra progressive? Yeah. By any reasonable standard, he would be progressive. If Mamdani wasn't in office, he'd make for a great progressive content creator. He's sharp as a tack. We just don't know enough about this guy. We're gonna keep a close eye on him. I am hopeful for him because I think, again, I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but they announced the establishment of like a 501c4, and it's just gonna be this nonprofit advocacy group that are gonna go and try to do pressure campaigns to actually get his agenda done. I actually think that's a really smart idea. That's good. That's like, whoa, okay. He's getting in there. Not electoral politics, media narrative. Progressives are small compared to liberals, but their media game eclipses liberals, and that is a liberal failure. I think their media game eclipses liberals because it's easier to spew the bullshit that they spew. You know what's really difficult in the era of short form content, vertical videos, TikTok, 30-second sound bites? You know what's really difficult to pull off in this social media climate is nuance and complexity. It is hard, or rather harder, to explain why rent control policies are bad. And it's easier to say, don't you want to bring the rent down? It is hard to explain why it's not so easy to force a Democratic senator in West Virginia to go along with everything that you want to do as president. It's hard to explain why that is not a straightforward, simple, easy thing to do. It's much easier to say, why couldn't you whip the votes? You're a weak president. It's much, much harder to describe like why Mamdani's specific messaging and policy platform is not something that you can just copy paste and expect the same kind of, or any real success in states and districts that are more competitive. That's difficult because you got to start diving into like demographic voter trends. You got to compare this electorate in New Jersey to this electorate in Pennsylvania versus this electorate in New York City. And like, and I'm not like, that's why I asked Laksha to come on, because he's qualified to do that. But like, that's much, much more difficult than saying, you see, look, Mamdani won. Everybody should just do what he does. Like, their ideas are so simple and so half-baked that it makes their pitch like incredibly narrow. Like, what they're pitching is not complicated. Basically, everybody just like stand back and just do what we do. Attack each issue in the way that we're doing it. and everything's going to be fine. There are very easy ways to just fucking utterly annihilate these narratives, but they take time. Like it actually takes a few paragraphs to like get into the meat and potatoes of like why they're just so consistently wrong on electoral strategy. Do you consider that John Oliver, Mehdi Hasan, and Jon Stewart to be strong progressive voices? They have a lot more reach than Hasan or Majority Report. Well, there's problems with Mehdi Hasan. I like Mehdi Hasan, but there's problems, and he's not great all the time. And I think he falls to a lot of the same pitfalls. And quite frankly, so does Jon Stewart. You know, I generally like Jon Stewart, but I find his rhetoric to be frustrating much of the time. And then John Oliver, I don't know. John Oliver is a different kind of thing. It's just... so much of the left-wing media is staffed by younger progressives who align with those politics. Also, extreme opinions get more engagement in the new space, in the new media spaces. Yeah. There's also like the staffing issue, right? And I think this is also a problem in politics, right? Like now there's, correct me if I'm wrong, but like a lot of politicians, like their staff are staffed with like younger, more progressive people that are sort of not necessarily aligned with the median Democrat. Tim Miller on the shutdown and how it's working for the Dems.
You know, Chuck Schumer was afraid to. So this is now going to be the third time Chuck Schumer has been booed at a Democratic event I've been at in 48 hours. And
right, you ready? The former Republican's going to praise Chuck Schumer right now. The shutdown strategy's worked pretty good.
We're doing great on the shutdown.
Giving him a little claps. Shutdown strategy turned out to work pretty good. Everybody's like, oh. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, God, I knew I loved him. I just want to be like a platonic life partner with Tim Miller, you know? I just want to spend time with him. This guy speaks my language. Does this sound familiar? Does this sound familiar? I've been saying that for a few weeks now. And it's a bit of a, speaking of nuance, it's a bit of a nuanced position that I have because I personally think Chuck Schumer was basically like entirely vindicated. And then like the results on Tuesday just further highlight that point or legitimize, I think, that claim. I just think he was right. I think the Democrats back in March were in a pretty weak position. They didn't really have much leverage, if at all, like if any leverage. Like the pressure points just weren't the same, you know, like shutting down the government to take on Doge, you know, like Doge wasn't particularly popular, but it wasn't like horrendously unpopular. And you might have made it more popular by doing that at the time, just because Democrats were just so weakened back then. And this fight, I think, is just so clearly going in Democrats' favor. It's not that it's going in our favor. It's like it's very clearly going in our favor. Like we might actually get to extract meaningful concessions that will protect millions of people from losing their health care. And while with the added benefit of benefiting enormously in terms of like the political angle. I think the fight that's happening right now will bear fruit in November. I think what they're doing right now translates to more voters next November because it's a Democratic Party that is actually fighting an eminently noble fight. Like what they're pushing for will benefit millions of low-income people that would otherwise lose Medicaid. That is a good fight. That is a really good fight. I think Chuck Schumer was correct. And it was harder to see at the time, but even at the time in March when he did that, you know, I didn't like it, but I gave myself wiggle room. I'm like, you know what? We might get to fall and it ends up that Schumer was correct about this. I really don't know, but all I can tell you is that it feels politically stupid. But my nuanced position is that Schumer should resign. Maybe you don't need to like retire from Congress. You want to try to defend that seat against AOC or whatever. If she decides to challenge him in 4 years or whenever his seat's up. But I think he's just whether or not I think it's fair is not the point, but I think he's lost the confidence of the party. I think he's lost the confidence of the voters. I think the voters are sometimes irrational, but it doesn't have to be fair. This isn't about fairness. It's the same logic as Biden. I thought Biden was a great president that did great things. I would have been happy to see him in a second term. I still believe that, but I believe that him stepping aside when he did was the right thing. And in retrospect, I believe he shouldn't have run in the first place. And it's the same logic with Schumer.
Old Chuck.
Yeah, we had to drag him to finally do that. He had an opportunity to do it earlier.
At least he's there.
Yeah, no.
What is Jesse?
Oh, I'm triggered. You did not, like, the Hassans of the universe, the left flank, didn't have to drag Schumer to do the shutdown. That's not what happened. Schumer told us, explicitly told us in March, we're not strong enough to pick this fight right now. And we're going to be in a much stronger position when the president's popularity tumbles throughout the course of the next year. And then we're going to pick that fight. And that is fucking literally exactly what happened. And Hasan is framing it as like he and the left flank had to pull Schumer to fight for this. It is so delusional.
Simone, you were going to leave the Democratic Party in March.
Well, you know, about every 6 months, I got to do a gut check. Every member of the 92%, that's how we sustain ourselves.
It's like renewing your vows.
Yeah,
but
very much so. Very happy to be with my husband.
So, Chuck Schumer was afraid.
I was having fun, by the way. We could do a whole nother hour.
Yeah, and I think the disagreement. I think the disagreement is necessary.
I also would say I'm also like, you know, I'm pretty easy to please. I mean, like Zoran had me. Like I don't know what more you people want from me. You know, I voted for 3 straight Democratic presidents, and I was going to vote for Zoran for mayor. So I'm pretty easy to please. So you can get me on board. Here's what you have to do. We'll get this. Some specific.
Oh God, I want to see this so bad because like I have a feeling that the audience that is there probably skew towards like more higher educated, more white, and thus to the left of the median Democratic voter. And like Tim Miller is center right, but like I just feel like Tim Miller probably is the only one on that panel. Maybe Simone too. I mean, Simone, she's pretty smart, but like Tim Miller, I think is probably pushing back on some of the nonsense and it's not being received well from the audience. Tim Miller, I don't know if you guys remember this, but Tim Miller was initially brought on to Crooked. And then they fired him because the outcry from their audience was so intense. Did you guys know this? They purity tested Tim Miller out of Crooked Media. The audience revolted. You have a right winger on Crooked Media? What's he doing here? Did you know that? I remember that shit, bro. That was fucking 8 years ago. Like, I remember that. Let me find. They don't even have his they don't even have it on his Wikipedia page, bro. What the fuck? They start his media career in February 2024, but that's not correct. I swear to God, am I remembering this wrong? There's no way. I'm almost positive. Was Tim Miller a part of Crooked Media? At one point, If so, why did he stop working there? I'm telling you, bro. I forgot about this. I just remembered it now. They say that Tim Miller did contribute to Crooked Media, but he was not full-time staff or a permanent employee. Miller appears in the archive section of Crooked Media's site, showing he contributed or was involved in some episodes of their podcast, for example, as a guest on Pod Save America and articles. However, a public statement from Crooked Media in late 2018 said Miller was no longer a contributor to the company. Let me open that real quick. Crooked Media's statement regarding Tim Miller. Isn't this just a perfect example of this purity politics bullshit? Like, Tim Miller is a phenomenal anti-Trump voice. This is from what year? 2018. We wanted to give you an update on Tim Miller. We invited Tim to contribute to Crooked because he took a public stand against Trump when most of his party capitulated. That took courage, and unlike many Republicans who declared themselves to be never Trumpers during the campaign, he still won today. Tim is an insightful voice about what is broken, and the Republican Party has repeatedly denounced racism and bigotry from Trump and other Republican politicians. But when we read the New York Times story about Facebook's campaign to discredit its critics, we were surprised and angry about the role that Definers Public Affairs, the firm Tim sometimes partners with, played in that effort. So in the past few days, we reached out to Tim. We listened to you. We talked with the team at Crooked, and we learned as much as we could about the work Definers has done for Facebook and other clients. And like many of you, we ultimately found it impossible to square that work with the values of our company. So Tim will no longer be a contributor to Crooked Media. Thank you for your patience and for being honest with us. We wanted to be honest with you about our thinking, yada, 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 yada. Okay, hold on. Now, if I go to Tim's Wikipedia page again, it doesn't even show up in his Wikipedia page. What is it called? Divider? What is it? Definers Public Affairs. What is that? Don't see anything in Wikipedia about that. Tim Miller. What is it called? Definers Public Affairs. Was an American right-leaning opposition research firm based in Arlington, Virginia. It performed media monitoring services, conducted research using Freedom of Information Act, also created strategic communication to negatively influence the public image about individuals, firms, candidates, and organizations who oppose their clients. Contract with Facebook. In October 2017, Facebook expanded its work with Definers Public Affairs that had originally been hired to monitor press coverage of the company to address concerns primarily regarding Russian meddling, then mishandling of user data by Cambridge Analytica, hate speech on Facebook, and calls for regulation. Definers had established Silicon Valley Outpost earlier that year, led by Tim Miller, a former spokesman for Jeb Bush. For tech firms, he argued in one interview, a goal should be to have positive content pushed out about your company and negative content that's being pushed out about your competitor. Elliot Schrage, Facebook's head of communications and policy, stated in a blog post that he asked Definers Public Affairs to open a file on Soros after the philanthropist called Facebook a menace to society in a speech earlier this year. A research document circulated by Definers to reporters this summer, just a month after the House hearing linked George Soros, a frequent subject of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, to critics of Facebook. Following the public outcry from the New York Times article on the activity of Definers Public Affairs, Facebook cut ties with the agency. George Soros' Open Society Foundation put a statement out that said the content was a deliberate strategy to distract from Facebook's own scandals and that the methods threatened the very values underpinning our democracy. Tim Miller defended the accuracy of Definers' work, stating that Definers shared a narrow document about an anti-Facebook group's funding. It was entirely factual. BuzzFeed News published some of Definers' research on Soros. Okay, sorry, I got a little distracted here.
Specific things. Have some fucking balls. Like, run a fucking campaign. Tell us what your campaign is about. Don't be a fascist, and be able to talk and be able to communicate to people and lift them up. And that seems like that isn't that hard, but it's kind of been for us for the last 10 years. But that's how I would summarize it. I was having fun, by the way. We could do a whole nother hour. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm dying to see the rest of that panel. Don't watch the panel, guys. Do not watch that panel. Save it for Sunday. We're going to watch it on Sunday. So, Justified then? I don't know enough. Could be really bad. Could be really bad. I don't really know what Tim Miller's role was. I don't know enough about the story. I would have to dive in a little bit more. It could be not great. It could be pretty not great. But he's back on crooked now, you know. He's like collaborating with them now. So,
and peace at home, nothing in other words to do with us Americans, then I have a right to call you out and be really offended because it's my family. They live here. It's not a joke to me. There's nothing abstract about it.
But most of all, Tucker Carlson acts as an ideological launderer for other people's evils. Tucker Carlson says many inflammatory things, always buying back just enough of it to appear as though he's not saying what he's clearly saying. He's a master of gaslighting. Tucker Carlson, for example, would never say out loud what Nick Fuentes does. He wouldn't say the things many of his guests say. And so instead, he acts as an ideological launderer. He takes other people's hideous ideas, he softens them, he treats them with love and care, and then he provides them with a massive signal boost. He isn't merely talking to people in good faith, of course. He's promoting certain people and ideas and attacking others. So, for example, he'll ask a series of wildly obsequious questions to Nick Fuentes. He'll even let Nick Fuentes' support for Joseph Stalin slide.
It's actually funny. It was December 18th. I remember because that's an important date to me. And it's Joseph Stalin's birthday.
Oh.
I'm a fan.
You're a fan of Stalin's?
Mm-hmm. I was an admirer. But we don't need to go into that, I guess.
Well, that's okay. Let's get back to it. We'll circle back to that.
But he will grill Ted Cruz about the population.
Just let that slide. Fucking crazy. Yeah, you're going to grill Ted Cruz on Israel. Which, okay, fair, I guess. But you're going to let that slide. When Stalin was one of the most brutal, murderous dictators ever. Perhaps the most brutal dictator ever. In terms of total death count, who was the most, which world leader murdered the most of their own citizens? Is Stalin number one? Or Mao, maybe Mao actually. Yeah, Mao put up fucking numbers, bro. Mao was 40 to fucking 70 million people. Stalin, though, not that far behind, 20 to 30 million people. Mao does get the top spot. I mean, Lenin was no slouch either, by the way. He killed millions of people too. But.
Of Iran. Tucker Carlson will have on Vladimir Putin's evil anti-American mouthpiece, Alexander Dugin, and then praise him.
Alexander Dugin is a 62-year-old Russian academic philosopher. He spent his life in Moscow. He was an anti-Soviet dissident as a young man. And now he is famous the world over, in the English language press anyway, as, quote, Putin's brain. But he is not a political figure here in Russia. He is, once again, a philosopher. And his ideas are deeply offensive to some people. In August of 2022, his only daughter was murdered in Moscow when a car bomb killed her. U.S. intelligence says she was murdered by the Ukrainian government, and we take that at face value. But what's interesting is that, once again, Alexander Dugin is not a military leader. He's not a close daily advisor to Vladimir Putin. He is a writer who writes about big ideas. And for this, his books have been banned by the Biden administration in the United States. You cannot buy them on Amazon, banning books in the United States because the ideas inside are too dangerous. He's often described, again in the English language press, as far right. We'll let you assess, but we wanted to talk to him about some of his ideas, these ideas that are so dangerous that his only daughter was murdered over them, and his book's been banned in the United States.
Tucker Carlson will have on a Hitler-friendly pseudo-historian to minimize the Holocaust and blame Winston Churchill for World War II, and he will call him America's best and most honest historian.
I thought Churchill.
So there was a chatter who said that the 20 to 30 million figure for Stalin includes sometimes Soviets that were killed during the Nazi invasion. So thank you for pointing that out, by the way. And if you take that out, the new estimate actually gets closer to like 10 to 15 million people. That's still quite a lot, just to be clear. I actually thought the amount dead in the Holodomor was way higher than 5 to 7 million. Wait, what? I thought it was like 40 million. He died during the Holodomor. How do you spell that? Holodomor. Oh, I was way off. Okay. Am I confusing that with the famine in China with Mao? It might be.
Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War. Now, he didn't kill the most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities. But I believe, and I don't really think, I think when you really get into it and tell the story right and don't leave anything out, you see that he was primarily responsible for that war
I know Holodomor was a famine.
Becoming what it did, becoming something.
Whether it was caused by ineptitude or intentionality or like intentional harm, to me, it doesn't matter that much.
Other than an invasion of Poland. You know, Germany, look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler is chiefly responsible for this, but his whole regime is responsible for it, that when they went into the East, in 1941, they launched a war where they were completely unprepared to deal with the millions and millions of prisoners of war, of local political prisoners and so forth that they were going to have to handle. They went in with no plan for that. And they just threw these people into camps, and millions of people ended up dead there.
And that is the pseudo-historian that Tucker Carlson has said is the best and most honest historian in America. Tucker Carlson will have on over and over a pro-Chinese propagandist who used global warming to promote global socialism, all in order to criticize Israel and hug China.
Israel has run American foreign policy in the Middle East for 30 years. That's how it works. This is actually...
That seems like kind of a big claim.
Actually the truth. If we drop our angst on big bad Russia, actually, we didn't have a chance to talk about it this time, maybe another time, big bad China, which is also not going to invade the United States, not going to threaten us, not going to go to war with us. They're trying to deal with aging, and they've...
Tigerong with $5. I'm so sorry I missed that. I'm a moderate North Carolina conservative. I voted for Josh Stein. Would love Josh Shapiro for 28. Do we see a mid-Atlantic technocrat coalition forming? I think right now the most likely contenders for the 2028 nomination, I'm going to give you 4 names. Kamala Harris, Josh Shapiro, Ossoff, and I'm going to throw AOC into the mix But the caveat there is that if we have like a big recession, if we have like a serious economic downturn, I don't think Gavin. I think Gavin. I think Gavin is. I think he'll come close. You know what I mean? Like, I think Gavin will come in like second or third. I think he will get a lot of support in the primary, but I have a lot of doubts about his appeal in crucial states, you know? So I think he's appealing right now to like an online, he's doing a good job of appealing to like liberals and lefties online. He's just crushing in that department, and that definitely helps him to get his name recognition out there. I don't know, he could surprise me. He could pivot quite a bit. Because he would have to change his tone. He couldn't be as, like right now it's all about like oozing disdain and contempt for Republicans. And I think that helps him now to like get his name out there. But if he were to run a primary campaign that was very disciplined and he moved away from that kind of divisive stuff, then I think that maybe he has a chance, but I wouldn't put money on him right now. But going back to AOC, like if we go into a recession and, you know, unemployment jumps to 6, 7, 8%, and we start seeing maybe some deflation or something, like, you know, then if it gets bad, and Trump's policies are bad, so I'm not discounting the possibility that this could happen, then I think AOC's pitch becomes a lot stronger. That's just the perfect springboard into economic populism. And I think she's the only one of the four that I mentioned that's going to do the economic populism. But those are my top four right now, with the asterisks by AOC. I hope she does not run because I think that she needs a bit more time. That's my opinion, you know.
Got their declining population and many other things. Not that they're falling apart. It's a very impressive civilization, but they're not a threat to the United States, honestly, and Iran is not a threat.
Tucker Carlson, of course, brings on pro-Hamas voices episode after episode after episode. The instances are almost limitless. Tucker Carlson will host Andrew Tate, a pornographer and scam artist who mocks rape victims and preaches a cult of narcissism and cruelty. And of course, Tucker Carlson will glorify him and present him as a maligned truth teller rather than an emblem of moral rot.
Well, when you say it like that, I think Shapiro is a really impressive politician. I think this is a guy that could have broad appeal all over the country. We know he's a competent leader. Like, we know he's a good governor. He's done just a fantastic job, like logistically in Pennsylvania. He is a good speaker. I think he's a really good speaker. I think he has a strong path. I think that has a strong chance. I think there is a path for someone like him.
Yeah. So was the release of the federal funds a mistake? Like, just yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance said, you know, he called the court order absurd. Do we think that the release of the funds was a mistake, or is it a direct result of you guys going to court?
Well, let me answer both the J.D. Vance piece and the other piece. This is as a result of us continuing to push legally with the judge, and the judge ruling that no longer would there be a partial payment, but the full payment. And the moment we got that ruling, Secretary Arkush went into action, pushed that button, and got the dollars flowing again, the federal dollars.
I also I love somebody who gesticulates a lot when they talk. I feel very seen. That's how you know, like, if you're ever having a conversation with me, I'm moving my hands a lot. I'm really fucking into the thing that I'm talking about.
Dollars.
So does Gavin. Yeah, Gavin is like, he does a lot of this. You know, he's like powerful gesticulator.
And look, as for J.D. Vance, I got to say, look, I think America has a president, a vice president that don't give a damn about all Americans. They have made that crystal clear. And I mean, at least with Donald Trump, he's transparent about that. J.D. Vance is a total phony. And let me explain why. J.D. Vance rose to some prominence by writing a book about growing up in Appalachia, where there's a whole lot of people who get snapped. He made millions of dollars.
What is going on, everybody?
On the backs of telling their stories, and then he turned his damn back on those very people who he likes to write about and claim as his own. Here's another thing J.D. Vance claims.
He's a fighter too, you know, like he's a killer. Gotta be whoever it is has got to be a killer. Gotta be a killer. Biden was not a killer. He just wasn't. We need a cold-hearted murderer. Like, get Jay Jones up there. No, I'm just kidding. Morgie with the tier 1 membership. I'm so sorry that I missed that. Kyla Scanlon makes short-form videos about econ. Gotcha. Sorry I missed these. I was asleep at the wheel. Mr. Skyboy, I don't know if you're still in YouTube, but thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you for the tier 1 membership. Daz Vidani with $2. Unfortunately, Jay Shapiro is 5'8", and it hurts him. Wait a second. How tall is Biden? Is he a tall king? And I just didn't... He's 6 foot. I didn't know that. What the fuck? In my mind, Joe Biden was like 5'7". Actually, yeah, I had no idea. Master of Darkness, thank you so much for 5 months. Appreciate it, buddy.
Claims to be a person of faith.
Pritzker's good, but I think Pritzker, I don't know. I don't know if we can... I don't know if the Democratic voter base are going to elect a billionaire. I have doubts about that.
I know my Bible. And my Bible teaches us that we are to love thy neighbor. That's right. And we are to feed the hungry. That's right. Deuteronomy says, if you see a person who is in need, you don't give them a clenched fist, you open up your hand. So for JD...
Yeah, this guy's just rizzed out of his mind, bro. I think he should be on everyone's top 4 if we're making predictions right now.
See, this is how Tucker Carlson's ideological laundering works. You bring your dirty, ugly ideologies to Tucker Carlson's rhetorical...
Bashir, I think would be a strong candidate. I think he'd be a strong VP, but I don't think he's rizzed enough. He doesn't have enough rizz, I don't think.
Car wash. He mixes it with some of the vestigial respect Americans have for him from his Fox News days, and voila, hideous ideas suddenly become mainstream. And then, of course, Tucker denies he said anything controversial at all. He was just asking questions. He was just interviewing people. You don't want him to cancel people, do you?
Trump accuses foreign-owned meat packers of inflating U.S. beef prices and calls for investigation.
Of course, they're
worried, guys. They're fucking worried.
Is no First Amendment right to a Tucker Carlson sensual massage. But to listen to Tucker, you'd think there was, so long as you despise America, oppose President Trump's foreign policy, and bear a peculiar dislike of Jews. Tucker Carlson, you see, is a coward. And here is where his relationship with Nick Fuentes begins, with Nick Fuentes correctly pointing out that Tucker Carlson is a coward. You see, Tucker Carlson, a few weeks back, had on Candace Owens to treat her to his usual ideological laundering services. That's after years of Candace Owens saying things like this.
And it is the case that dinosaur bones, for whatever reason, are always just found by the paleontologist. Like, it's not like you and me walking outside. I'm like, hey, a dinosaur bone. And, or by somebody who's related to a paleontologist. It's very strange. And then, but it was just convenient for Israel that JFK got shot. It was just convenient, you guys. Totally convenient. It was convenient for Israel, by the way, when the towers went down.
I just want to be clear. Anything happens to me, blame the Zionists. Like 1000% blame the Zionists. Like let that be my parting word.
I'm waking people up to the fact that pedophiles are in power. Yes. They are literally in power. And that is intentional because then they can be controlled while they are in power. And they are also exhibiting signs of a psychopathology that lets them know that they will do
Hell of a pot kettle moment right there.
Harm to the masses and feel nothing because they were themselves, many of them, raped when they were children. Yep. It's not a coincidence that Justin Trudeau is gay. Obama, gay. Zelensky, gay. Emmanuel Macron, gay and married to a trans man who molested him when he was a child.
Well, Candace Owens had recently hosted Nick Fuentes, and this led Tucker Carlson.
People are fucking insane. Like, Tucker and Candace are insane. They're crazy. Fuentes, I think that's all ideology. I think that's all ideological. Tucker, I think, has some kind of ideological system, but like they're both insane. Like Tucker and Candace Owens are fucking insane.
In an attempt to dissociate from Fuentes, to label him a weird little gay kid operating from a basement and a Fed as well.
That's obvious to me. I've been around a long time. I know when I see it.
Yeah, and I will say I don't understand it. We were very kind to him. Like I truly, like we almost said, like we felt maybe he was a bit lonely. We should invite him back for dinner. I mean, that's how good of an experience I had.
It's clearly.
And then it was a 180. So it's either A, it's being driven from like a little boy insecurity, and he just was so worried that he like just went on the attack because he doesn't know how to have normal relations after being banned everywhere.
Well, I think there's
that could be one element.
The angry gay kid thing going on. Yeah.
Well, Nick Fuentes did not take kindly to this. After all, here was Tucker Carlson, a man Nick Fuentes correctly sees as a fellow traveler, dismissing him, all the while refusing to say the sorts of things for which Fuentes takes slings and arrows. And so Fuentes unleashed on him as a fraud and also as an expert on gaslighting.
Tucker is like the GOAT of gaslighting. But unironically, he goes up at the memorial and said, Charlie Kirk told the truth. You know who else told the truth? Jesus. And you know what happened? He got killed by Jews. And people said, so are you saying that the Jews killed Charlie Kirk in the way that they killed Jesus for telling the truth because they hate the truth? And Tucker said, I never said that. You're crazy. I never said that. Everyone eats hummus. What do you mean? Everyone runs Jerusalem. But I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Tucker Carlson.
Wait, I can't watch these. What am I doing?
100% correct. Tucker is a coward, and Tucker's audience, much of which he shares with Nick Fuentes, knows it.
Lena Khan has big plans for her role in Mamdani's campaign.
Coming from the FTC, I'm going to be especially focused on things like how do we make sure that we have a full accounting of all of the laws and authorities that the mayor can unilaterally deploy. I think one thing that was really shocking to me at the FTC was just how much dormant and unused and underused authorities had just been on the books. Like literally Congress had passed laws, sometimes saying things as uncontroversial as it should be illegal to say your products are made in America when they aren't. And sometimes they had just been ignored by the FTC and not really enforced. So, want to make sure that to the extent that the city has a robust set of laws that the mayor can enforce, that we're going and understanding what is the full authority.
Interesting. Keep an eye on that.
And so Tucker hit upon a final stratagem. He let Nick Fuentes cuck him. He brought Nick Fuentes on to legitimate his ideology. He signal boosted Fuentes, glossed him, shined him, presented him to the world, all in order to protect his own reputation with his online base. A base he is.
Senate Republicans have rejected the offer by Democrats to reopen the government in exchange for 1-year extension of ACA subsidies.
Competing over with Nick Fuentes. Now, of course, Tucker has a right to do all of this for the 100th time. He can do what he likes. This is America.
DJ with $5. Is there a way you can talk with Sam Cedar? Majority Report has an Emma and Matt problem where they're at the point of laughing about 9/11. Their brains broke since Israel-Palestine. I have no line to Sam Cedar, no.
But there's no question that Tucker has become the most virulent super spreader of vile ideas in America. And the rest of us who oppose those vile ideas have every right to call him that. There's one other element here that's even darker if possible. Tucker Carlson preys on the friendship he proclaims with others. And then he knifes them directly between the shoulder blades when convenient for him. Tucker Carlson is, in short, a terrible friend. Tucker Carlson was supposedly Charlie Kirk's friend. Charlie believed that Nick Fuentes was vermin. That's a direct quote. He believed that because Nick Fuentes dedicated his life to destroying Charlie Kirk and TPUSA from the inside. In fact, here's Nick Fuentes describing Charlie Kirk the month before Charlie was murdered.
Charlie Kirk cannot call himself a Christian anymore. Sorry, you forfeited that. I do not want to hear, and you cannot allow Charlie Kirk to go to one more public event, one more question and answer, one more ask me anything, without being protested, without being shouted down, without being interrogated about this. This guy goes around from campus to campus in the most artificial and phony and fake way.
And here is Nick Fuentes describing how he destroyed TPUSA from the inside.
Whether he chooses to confront me or not, whether he has dignity and honor or not, it's just a matter of time. My ideas are already there. I've already impregnated your organization. I took Turning Point USA and I fucked it. I took your organization, I took your baby, Turning Point USA, and
You fucked a baby?
I fucked it. And I've been fucking it. And that's why it's filled with groypers.
What the fuck? I don't know if he meant to do that with his analogy.
That's why your whole crew, that's why the people around you, that's why your chapter presidents, that's why your attendees, they're all groypers.
And here's Nick Fuentes calling Charlie Kirk unpatriotic and talking about how he's a retarded idiot and saying all firepower should be focused on Charlie Kirk.
I think a lot of people are starting to find out Charlie Kirk is not the patriot that he says he is. And so I look at what happened last night and I think to myself, this is totally a doable operation. You know, Charlie Kirk in the grand scheme of things is just some retarded idiot. The dog is terrified. I had to go upstairs and reassure him because I'm screaming at my screen, calling Charlie Kirk a bitch and everything. The contrast could not be more clear. Charlie Kirk is a totally unexceptional human being. A moral struggle that's happening on the higher dimension, right? Which is Christ versus the devil. Who does Charlie Kirk serve? You know, is he really a Christian? Is he really Christ-like when he supports foreign wars and Israel and all this? Look at the people he's taking money from. You know, so the guy's a fake Christian. The guy's not a patriot. He hates our country. He's un-American. Let's focus all our firepower on Charlie Kirk. Why are we doing this? It's because Charlie Kirk is a fake patriot.
Very poor choice of words.
A fake Christian, and he hates his people. He's anti-white. This is our angle.
Nick Fuentes despised Charlie Kirk. And for good reason, because Charlie Kirk actually opposed Nick's evil program. Here's what Charlie Kirk had to say about Nick Fuentes' agenda.
But if you go back to the original founding fathers, they intended this to be a European nation for white men of good stock and character.
So, can you show me? Let me answer the question. Can you show me where in the United States Constitution it says that?
It wasn't in the Constitution.
It wasn't in the Constitution because they didn't believe it. What does the phrase "e pluribus unum" mean? What does the phrase "e pluribus unum" mean?
Why is that relevant?
Because it was on every founding document and presidential seal from our founding, which means out of many, one. You, sir, and your ideology is not conservative. It is right-wing, identitarian. It has no place in the conservative movement, my friend. Get out of line. Get out of line. I don't platform trolls, and I don't platform and I don't discuss people or I don't debate with people that are not good faith actors. And you debate Maoists and people who champion. They can keep on yelling at how successful we are and our big events and well over 1,000 employees, but there's a lot of jealousy out there. We build, they complain. We succeed, we win. They blame the Jews.
After Charlie's death, TPUSA made Tucker Carlson one of its chief faces. Tucker, of course, spoke at Charlie's memorial, where he implied that hummus-eating nefarious Jews killed Charlie, with no mention of the ideology of the actual alleged murderer, who was, of course, a trans activist gay furry. Tucker Carlson, in fact, has spent more time talking about Jews and Israel since Charlie's death than about the Transtifa ideology that motivated Charlie Kirk's killer. By a long shot, it's not close, which is not a surprise, since he seems to spend very little time these days attacking anyone on the left. Well, now Tucker Carlson has seen fit to launder Nick Fuentes, the person who hated Charlie most and who wished him destruction. That's not an act of friendship, it's an act of sick evil. And then, of course, there's Tucker Carlson's relationship with the vice president. Certainly, Vice President Vance has been quite generous with Tucker Carlson. That loyalty was not reciprocated last week, to say the least. Here, for example, is what Nick Fuentes has said about J.D. Vance's wife,
Oh
Usha.
boy. Oh boy. I might have to skip here.
Andrew Tate and Bronze Age pervert and all these people, for years, all they talk about is going to the gym, being a vitalist, fighting the Matrix, India smells bad, all this kind of shit. And now they're all in favor of a fat race mixer who's
Boy.
married to a G.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and skip that. Jesus.
Question about any of this. He just brought him on to launder his ugly ideas and make him more popular. That doesn't seem quite like the act of a friend. Which, finally, brings us to the Heritage Foundation. Now, I have a long and admiring relationship with the Heritage Foundation. One of the very first outlets to pick up my syndicated column when I was 17 years old, 24 years ago, was townhall.com, then a property of the Heritage Foundation. I know most of the leadership very well, and I have for decades. I know Kevin Roberts, and I like him, and I'm grateful for his contributions to the conservative movement. If you're a regular watcher of this show, you can check the interview I did with Kevin on the release of his book just last December. Which is why what Kevin Roberts did last week is tragic and awful. He put out a statement that Heritage Foundation didn't just stand by Tucker Carlson. Kevin instead said openly and repeatedly that Tucker Carlson can do nothing, ever, that will sever his relationship with the conservative movement. He said that after and in defense of Tucker's glossing of Hitler defender Nick Fuentes. And he added that only members of the globalist class, direct quote, a venomous coalition, direct quote, subject to the dictates of someone else's agenda, direct quote, oppose Heritage's ongoing relationship with Tucker Carlson, which means that according to Kevin Roberts, apparently, anyone opposing the ongoing mainstreaming of Tucker Carlson is acting on behalf of a foreign power. Kevin's statement is a betrayal of the Heritage Foundation's history and principles, which is presumably why both Tucker Carlson and Nick.
For you gamers out there, looks like starting yesterday, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is free to play through the 10th. And if you guys haven't played this game yet, it's special. This is a special game. Think Skyrim, but in medieval times with no sorcery. Very, very, very Skyrim adjacent. I think they came out and said that they took a lot of inspiration from Skyrim. It's a fantastic game. I never finished it, to be fair. I do need to go back and finish it eventually. It's great. Unbelievable story. Voice acting, all of it, gameplay. I mean, it takes some time to get used to it. Marco Rubio has been privately telling allies that he will support J.D. Vance as the front runner in the 2028 presidential election. That's because he's fucking smart, and he knows that 2028 is going to be a change election, and the Democrats probably going to win. This guy is calculating. That's actually hella smart. Why would you run in 2028? And just inherit the Trump administration baggage? No, thank you. He's keeping his powder dry.
Nick Fuentes loved it. And that's a tragedy, because America needs a robust conservative organization based on principle and ideas, not personal loyalty to bad actors like Tucker Carlson. We need strong leaders in the conservative movement willing to speak out against the moral rot that threatens our future. I hope Kevin Roberts and Heritage show us that they can still be those leaders. But if not, we'll have to look elsewhere. So, why is all of this happening? Because, like the Democratic Party, the Republican Party is being eaten by its radicals. Many in the political class are too cowardly.
The difference is it's true for them and it's not true for us. We have our radicals that are like nipping at our heels. And but I think we need to set aside, like, I don't think somebody with progressive politics, I'm not going to call them radical. When we talk about radicals, I'm thinking about like tankies, Marxists, actual socialists. Like DSA membership countrywide is like 80,000 people right now. Like not that much, just to be clear. They peaked in, I think, 2020 or 2021. They peaked at 95,000 and then started dropping off. They dropped down to like 80,000. I suspect they'll probably get a boost because of Mamdani, and we'll see what those numbers look like, but they're pretty small group. Pretty small group. Gallup poll showed that 66% of Democrats have a positive view of socialism. We've talked about this a bunch this week. This is like the third time this has come up, but it's a pretty easy way to explain that. And that is the vast majority of those people, when they hear socialism, they're thinking about like subsidized healthcare for everybody, more social spending programs, basically, like a bigger welfare state. They're not talking about like, let's seize the means of production. How do you know that? We looked up how many Americans actually know what socialism means. I can't give you a percentage of like how many of those 60% in the Democratic Party could actually tell you what socialism means. I don't know what those numbers look like. But when we looked up how many people in what Americans think the word socialism means, you can find a Gallup poll from a few years ago. And the correct answer, which was a bit imprecise, because the government controls the means of production. I can't remember exactly how they said it. It was like only 17% of Americans correctly identified what the definition is. And that everybody else had different definitions. There was, I think like 6% of the country thought socialism means like socializing, like being social. Just to give you a sense of like, the amount of like the percentage of Americans in this country that are like actual Marxists, I believe is less than like 2 or 3%. Today I learned I do not have the correct definition of socialism. Uh-oh. The fact that Hutch can argue so well in spite of his baldness, giving negative speech. Wait, what the fuck? Hasan shares his thoughts on Greg and Jesse Waters. Socialism can be defined in a myriad of ways. Yeah. That's true. I mean, there's different schools of socialism. Certainly Marx changed. Marx obviously introduced a new way of looking at socialism.
Fox captures that there are people who have kind of like a shared core set of values maybe, but they're not taking themselves that seriously. They're not scolding each other. Like, it also matters in the quality of the programming. It looks great. Our graphics are beautiful. Our lighting is fantastic. Are you making a face?
Look, I'm your Fedayeen. I'm your biggest diehard fan, okay? But no, I don't think the Fox News graphics are beautiful. Look, I respect what you do, especially because like if I had to sit next to Jesse Waters and Greg Buttfeld the entire time, I would kill myself. And the fact that
Greg Buttfeld, is that what he just said? His little Trumpy nicknames.
You have been able to successfully sit in that room every day and just white knuckle through Jesse Waters' snide ass remarks is impressive. It is.
Concur.
Thank you. And
She has to be nice. Just to play nice here.
it is nice to be amongst my people, which I'm usually not like cautiously weaving through here. But my point in bringing it up, and you don't have to love our graphics,
Jessica, just to be clear, I promise you, Hasan is not your people. I promise you.
even though they're copied
I look so petty. I need to stop.
in every movie and things like that. It's like the official look of it. But
What is this? What did you just think? What is this?
Yeah, we had an amazing sweeping victory. In 40 years, it's the first time we've held this many Democratic seats in the House of Delegates. It wasn't just that Abigail Spanberger won and Hashmi won and Jones won. It's that we literally cleared the seat. It was, I think, 13 or 14 Republican seats flipped. However, I think the message to Democrats has to be, this is a blue NAMI. Yes, and it's going to be that way in 2026 as well. But the Democrats need to hear what we're saying when we're at the ballot. We're not just saying we're tired of Trump and the Republicans and what's happening in our country, because we are. We're also saying do something. Don't just win because you're not Trump. Do something. Don't just hold the seat. Don't just be the moderate establishment Democrats.
I'm done. I'm already done with that. There's no way to make that person happy, by the way. Not going to happen. The only way you can make that person happy is if the Republicans got rid of the filibuster and Democrats inherited a Senate that didn't have a filibuster rule, and then you have more options. That's the only way you're going to make that guy happy. But even then, I don't think you're going to make that guy happy, by the way. It's true, though, LOL. The idea that Joe Biden didn't do anything when he was president, I just find... like, it's hard to offend me. You know what I mean? Like, it's really hard to offend me. You could use the most crass, edgy language, and I've done a pretty good job of I just don't react to it anymore. That is actually, I find it like actually offensive. The idea that Biden did not do anything when he had power is insane. It's actually insane. I don't think it was meant for Biden, though. Did he even mention Biden? Do I need to explain subtext? I'm sorry, I'm being a prick, but do I need to explain subtext? Why do I need to explain this? When he says the message needs to be, if you get power, you need to actually do something with power. The obvious subtext is that Democrats don't do things when you give them power. I think you're reading too much into it. Guys, why are you like this, man? It's Friday, you know? I should be just like big relaxing. You know? Let me find some of his... see more posts. I'm not signed into my Instagram, so I can't peruse through. Whatever. Maybe people have to say that. Maybe populism is... fine. I mean, it's not just at the federal level. Like Democrats, like Bill Clinton started an insurance program, a health insurance program for kids who were like just above Medicaid qualifications, but not firmly middle class or anything like that. And so what they, you know, he did a lot of bad stuff when he was president that in retrospect ended up being bad policy, and that's fine. He was also operating in the reality of like the 90s and just where the electorate was at after fucking 8 years of Reagan and like a quarter century of Republican dominated politics. And so he was a politician that reflected the electorate in the 90s. And people look back at him now and they're like, oh my God, he was so conservative. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, it was the fucking 90s. Do you know anything about the 90s? But Bill Clinton started an insurance program that covered millions of kids. Do people realize this? Bill Clinton provided government-funded healthcare for millions of children. I think it's still there. I could be wrong. It was the CHIP program, like the Child Health Insurance Program or whatever. Is the CHIP program that Bill Clinton introduced still active? Yes. The Children's Health Insurance Program, originally signed into law by Bill Clinton in 1997, is still active. It was created under Title 21 of the Balanced Budget Act of 1997. How many kids does it currently provide health care coverage to? Adarlia, thank you so much for a year on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Speedglass with $5. Hug your teacher today. I don't have a teacher, but if I did, I would hug him. About 7.24 million kids were enrolled in the CHIP program in June of 2025. No one ever talks about this. No one ever, whenever we talk about Bill Clinton, we talk about welfare reform and the crime bill. That's like where the conversation stops about Bill Clinton's presidency. And I'm not here to defend Bill Clinton as a person because he sounds like he was a fucking piece of shit in his personal life. And what happened to Monica Lewinsky, I think, was just a fucking disgrace. What happened to that poor fucking young woman? Just an awful thing that she went through, and it was all his fault. And it was just, you know, sounded like he was a fucking piece of shit. But that piece of shit started an insurance program that covers 7 million kids. That is possible because a Democrat won and was given power. Jaws Attack says, bro, people can't feed their kids on shit that happened in the 90s. What are you saying? Are you downplaying this? Are you downplaying CHIP as a program? 7 million kids covered by health insurance that are not quite at poverty levels to qualify for Medicaid, and you're saying that this is like not a big deal? Are you fucking kidding me? This is my problem. This is my issue. This is the issue that I have. That's fucking insane. 7 million kids are covered because of a bill that Clinton signed into law in 1997. Still covers millions of kids today, and you guys are like, nobody cares about that. I fucking promise you, there are 7 million families that are very grateful that program exists. I was not alive in the fucking early 90s, Hutch. I wasn't alive when Medicare, like Medicare and Social Security was signed into law. Does that mean I'm not going to benefit from these programs? I don't even understand what that fucking logic is. Yeah, I wasn't alive when slavery was abolished. What do I care? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You know, we gave Democrats a lot of power in 2008 and transformed healthcare in enormously consequential ways that benefited millions of people who qualified for Medicaid when they didn't qualify before. We gave Joe Biden power, and we gave him just the tiniest majorities you could possibly imagine. Like, I'm pretty sure he was working with the thinnest majorities of any president ever. Maybe, you know, a 50-50 Senate. And what did they have? Like an 8-seat majority in the House? And he did so much when he got that power. So I just fucking don't like the whole, like, you got to actually do something. Fuck off, man. If you're going to cover politics and inform your viewers about like what's going on in politics, don't perpetuate bad ideas. This shit gets a lot of clicks online because people are kind of dumb. Sorry. I'm going to take it down a notch. I take that back. I didn't mean it.
But nothing is taken that seriously. And that's not the case in liberal media. And that doesn't mean you're not talking about serious things. There's this feeling like it is not the end of the world in every topic that you're discussing. And this idea...
Yes, and Biden still left bills on the table and failed to message on his successful bills. I'm so... You don't know it, but my finger is right on the ban button. And I want to push the button so fucking bad. But I'm not going to do it. But just know that I have the power to. Like right now, I could just put a little bit of pressure down on my index finger. Just poof, you'd be gone, and I wouldn't have to see your dumb fucking comments ever again. It would bring my blood pressure down.
That we can just go and show up in conservative spaces or, come for an hour and you have to be open to those kinds of things, like, doesn't capture how hard it is for people who vote like me and some of the things that I think to genuinely form bonds and interact on an ongoing basis with people who you disagree with. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours is not getting to know the other side. Living amongst them and spending time with them is. And I think that's why I'm able to do my job and have a reasonable therapy bill, like not insane, but we know each other like the family that it looks like, which is dysfunctional, but it's still a family. And people who watch the show, and we have 20% Democratic viewership, like still get that.
You're not getting a lot of claps because you're defending Fox News in this room.
Well, I heard something.
That's fucking dumb. What she said was like, they should be clapping. I'm gonna, whatever. I think Jessica Tarlov is doing more to push people to, I think she's literally doing 100 times more to push people away from Republican Party politics than Hasan will ever do in his lifetime.
To stand up. Apparently, they're willing to play footsie with Groypers and hug Tucker Carlson out of fear of somehow losing support. They've been bamboozled by the lies of the X algorithm and the TikTok metrics. The left followed its radicals to electoral hell. Apparently, many on the right wish to do the same.
Look, it sucks to lose elections, but hell? Electoral hell? You have a 3-seat majority in the Senate and a 4-seat majority in the House, and Kamala lost by roughly what was it, 1.5% in the popular vote and roughly 2 to 3% in the battleground states. That's not hell, bro. The night that you guys had on Tuesday, that was hell. And I think the night they're gonna have in 2026, that's gonna be hell. And we avoided hell specifically because we were doing such a good job of not picking lunatics to be our candidates. We were able to avoid what has plagued the Republican Party in the era of Trump. We were able to limit our losses in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Like, it shouldn't have been possible for us to pick up a Senate seat in 2022. That should not have happened. Let's just be clear. Inflation was at its peak in 2022. In conventional times against a conventional Republican Party, we should have lost. We should have gotten absolutely blown the fuck out in 2022. And we barely lost the House, and we picked up a Senate seat. That happened because our primary voters have done a pretty good job of picking strong candidates. Meanwhile, they're over there with Blake Masters and Kerry Lake and Herschel Walker. We don't have that problem at that level that they're working with. Thank God. And I hope that stays the case. Okay. The Plattner situation is, I need him to just crash and burn. Okay.
Forget the morality then for just a moment. Let's be pragmatic. Here is the thing. Americans hate Nick Fuentes' philosophy. They think it's trash. Republicans, by the polling, think it's trash. Independents think it's trash. Democrats think it's trash. And here's the other thing. Americans hate Tucker Carlson's laundered anti-Americanism. Republicans think it's trash. Independents think it's trash. Democrats think it's trash. Americans are not pro-segregation, pro-rape, anti-woman, pro-child marriage, anti-black, anti-Jew, anti-Indian, anti-Latino, anti-Constitution, pro-Hitler nutjobs like Nick Fuentes. And Americans are not pro-Putin, pro-Iran, pro-China, pro-Venezuela, pro-Hamas, pro-Fuentes, pro-Tate idiots like Tucker Carlson.
This might be one of the only Ben Shapiro videos that I've ever watched where I agree with about 95% of what he's saying. Literally the only disagreements that I've had throughout this entire video has been about his characterization of what's happening on the left. They have deluded themselves into thinking that the most radical college student that was on any of those campus protests that happened a couple years ago, or was that last year? They have deluded themselves into thinking that's like the median Democratic voter. When in reality, the median Democratic voter is like a 50-year-old black guy named Daryl in Georgia, who's, you know, not at all radical. Or like Susan, you know, like a 42-year-old like divorcee living in the outskirts of Dallas or something. But they've just been lying to themselves and their audiences for years. You know, it's not that the Democratic Party doesn't have problems. It's not that the left wing in this country don't have problems. I've been speaking to those problems nonstop for like 4 months. People give me shit for doing that. I'm talking about it so much, but I would rather have our problems than their problems right now. The Plattner stuff I think is bad, but that is just so much less bad than the fact that Ben Shapiro felt so much pressure. The fact that Nick Fuentes has become so influential in conservative politics that Ben Shapiro had to make a 41-minute video about it. That tells you something. That tells you something about where they're at right now. And I think it is so much worse than where we're at. I would so much rather be Democrats right now, moving forward. Switch, yeah, I'd love to be, give me your margins in 2024 if we could go back. I would prefer to have one. But right now, I think Democrats have a much better path ahead of us than Republicans do, who are barreling towards the edge of a cliff here, guys. Donald Trump is going to leave office one way or another by January 20th, 2029. The Republican Party needs to figure out how to, whoever the candidate is going to be in 2028, and I don't think it's going to be Trump, they have to find a way to run a campaign with Donald Trump still as the leader of the party, who is not going to abide giving up the spotlight. Like, this is not a man who is looking to share power with anyone or share influence. His whole identity at this point, this narcissistic, fragile, fat idiot. Sorry. I apologize. He is going to be according to his health. How much did it say he weighed again on his like he weighs like 220 pounds? He's going to be a 220 pound weight according to his physical. That the next Republican nominee is going to have to carry in a rucksack in 2028, because Donald Trump is not going to go away quietly. He's just going to become more and more unhinged. They're just so fucked right now until something really drastic changes. They are so fucked right now. Like, I don't know what they need, but they need something to change. Like, look at these numbers. That is a bad trajectory. That is a bad trajectory, you guys. And I'll tell you, like, if you're so black-pilled that you think, I mean, look at this, you got, like, look at this. Hold on, this just popped up on my feed. I didn't even have to seek it out. It just landed on my feed. Okay, this is Donald Trump saying affordability is a con by the Democrats.
So I just heard this yesterday that Walmart said that the Thanksgiving was 25% more expensive under Biden. That's a big, to me, that's a big number, because Walmart's respected. I mean, Walmart is Walmart, and they're giving you prices. So that would mean that the whole series of pricing and costs, the groceries and everything else, it was a con job. It was a con job. Affordability, they call it, was a con job by the Democrats.
Cut, import to Adobe, add some music, add some text. Thanks for the campaign ad. We're going to see that in I promise you, we're going to see that in campaign ads all over the country in 2026. You have a dangerous combination in Donald Trump, which is profound ignorance and supreme confidence. He seems totally ignorant to what his tariff policies have done to prices all over the country. He seems to just not know. He seems to not know who actually pays the tariffs. Like, I think he genuinely doesn't understand who pays the tariffs. And I don't know if anyone's ever explained it to him. I mean, say what you will about Biden's Bidenomics package, but he didn't lie like this. He didn't say that prices weren't, he didn't say that prices were coming down. He said that we're doing better than other countries. Blue, no matter who, thanks so much for the tier 1 membership. Appreciate that, buddy. In any case, you got this violent sundowning, I should say, you have this belligerent sundowning idiot who is just heading in the wrong direction. That's not a good trajectory. And it's starting to become more pronounced. Like, oh boy, they're really starting to fall off a cliff here. Clearly, you guys, I have to assume this is because of the shutdown, you guys. Am I wrong about this? It's got to be. Oh, it took such a sharp turn down. I have to assume a lot of that is because of the shutdown. CEOs and business leaders definitely have told him. I don't know. I've seen enough clips of Donald Trump. I really don't think he understands that Americans pay tariffs. But Speedglass, thank you so much for upgrading to a tier 2 membership, buddy. Thank you so much for that.
They hate this.
And then meanwhile, as they're all scrambling to figure out, like, what are we going to do post-Trump? Like, who has a plan here? Peter Thiel has a plan, apparently. And it's JD Vance, but I have to assume Peter Thiel feels very, and Vance, I have to assume that both of them feel incredibly nervous right now. And they're dealing with an insurgent Nazi in Nick Fuentes, who has such a strong following that the president of the Heritage Foundation felt it necessary to essentially defend. And then he immediately, this Heritage Foundation guy, immediately walks it back and starts going into damage control, because now within the staff of Heritage Foundation, it's like fucking chaos. This is what the reporting says. It's a shit show inside one of the most prestigious, one of the most influential right-wing organizations of the last 30 years. The Heritage Foundation has been a tremendously beneficial organization for Republicans for the last 30 years. And now it's like there's a serious schism. Look into the reporting, look it up. Like, the staff. It's like a civil war between the pro-Tucker, pro-Fuentes camp and the, oh my God, what the fuck is going on with these Nazis camp? Listen, Democrats, we have problems, we have issues. I don't love everybody that claims to be under the Democratic Party umbrella, but I would so much rather be us right now.
Vile garbage. If Republicans decide to cower before the likes of neo-Nazis and their propagandizers, they deserve to lose. And they will lose. Neo-Nazis and their propagandizers are not Republicans.
Any chance you think we can get the Senate back now, considering this week? So I'm not a pollster. I'm not someone that you should really... I just get my opinions from other people. And I haven't looked into that enough. I know some people are like, oh, maybe we can get... I really don't know. But like, if we overperform in the Senate on average by 8 or 9 points like we did on fucking Tuesday night, or 10 points, 11 points, 13 points, then I have to assume that it's possible. But I never heard anybody... I don't know. Just ask Laksha. He'll have a better answer for you. Mark, thank you so much for 9 months, buddy.
They're not America First. They're not MAGA. They sure as hell aren't conservative. These people aren't to my right. They're not attached in any way to the fundamental principles of conservatism. And these people...
Shoden Shootman, thank you so much for, number one, fact-checking me earlier. I appreciate that. Got me on a better path with my Stalin dead figures. And thank you for 5 gifted subs. Appreciate the generosity, buddy.
Have already declared themselves to be my enemies. I'd be a fool not to take them seriously. If they get their way, they will hollow out the Republican Party, lead it to electoral catastrophe, and empty it and the country of any semblance of decency in the process. My answer is no. No to the Groypers. No to their publicists like Tucker Carlson. No to those who champion them. No to demoralization. No to bigotry and anti-meritocratic horse shit. No to anti-Americanism. No. This is our country. This is our party. And this is our conservative movement. And I will not stand by while it is handed over to those who betray the most fundamental principles I have spent my entire life defending and advocating. That is a path to defeat and a path to moral oblivion. I reject it because if we lose the right, we will lose to the left. And either way, we'll lose the country. I'm Ben Shapiro. This is The Ben Shapiro Show.
Man. I think the problem that they're facing is definitely understated. I don't think people broadly fully appreciate what a dire situation the conservative movement is in right now. You don't need Nick Fuentes to be overwhelmingly popular for him to cause a lot of disruption. 10%, 15%, if even just 10% or 15% of conservative voters find Nick Fuentes appealing, that number alone could have consequences that are so profound for the conservative movement in this country. And I take Ben at his word when he closed it out there, because I think he's right. If Nick Fuentes continues to build his movement and grow, and I do think there's a hard ceiling on Nick Fuentes' growth. So it seems like a lot of people disagree with me maybe in my chat, but Fox News actually reporting facts about the price increase. What is this?
In the United States for coffee, it's up almost 20%. Utility up 11.7%. And then electricity is up 5.1%. And vehicle repair, if you need your car fixed, it's up 11.5%. Prices are up in the United States for coffee.
Jesus, that's not great. Scott Bessent said something about how we're, some sectors are in a recession right now. I don't know if you guys saw that. That's pretty bad, right? What is Bessent's official title again? Secretary of the Treasury? I don't know what he is. It's bad.
The Fed voted to lower interest rates another 1/4 point to its lowest level in 3 years. However, the central bank's newest official, Stephen Myron, is warning that if the Fed doesn't continue to lower interest rates rapidly, the U.S. could face a recession. Do you agree that the U.S. is at risk of facing a recession?
I believe that we are in a transition period here, as we are seeing the Trump administration has cut back on government spending, Jake. What has gone unnoticed during the shutdown is for the fiscal year that ends September 30th, the government spent less than it did the year before, and because the GDP grew.
And he's smart enough to know. So he's just lying. Like attributing all of the economic woes that we're currently in right now to offloading all of that to just private sector losses is ridiculous.
The GDP, which had been 6.4,
public sector losses.
The deficit to GDP, which had been 6.4, 6.5% deficit, the highest when we weren't at war, weren't in a recession ever, we were able to bring it down to 5.9%. So we are bringing down government spending, and I would think that the Fed would want to assist with that, because if we go back and look, MIT just published a study that said 42% of the great inflation of 2022 came from excess government spending. So if we are contracting spending, then I would think inflation would be dropping. If inflation is dropping, then the Fed should be cutting rates.
But do you think that the U.S. is at risk of a recession if the Fed does not continue to drop rates?
I think that we are in good shape, but I think that there are sectors of the economy that are in recession.
Cutting back on government spending, impounding. He's talking about Trump illegally taking congressionally approved funds.
Maybe in a limited sense, yeah. That's not great to hear. The Treasury Secretary saying that doesn't sound great.
Drop rates.
I think that we are in.
That's true. He's like the only serious person. Literally, that's not even an exaggeration. Like, in the entire inner cabinet, Scott Bessent is literally the only serious person in those rooms, and he, I'm sure, knows that.
Good shape, but
maybe you could argue like Marco. Maybe, I don't know. Marco doesn't seem like an idiot. Marco seems like he's just playing the game, and he doesn't even look particularly happy these days. I don't know. It's just his whole demeanor is not great. I think it's interesting that he's backing JD for 2028. I think that's because he can see the fucking writing on the wall. It wouldn't shock me if Marco left the administration in the next year.
I think that there are sectors of the economy that are in recession, and the Fed has caused a lot of distributional problems with their policies. I wrote a 7,000-word essay on that. We've seen the biggest hindrance for housing here that are mortgage rates. So, if the Fed brings down mortgage rates, then they can end this housing recession. Low-end consumers who have gotten killed under President Biden, these high rates are hurting them because they have debt, not asset.
These motherfuckers with the one big beautiful bill, with the change in tax policy that they did, people making under 40 grand a year are going to see an increase in their taxes by an average of, I think, around like $700 or $800. And remember, these are voters that have been swinging towards Donald Trump. That seems like a dubious strategy.
So I think
he's not the only one in Trump's orbit that is talking about a recession here.
So I think that Secretary Bessent wisely said we're starting to see pockets of the economy that look like they might be in a recession. Now, we're not in a recession because of this, but there are pockets that are really hurting. And so I think that
that's not great. That's not a great situation. Okay, guys, don't watch the crooked panels until Sunday, because we're going to watch some of those on Sunday. I want to see that one panel so bad, man. Thank you guys. Really enjoyed streaming with you guys this week. Chatterbox.
Speaking to your point about what Fuentes becoming the new face of the far right, I think we are a couple of Charlie Kirk-like disasters away from people like Asmongold or Tech1 full-on aligning with Groypers and other drainage of MAGA adjacents. That's when the real damage starts if that happens.
So, Tech1, I think his reach is way more limited than Asmongold. But Tech1, you guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Tech1 is just not a very bright guy. I'm not overly concerned about him. I don't think Tech1 is a thought leader. I also don't think he's driven by ideology. That's a really important distinction. I think he aligns with the right now because of just that's where the culture war stuff is, but you're already starting to see the pendulum swing away from all that to be they're just massively overplaying their hand with the anti-woke stuff, and they're pushing people back towards woke just because they've gotten so insane with it. But Tectone, I don't think Tectone is consequential at all when it comes to like right-wing politics. Asmongold is a different story just because he has so much more reach. Like, Asmongold is just a fucking enormous streamer. And his videos get insane views. Did his views go down a little bit? Because I feel like he used to regularly get over 1 million views. And, well, anyways, it doesn't matter. He's like coasting around an average view count of, you know, close to like 700,000 to 800,000. I can only imagine how many monthly views he gets. Actually, I can just look it up, right? Asmongold TV. At Asmon TV. I'm going to guess it's like 60 million, bro. This guy's... Do you guys have any idea how much money this guy makes? It's insane. You guys have any idea how much money this guy's probably got in a savings account? Because he doesn't spend it. Like, he just... Bro, he got 150 million views. I was so off. He got 150 million views in the last 30 days. That's crazy. This guy's getting over 1 billion views every year. That's nuts. Asmongold, I would say, is way more influential than Tectone.
Who are you talking to right now? Who is it you think you see? I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger.
But anyway, so this is the difference between revenue here. There we go, guys.
What is that? How much is that? 19 grand just from Twitch that month? Yeah, but he's probably making so much more money on YouTube, you guys. This is nothing. 19 grand on Twitch? That's nothing. And he was gone, I think, for a good portion of that, right?
So,
and then on Kick, it was 165,000. I don't know what he's making on YouTube. 140 million views a month on YouTube? What is that in terms of money? I don't even know. A lot. It's more than what he's making on Kick. This guy's probably pulling between like 20 and 40 million a year, I would guess, but I have no idea. If he's doing sponsored stuff, that adds like a whole lot more. Yeah. Asmon, I think, is a little different because Asmon, I don't think is stupid. Well, not in the way that like oh, I'm being mean. I don't think Asmon is dumb. I don't think he's dumb. I don't agree with him about 90% of the time. I think he's working with some really faulty premises these days, and it like fruit of the poison tree. So like a lot of his ideas just come from these like bad foundational ideas. But I also don't think that Asmon is very ideological, and I could see him like theoretically in the next few years moving away from Trump. I could see that. That's not difficult for me to imagine. Charlie has earned $34 million. He gets similar numbers, I think. I think Asmon probably gets way more views than Charlie. He's not stupid. He just has stupid tendencies. Well, there's a difference. Like, I think he's more curious than Tectone. I feel like intelligence and curiosity go hand in hand. Like, I don't think you can be a very intelligent person unless you're like really curious. And with Tectone, I just don't see a lot of curiosity. I don't know. That's just my opinion. Yeah, that's it. Hutch, conservatives are very, very curious. Those things go hand in hand. I don't know what you thought I heard or thought I said, but what What do you think I said? I don't know what you thought I said. Asmongold is not curious at all. Okay, that's just my sense of things. I don't think Asmon is dumb. I just don't think he's a dumb guy. I think he's got some very flawed premises. But I don't think he's dumb, and I don't think he's super ideological, and I could very easily see him not moving towards like woke or whatever, but I could very easily see him moving away from Trump. Tectone, I think, is motivated by Chatterbox said he's fully motivated by out of spite for anything even tangentially resembling woke. Yeah, that's my, yeah, I get kind of a similar kind of, and it's not like that Asmon doesn't do that either, because he does, but I think there's like more of that with Tectone. Okay, guys, enjoy your weekends. I'm going to be back on Sunday. We're going to watch some of these crooked panels. Thank you guys once again to everybody who donated, subscribed, Tier 1 memberships, upgrading memberships. Very much appreciate you guys doing that, and I'll see you guys on Sunday. Bye-bye.